Unbelievable. They started early. Did not anticipate this at all. Hello. Yeah, they started early for whatever. I was just preparing everything and they started. Um, you know, hang on. Just setting this up. Oh, everything has to come all at once now, doesn't it? Headset. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is that okay?
Expressing uh, without really having the words for it, the gratitude that I think we all feel for your service on this case. I mean, so many weeks, way beyond what you were expected to do. So, just as simply as I can, please let me just be part of expressing my just profound gratitude for your time and your service and your consideration in this case. Um, I want to start with just a couple of housekeeping things about the charges, and then I'm going to get into the crux of the argument. A couple of the charges are stalking offenses, probably not something you think about all the time. Stalking involves two or more things happening. So a course of conduct where two or more things are done by the defendant. We're talking in our stalking allegations today about the April 24th peek-in, using his daughter as one of the peek-ins over at Sadie's place. The planting of a phone to track her on May 8th. Again, peeking in or listening in on May 13th at Rosalio Gutierrez's place. And then, of course, the homicide committed on May 17th. So we're asking the court, you guys, to consider all of those things as acts of stalking, as well as the emails sent and the texts sent, the communications, the recordings of Sadie Beecham as well. So what needs to happen for stalking is you need to have an impact that a reasonable person would have, and it's called, the part that we care about is serious emotional, suffering serious emotional distress, which means that you have to feel harassed or tormented. The reasonable person has to feel that. The stalking statute also requires that the individual involved, the person who is suffering at the other end of that, also has to suffer serious emotional distress. In other words, personally feel that they have been harassed or tormented. And you heard in the texts and some of the discussions both Rosalio and Sadie wrestle with the consequences of this, right? Talking about it. Sadie has a text where she says, I hope this, doesn't mean that you will, want to end this relationship because of this harassment. At points, Rosalio is trying to be comforting to her. At points, he is feeling aggressive, right? I'd like to go break this guy's legs. What's his address? The kind of human emotions that people have in response to feeling like their personal liberty, their space, everything that they sort of care about in their privacy is being compromised by this other person. And so those are the emotions that both you heard expressed in the text messages from both Rosalio and Sadie, and the question of what a reasonable person would think about that. Another just small housekeeping along those lines is hiding a corpse. We're suggesting to you that when Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on the 17th at around 10 p.m., the placement of his body in the defendant's minivan is the beginning of a long stage of hiding a corpse. And so that is where that hiding a corpse begins in terms of our allegations to present to you today. So I want to first cover this idea that there are two separate but combined sets of facts that allow you to know that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Rosalio Gutierrez was murdered on May 17th, 2020 at around 10.
That's on them. What is wrong with them now? Try and refresh it.
Yeah,
Oh, no, it's
just
back.
around 10 p.m. at his own apartment. And I say that because there are two things that happen. One, there is a bloody, bloody scene. A scene that is has pools of blood that I'm going to talk about a little more in a second. But also, there are the circumstances of Rosalio Gutierrez's absence from the life of everyone he cared about and who cares about him. Rosalio's phone shows he gets home at about 9:08 p.m. He's just dropped his kids off back at their mom's. He's expecting Neridia Macias. Her last text to him is at 9:37 p.m., and that text is never answered. She stays at the apartment building. Remember, she's at the wrong building. She doesn't see what is happening. But she stays for about a little more than a half hour, and she's texting and calling, essentially expressing to him, I'm here, what's going on? And none of those are answered. None of those are viewed. So at this point, from 9:37 on, Rosalio Gutierrez is no longer answering anyone who is concerned about him or interested in him or who care about him and his life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1,039 days later. And what I just described to you is still the circumstance today. Rosalio loved his kids. He loved his mom, who he was in communication with as a guy almost 40 or around 40 every day. Every day he was in communication with his mom. And that suddenly ended at just around 10 p.m. on May 17th. He planned and proudly was ready to coach his promising son in baseball. And he never got a chance to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children called, and it's a summer camp that's common for folks in Kenosha. And that summer camp was already planned. It's in his calendar, and that never occurred on the 19th of May. He no longer attended any of the holidays or events or visits. He no longer had any experiences with his children. He was a father whose daughter had a little love note to dad on the pillow when she left. He was a father whose son shared his love of baseball and emulated him in every way he could in that love. And all of that has been gone for every day since May 17th, 2020. So combined with that bloody scene, you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you that he is gone. So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on the couch itself. There's blood sprayed on wall after wall and on the ceiling in multiple areas and on almost every surface of his main room and the hallway by his door. There is a quantity and magnitude of blood which is absolutely consistent with Rosalio Gutierrez being murdered there at his own apartment. And every bit of that blood that's been tested in those different areas all come back to the DNA of Mr. Gutierrez himself. So that quantity of blood and his absence from any contact, any social media, any financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact, all of that is gone over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say as a legal conclusion that a reasonable jury will find that he is murdered. The blood and his absence both tell us that story. So what else do we know about this crime based on the evidence that's been presented in this case? And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder. And so I want you to think about who there is in this case who has shown a propensity, right? Who has shown day after day in the conduct that we have outlined patterns of that sort of planning, that sort of obsessive conduct, that sort of refusal to follow any of the limits and rules that most of us would govern ourselves and who we are willing to use to accomplish our goals in our lives. So when I say who, I mean, of course, the defendant, right? Because here's what we know about him in terms of other things happening in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life for his ex, Sadie Beecham. What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime of murder? Well, one is Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence in this case in the record. Olivia, the daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was gone to visit her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying fraudulently, falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the false information and the horrible use of an 11-year-old girl to accomplish his sinister aims. Who comes up with a plan like that? Who offers that as something that an 11-year-old should do for them? What sort of mind is capable of putting that plan and that use of an 11-year-old out into the atmosphere as something real? And I'd suggest to you it's the same person who could commit and did commit this homicide. So what other evidence do I have that, this is a obsessive planner, knows no limits? Well, what about the daughter telling you that when she was urged to peek in that window at her mother, when her mother, a consenting adult, did not have the children over. I'm talking about April 24th. When Rosalio is over at Sadie's home, it's the evening. Neither of them have their kids with them. They're consenting adults, and they're in the living room. And when the daughter peeks up over that into the window to look in at her mother, which the father has urged her to do, the defendant tells her, think about this as a small snapshot in this case. He tells her, hey, keep your shirt up so that you don't steam up the glass, so that you can't be detected from inside. Who would even have ever thought of that? What sort of an obsessive planner has that in their brain to share to an 11-year-old? Who is there who is already thinking about cover-ups and avoiding detection in that kind of profound way? It's a snapshot, right? It's just a little moment. And of course, it is the kind of thing I'd suggest to you an 11, 12-year-old would never have the capability of giving that kind of detail in a lie or frame up or some kind of false story that she was put up to. Think about all the computer files that this defendant has that are about Rosalio Gutierrez and the high amount of planning that is. All those snapshots that he stored on his computer, all the lookups he had done of this individual, and didn't just peek at them, stored them. Had a file for them. Had a file where he included the picture of the tracker. What about buying trackers at a point where you feel like you're losing control of Sadie Beecham and even though you have another girlfriend that you are wanting her to have no one in her life? The buying of the tracker itself is a sign of a planner who's willing to put a lot of obsessive effort into this. And then what about May 13th? You get your directions on your phone. Your phone puts you on May 13th, right where Rosalio Gutierrez lives. And then you text Sadie the same sentence that has just come out of Rosalio's mouth. So you're overhearing from right on that patio what's being said inside. Okay? Doesn't that yell out to you as a jury that that's a dry run? That that's a reconnaissance mission to figure out what the terrain is, so that the next time you come down, just 4 days later, you don't have to have your phone, right? You already know now how to get there. You've got the directions from your prior visit. You know how close your van will have to be when you kill this man to be able to remove his body from that location. You already have had a chance to think about and put together a plan that is informed. This is the planner that is necessary to carry out the plan of what you have heard about the evidence that happened on May 17th. And you know that this is a highly planned incident. You know that because the defendant leaves his phone behind in Mequon. But he's also off the grid. He's not answering or texting or web searching. There's none of the usual activity happening on his phone. But he leaves it. And what that tells you folks, knowing this obsessive planner in terms of the other glimpses we get at him, is that this is done for a purpose. Because he must be able to cloak where he goes, to hide where he goes, because of what he will do next. And so if that is the plan, of course he brings gloves, okay? Of course he brings the weapons he needs to be able to accomplish this murder. Of course he brings the tools that he will need to dispose of this body, right? The bags, any other tools he needs to finish that. Of course, this obsessive planner, this person, will have already thought about what the location is that he will place this body. What the dumpster is, or what the location is, will be something that has no connection to him, that does not require him to in any way deviate from any kind of timetable or plan, all of those things will have been thought over. Is it an accident that he picks a day of a heavy rainstorm when people aren't going to be out and about, or certainly aren't going to remain out and about? I would suggest it is not an accident. So what happens? Well, the first thing we know is that in that hallway of Rosalio's apartment, the blood tells a story. And I'm going to suggest to you a reasonable thought process for you is it tells a story of a blitz attack in that hallway. Someone hiding, ringing a doorbell, probably having no idea that Rosalio is expecting company, right? And so is a person who's going to be prone to open the door. But it is going to be somebody who Rosalio doesn't know, because you're not going to blitz that person in the hallway and cause all that blood. If you know him, you're going to be inside. You're going to figure out a way inside to get yourself into a more private location. So it's going to be someone who will not be welcome and who you don't know. Rosalio doesn't know. And so you know from the evidence in this case that there are at least 2 blows, blunt force trauma blows, a hard object hitting Rosalio Gutierrez in a way that makes him bleed. And not only makes him bleed, but it makes his blood fly into the air to hit doors. And you know that when that blood flies, that door in the hallway is open. So Rosalio has not yet managed to go back in or to close that door when he is first attacked. And so that is the blitz attack that evidence leads you to. Remember that Officer Van Wee told you that he knows that door was still open at some of the points that the blunt force trauma blows are happening, because there's blood on the interior of the entry part of the door, and that when that door is closed, that either in the hallway or inside, that part of the door would not be exposed. So you know there's a blitz attack, and you know there's a couple of blows that happen out there, and then you know whoever is the attacker, the defendant, in this case, the planner, needs to get himself in that apartment. And why is that? Well, he needs to get himself in there because 2 neighbors, at least, may start to hear a ruckus, right? A neighbor, when she is talked to in some detail, when it's not just a cursory sort of canvas, but when she's talked to in some detail, says after 9 or around 9, I hear a scream in the hallway of pain and surprise at a time period right around May 17th. Marissa Swanigan, who testified, told you between 10 and 11 on May 17th, I heard a loud banging for about 5 minutes against my living room wall. Something big was forced up against the wall. Now the defendant knows that he's got to hurry, okay? The blunt force trauma attack to get Rosalio Gutierrez in a position where he can be killed, that blunt force attack has to be finished as quickly and efficiently as possible, because the defendant has no idea whether someone will come any moment soon. All of his preparation needs to be hurried. And so there are continuing blows. There's another blow now on the inside at the door that is a blunt force trauma. Again, blood flies onto the wall, onto part of the ceiling. Over by the dining room table, so a few steps further into the apartment, over on the wall over there, there's a table over there, and that also has a blow that is suffered right by it. And then there are additional blows at that table right at the entryway, and then another blow at the couch. These are all blunt force trauma blows, and Officer Van Wee said conservatively there have to be at the minimum 6 of those based on their locations and the differing blood that has splashed and spattered onto the blinds and all those surfaces and the ceiling and the wall. 6 blows of attack. But blunt force trauma is not an efficient way to end someone's life, right? You can immobilize someone. Maybe they'll die eventually. It is not an efficient way to quickly end someone's life. And so I'd suggest to you that the rest of the evidence in this case is certainly consistent with someone then changing weapons. And one of the things we know is that at
That's them, that's not me. That happened earlier on as well.
the handle of the object that was the blunt force trauma instrument, right? Whether it's a bat or an axe with a wooden handle, whatever, some kind of hammer with a wooden handle, whatever that first blunt force trauma object is. We know that there's such magnitude of blows, such force, whatever, that wood shatters. You know that the blows being administered to Rosalio Gutierrez eventually shatter that wood, because there's a shard of that wood that you see that has hair of Rosalio Gutierrez on it and the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez on it. Literally something that certainly seems like impacted his head, right? And there are other shards of wood found at other locations, right? On the couch, there's a couple of shards of wood. So we know that particular weapon got busted. And so some new weapon likely was employed. And I'd suggest to you a knife or a sharp object makes perfect sense. There's arterial spray, which is something that happens if you puncture an artery, which a sharp object will efficiently do for you and cause a spray, not the same blunt force trauma splashes and spatters and stains, but a different one. And often if you stab someone in their vital organs, because it's close to them, and if they're down and not fighting anymore, all you will have is blood flow and the drips and draining of their life out of their body. And so there would be no other and distinct evidence of this murder when you turn to the knife. And when you finish Rosalio Gutierrez, because he no longer in any way, shape, or form is able to fend off any blows. You have to hurry. People have already heard a little bit of a ruckus. You have to hurry. You have to finish him. And so you finish him and maybe get a little arterial spray, some blood drips. Your plan, the defendant's plan, was to make it look like he disappeared. And so he was going to stage this in a way that made it look like maybe this is a disappearance. And eventually people would figure that out, but that would buy some time, right? It's a Sunday night. This guy might be working in the morning. People might be coming over to his house first thing in the morning. How am I buying time would be your first plan. And so you are trying to create a plan. The defendant, the planner, is saying, I am going to try to stage this. But there's just so much blood, folks. And he's got to hurry. So he grabs up the wood pieces he can grab, but he misses one or two, right? He straightens up a couple of pieces of furniture that either fell over or got, repositioned as Rosalio Gutierrez is staggering, or maybe even, trying somehow to fend some blows off. Those moments of quick staging occur. You had an idea already, and so you follow through on taking his credit cards and his phone. You don't want to leave with those. You are afraid that those leaving might give some clue to where you've gone next, right? But if you hide them in the freezer, the battery will die quick, and there's a high likelihood that at least for a period of time, if somebody doesn't have their phone present, if somebody doesn't have their credit cards present, maybe they just left, right? So your half attempt to stage a disappearance, the defendant still chose to follow through on. Of course, the problem is there's just so much blood. And this staged disappearance will not allow you to leave that area rug, which is so saturated with blood, so saturated with blood that some of that blood, before it was moved, has already spilled off into a larger pool that remains on the side of where that rug was. But what do? You take his glasses, because if a guy disappears, of course he takes his glasses. You take his boots, right? A pair of his shoes. You take some footwear, because of course, if somebody disappears, they took that. So you take some basics to make sure you've staged it, but you got to take the rug. And you've brought supplies to be ready for this, right? You have made sure that you're going to minimize any kind of problems you'll have in your van and all that, but you didn't bargain for that much blood on the rug. And so you've figured out how you're going to transport him over. I don't know if you're using a tool or if you're just lifting him yourself. Whatever way you are moving that body that you've planned for, the body of Rosalio Gutierrez, wrapped in a rug, utilizing the duct tape and the rope that you brought, that your own daughter said was down in your basement when she left on this very same weekend. Using those supplies, you are leaving. But when you take this unwieldy, dead man, when you take him and you place him in the very back of your van, Rosalio Gutierrez and his DNA
It's not me, it's them. This is the third time it's happened now, just in case people are wondering.
splash up. When you take him and you set him down, there's the tiniest of splashes. It's on the passenger side, halfway up that console. There's the tiniest speck of a splash that falls off as you set Rosalio Gutierrez's body down. It's almost imperceptible, but it's there, and it's in exactly the same location as the cutout carpet as that body was stored. And in the end, it reveals much of what a jury needs to know. So, while Rosalio Gutierrez is still wet with blood, while that carpet is still wet with blood, before it dries, when it would still be wet enough to splash because it's been seconds or a very few minutes since Rosalio Gutierrez shed that blood, that's when that speck of blood tumbles to that location in your van. And because you planned it, you do exactly what we would expect you to do, right? You wore footwear, maybe the steel-toed boots that you borrowed from your grandpa working at the tree farm just a day before. Maybe you wore those. You took them off. You put on some other footwear. You, of course, have now taken off your gloves. You've taken off that outer garment, the same that same plaid sort of very light sort of outer garment that both your daughter and Sadie say was the last thing they saw you wearing in the late afternoon on the very same day that Rosalio goes missing. So just about that they saw you wearing about 4 hours before, 4.5 hours before Rosalio's death. You take those items off, and of course you package them up. This is your plan. You're not going to operate your vehicles with those things still on you. You've planned this, just like you left your phone at home. And so an investigation that is hoping that you were not a planner, an investigation that was expecting that you were not prepared for those type of basic things, is never going to detect you in that situation, right? Only things are going to detect you are the things you could not have planned for, things you could not have intended. Now you get home right away, okay? And I'm going to talk about the timing in a few minutes here and how absolutely impossible it would be for the timing to fit together this well and you'd be an innocent man. But You're home by 11:19 p.m. You've been radio silent. You've been off the grid for more than, for about almost 4 hours. Now you're on the phone. You're constantly on the phone from 11:19 to about 1 a.m. And so you are establishing your credibility and your bona fide that I've been here. Okay, just like your plan was. You got back home almost immediately so that you could be sure that if anybody ever looked at you, that you were accounted for in a way that was helpful to you. But then after 1 o'clock, you're again off the grid for about 3 hours. Okay, now it's the middle of the night, so a lot of people are doing nothing during that period of time, right? But from 1 to 4, you're off the grid, and that gives you plenty of time to dispose of Rosalio Gutierrez's body in the planned location and to do some of the cleanup. Now, maybe you're in a dark location. Maybe you can't do all the cleanup you wanted. Maybe you find that when you start to do the cleanup, that some of the blood has actually saturated through whatever you thought was going to contain it, and it's actually seeped into part of the carpeting and matting in the back of your van. Okay? So maybe you are finding that plan A is not going to be exactly workable. And so maybe you didn't have the tools for that bit of your preparation now not working perfectly. And so by 4 a.m., you are again trying to figure out where you can get cleaning materials early. And so you end up at Walmart and you buy more rubber gloves and more garbage bags and cleaning supplies, and you go to a location for 3 hours where it's people with family connections to you. It's a location no one else is going to be at, and you can finish your cleanup, again bagging all the items, again being meticulous about making sure that you don't leave any evidence, and of course at your own house over the next couple of days, you must run that fire pit and start to destroy some of the rest of the evidence. Because even when you do the cleanup, right? Even when you do the cleanup, you are concerned that maybe the personal clothing that you are wearing will somehow be able to be tied to you, right? If somebody finds some of this stuff in a dumpster or buried somewhere or somewhere controlled, you can't leave your clothes, which is certainly going to have your DNA on it, right? Your pants, your socks, the boots you were wearing. You've got to get rid of those in a way that is DNA proof. And you know how you do that? You do that with fire. You burn those things so that no DNA will ever exist. Okay, so that's why the burning pit is going on in the rainstorm for a couple of days, because you're burning steel-toed boots. And we find at the very top of that burn pile steel toes and shoelaces, right? You burn your underwear, and we find a fragment of your underwear. You burn your jeans, and we find some buttons. And in fact, you might even burn 2 pairs of jeans, right? Because you might have changed jeans once from the time you committed the offense and then when you did the cleaning of the van in that second situation. So you might even you might even need to burn multiple pairs of jeans. And you burn socks, right? The ones you wore when you wore those boots. And so at the very top of your fire pit, there's bleach, and there's those kind of clothes consistent with that set of garments that you could have, okay? Those things are found in the fire pit. I want to talk about some of the major witnesses in this case for just a second, because I think that they're I want to have you hear me talk about sort of how I think they responded on the stand and where they sit in terms of your ability to adopt what they have said. So I want to speak first about Sadie Beecham, okay, who was, I think in every way you heard her, right, on the stand, confronted on cross-examination, in her texts, on the phone when you heard recordings of her. She is part scared, part at wit's end, she is frustrated. There are times she is trying to appease and make nice with the defendant. There are times she's trying to just manage a conversation, just trying to say anything she can to end the endless string of texts or end the hours-long phone calls. And in the meantime, there are family issues, right? There are a couple things happening in their lives which do not allow her to cut off all contact with the defendant. Do not allow her to have some rule that says, you know, when I tell you you're not welcome in my house, that means you can never, ever be over here because I need help sometimes with my daughter. And so she is a woman just trying to have something of her own. She's trying to have some relationship in her life that is not about the defendant. And he deals with that with such obsession, with such hostility, with such fury, that she tries every strategy that anyone has ever come up with to try to deal with that. And that's exactly how you folks on the jury would expect someone who is being stalked and who is being dealt with in that way day after day to behave. Sometimes she wants to curse at him. Sometimes she wants to try to say nice things to see if that'll work. Sometimes she wants him out of her house. Sometimes she needs him to help on something. This is real, but it doesn't mean that it's not overwhelming, oppressive, and something that she is truly scared of. I want to talk about the daughter in this case, who now is 14 years old, right? So you heard a 14-year-old who was, I think I'm going to call her sassy, who was courageous, who was absolutely adamant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, absolutely adamant about the things she told you, about things like that the back of that van was not cut out when I last saw the back of that van on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of May. Like that my father made me his spy, that he stole things from the car. All of those things she said. She was adamant about those things. When challenged by the defense, she gave extra details that she remembered, and she, in tone and in bravery, made it absolutely clear to you as a jury that she is her own person and that she knows what she is talking about. Now, is she perfect? Did she say exactly the same thing in exactly the same order as she did back in 2020? That would be impossible to do. As a 12-year-old and now 14, of course, some time has passed, right? But as to everything that truly matters, you will see a couple of things that were inconsistent, and they will not be things that for you truly matter. Was she coached? Was any of what she did something where an adult has ordered her or dominated her to provide that information? I would suggest to you she's the exact opposite of the personality of some 14-year-old who can be coached in terms of what she will say. Exact opposite. I want to talk about Marquand Washington, the inmate who came and told you what the defendant told him when they had a cell together for about a little more than 5 weeks. And I want to contrast him with Mr. McAtee, the inmate that the defense called to talk about Marquand Washington. And I think it's constructive to talk about them together for a second, to talk about what matters in terms of your thinking about and assessing that information. So Marquand Washington knew the defendant's home was in Mequon. He knew it was a home in poor condition in a rich area. That appears to be the case. He knew details about the defendant's family that have been unchallenged in this case. He knew about circumstances of the case which are sort of unimportant circumstances, but they're details that might lead you to understand that he has insider information. So what do I mean? Well, he says in the raid that the police found a lot of cash. The police found $47,000 plus, but only a little bit of weed. Okay? And sure enough, that is a summary that would be accurate in some, from some perspectives about what happened in a collateral part of the case. So these are the kind of details. He knew what his job was. He knew he had worked for, in construction and in cable, laying cable. So these are things that Marquand Washington knew about the background of the defendant. So he knew some personal facts. And then he talked about what, of course, he told him about the offense, and he told him this was a private conversation. No word was ever said to me where another person was ever present. He only told me a few of the facts. He did not outline everything that happened in the case. That he also told the defendant all sorts of details about his case. You heard Marquand Washington say he's never cooperated before. So this is the first time he's ever done this. And again, that is unchallenged in this case, that he has not been a person who from a jail has ever informed on an individual before. There's absolutely no evidence of any other cooperation along those lines, where in the context of hearing something in a jail, he decided to do something with it. He also told you that if he lies, if he's caught in a lie in this case, that the agreement that he currently has will be eliminated, will be destroyed. So really, he is at huge risk if Marquand Washington decides to say anything that is false in this case. He's at huge risk to have everything that he's hoping for in a federal agreement be destroyed. So here's the contrast with Mr. McAtee. And I think it's so helpful that you got a chance to see Mr. McAtee, because now you get a chance to evaluate what a jailhouse sort of operator looks like in contrast to what Mr. Washington gave you and showed you. Okay? So they're similar. They both have a federal case, right? So they have surface similarity. Mr. McAtee has 11 priors. But Mr. McAtee has two recent in time situations where he has fraudulently caused pretend legal mail, so pretend documents, to be sent into the jail where he was fraudulently involved in this under attorneys' names. So there would be these innocent human beings on the planet who would be supposedly the person who sent these documents into the jail, and they would have drugs in them. So theoretically, two other human beings, in this case lawyers, right, would be individuals who would be, of course, under high suspicion, right, of having caused drugs to come into the jail. And what Mr. McAtee admitted to you is, yes, I was involved in those plans. In the second one, after he's caught the first time, he actually goes to the legal computer in the jail and completely forges a legal envelope and the legal mail. In both cases, he uses cellmates, okay, people he's been incarcerated with, as part of his fraud. So you know about Mr. McAtee that in the jail setting, he is a documented forger and person who's trying to fraudulently do things, that he's willing to risk totally innocent parties in that fraud, and that he forms alliances with fellow inmates to do things that are not proper in these circumstances. Does not sound like somebody who could be relied upon. What else do we know about Mr. McAtee? Well, he was asked, he claimed that he had a deal that he'd been offered by the state When surprise was expressed about that, as I recall it, the judge asked his attorney, who was in the gallery, and his attorney said, no, there's no deal. So Mr. McAtee was contradicted by his own lawyer about the circumstances of his coming to testify in front of you while he was here. I don't know how more clear it can be that Mr. McAtee cannot be relied on by you for any information. And then finally, Mr. McAtee, and I tried to be very careful when I did this under cross-examination. I asked Mr. McAtee, so tell me where this man was who was yelling to you or telling you in above a conversational voice, essentially giving you a tutorial on how to be a snitch in the jail. And he said, I was in the upper tier, as was this other gentleman, okay, this person he's talking to. We can't see each other because there's mesh there. The cell fronts are obscured, but we're talking and he's across from me, upstairs. Well, when we looked into it, Marquand Washington was never upstairs. So again, the most basic reported fact by Mr. McAtee is false. Whoever he had a conversation with across from him is not Marquand Washington. If that conversation ever took place, he's got the wrong guy based on where he told you this person was located. Because Marquand Washington moved in a couple of different places, but he was always, there was never a time he was in that upper tier. Okay? McAtee is just plain wrong about the basic detail that he tried to give you. In fact, you saw the pictures. They're on the complete opposite ends for all but 6 hours of the time they're together. And even then, they're not on the same tier. So literally, you'd have to have a situation where guys who are all the way across from each other, where Marquand Washington is willing in the security part of the jail. Remember, these are people who've already misbehaved in the jail. Is that the environment where you think it's at all reasonable to believe that Marquand Washington, a guy as careful as he sounded in this courtroom, is going to scream out instructions on how to get yourself out of a case, how to be a snitch, with other inmates obviously able to hear that same thing? When McAtee himself told you federal inmates who snitch are in danger. So why would Marquand Washington advertise that? And remember, Marquand Washington had never cooperated at the time this was talked about. So you'd have to believe he was literally giving advice, even though they got the location wrong. He was literally giving advice on something he had never done that would put him in mortal danger. And your authority on that is a guy who's fraudulently sent legal mail to get drugs 2 times using other inmates. Okay, so I also want to talk about the 3 crime lab analysts for just a second, right? So you have Lisa Treffinger, Ron Watucky, and Julie Avila. You have more than 70 years experience at the state crime lab. All 3 of them tell you, and this is undisputed, there's no competing evidence in this case. All 3 of them tell you that stain in that van, okay, it's A1 in their lab stuff, right? A1, that stain in the van of the defendants, is blood. Every one of them offered you the opinion it's blood. 70 years of experience, okay? People who go to crime scenes as their job every day over many of the years of their careers, okay? 3 different experts tell you it's blood. 2 of them also tell you, so now you also know, again, undisputed, it's the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. So it's blood, and it's undisputed evidence in this case that that is the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. Lisa Treffinger, an expert on this field, tells you that she did the testing. Ronald Watucky, who reviewed those findings, told you about his conclusions about this case. And then two of these three experts are asked. And so now this is Ron Watucky and Julie Avila. What else can you tell us about this speck, this red brownish speck in the van? And those two individuals, Ronald Watucky, who's been working at the state crime lab since before they started doing DNA, and Julie Avila, who has 22 years there, said, we've seen lots of blood. Not only does it look like blood, but it looks like it is splashed on there. In other words, it is not transferred blood. Again, this is their expert opinion. It hasn't been smudged on there or wiped on there. It's not, in other words, something someone planted there. It's splashed on. When that blood was still wet, it splashed on. Three crime lab analysts give you such important evidence in this case. Okay, so we talked about how this evidence is organized. We've talked about what the evidence is. The burden of proof is on the state in each and every aspect of this case. Okay, so in no way let any argument I have said in any way, shape, or form indicate to you that there's any other burden of proof but the state of Wisconsin, each and every element. You're allowed to consider the evidence and organize the evidence in any way you want, right? You can think about it and organize it as a group and in your own minds in any way you want. And I'm going to ask you to think about the evidence in this way as one of the ways you do consider it. Could all of the things I'm now going to go through, could all of them be true for an innocent man who is falsely accused? Could an innocent person falsely accused have all of the things I'm about to outline to you happen to them? Is that in any way reasonable? Is my question to you. Okay? So, Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th, 2020. His body is found on May 19th, 2020. Okay? If the defendant is an innocent man and falsely accused, this should have zero effect on him, right? He lives in Mequon. That is an hour's drive away. There's absolutely no way the death of a person in Kenosha should impact him in any way, innocent and falsely accused. Okay? Now, here's where it starts to get more and more unlucky for him, more and more unreasonable for him to not be the person who committed this offense, right? Because it turns out that this person who should be a random person in the life of the defendant is actually the first man that Sadie has dated since she ended her long-time relationship with you, okay? So now we have, it's not just a random city, it is the guy who Sadie has been Sadie's first kind of real, some kind of relationship since she broke it off with you. Okay, again, if you're an innocent guy, you're falsely accused, you have your own girlfriend, you're not, you've said you're not jealous in any way, this really shouldn't impact you, right? This is a guy she's dating, but so what? It should have zero reason to cause you any concern or be a problem, a situation that's a problem for you. However, here's a problem for you. Here's where it starts to be so unfortunate if you're an innocent man and falsely accused, right? Because even though you have a girlfriend, even though you are not a jealous guy about this new relationship Sadie has, when the police start to do digging, they find all sorts of documentary evidence that you are extremely jealous. There are, for instance, on your own devices, recordings of you talking about how jealous you are, that the state played for you in this case. There are legions of emails that we showed you and texts that show how jealous you are of her relationship. And so, unfortunately for you, there is a body of evidence that documents that even though you have a girlfriend, you are very
extensively jealous in obsessive ways about what happens in Sadie Beecham's love life. And so here's how unlucky you are. Those kind of obsessive acts of jealousy that you have also begin to show that you don't know any limits. Here's how unlucky you are if you're falsely accused here, right? Because on March 4th, you go into Sadie Beecham's home where her babysitter finds you looming over her, wakes her up before 4 a.m. in the morning. You are screaming about how Sadie Beecham is a whore, and you are accusing the babysitter of being a whore as well in your fury. And it's all about jealousy because Sadie Beecham, who is broken up with you, had the audacity to go on a vacation and not let you know, and she surely is cheating on you. It's got to be that she is cheating on you. And you go wake up, you go and wake up your 12-year-old daughter, and by the way, it's a school day that next day, and your 4-year-olds. You go and wake them all up, and you, knowing no limits, make them a breakfast, a 4 a.m. breakfast on a school day. You don't know any limits. And by March 4th, we are already getting a flavor for how you behave when Sadie Beecham refuses to be under your thumb. So it's unlucky that you would have done that just a couple of months before, and somehow Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on May 17th. But here's how much more unlucky you get, because that date of May 17th turns out to have a bunch of significance if the person involved in the murder is really focused on Sadie Beecham's love life, right? Because May 17th, the date of the murder, is one day before Sadie Beecham meets Rosalio's kids for the first time. And if you're monitoring Sadie Beecham, if your antenna towards Sadie Beecham is obsessive and controlling, and anything she does hits your antenna like a rocket ship, right? Then when she meets his kids, you have a whole nother degree of concern and fury. And in fact, the day Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, Sadie Beecham texts Rosalio and says to him in a text, "I would like to take our relationship further." These are the words that the defendant cannot allow. He cannot tolerate these words. He will not let this happen. Is it an accident or just horrible random fortune that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered at the same time that her obsessive ex would be learning and beginning to find out that all the steps and signs look like she is moving on? Is that an accident? You are horribly unfortunate and as an innocent, falsely accused man, if that's the case. And so here's how bad your fortune is if you're innocent and falsely accused. Sadie Beecham, who remains at the scene on the 19th when this bloody scene is discovered, reveals to law enforcement, hey, I think my ex has been monitoring me in a variety of ways out of jealousy. And this should be easily cleared up, okay? So this should be an opportunity for an innocent, falsely accused man, right? Because the defendant has already told Sadie in a variety of communications, and Sadie herself told you, he's already told me none of these things are true, right? On the 24th, I have a very good excuse for why I was at your house and peeped in, although some of it involves a premonition. On May 8th, I accidentally must have dropped a phone in your car. I never did that on purpose. I'm not monitoring you. And then on the 13th, it's just pure accident that I texted something to you that's the same thing that Rosalio said. I was never anywhere near you. Okay? So, assuming this is true and you're not an obsessive ex who's been doing all these very disturbing things, this should be able to be cleared up. It should be able to be cleared up. Here's how unlucky you are if you're an innocent, falsely accused guy. All of the electronics in this case back up Sadie Beecham. Okay? They back him up. She says, we were videotaped. That's what I've been told. Sure enough, there's video. She says, I believe he was tracking me on May 8th. I don't believe him that he dropped it accidentally. What does his computer show? That he was actually tracking her. Not only that, but the places that he tracked her, he took screenshots of those trackings, okay, of that phone, and he put them in the Rosalio Gutierrez file on his computer. So he's lying to her. Okay, he's lying to her about that. And then on May 13th, his phone, his own electronics, puts him in Kenosha at the exact time that that text is made to her that repeats the words Rosalio just said to her. So every time the electronics finds, rather than clearing him, that he's lying. And that those obsessive, boundary-breaking moments are all true. Okay, so here's another horrible piece of luck if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. After you found out Sadie was seeing someone, you purchased 2 trackers, okay, to track vehicles with no explanation for that is in the record, right? That we don't know of any reason, but it certainly is coincidental timing. And you know, here's one thing that would be lucky for you again. Here's an opportunity you could clear yourself, right? If those 2 trackers could be found, surely they would show that they haven't been mounted on Rosalio's vehicle. They haven't been used to follow him or make sure that you know he's home at certain times or any of that. But one of those 2 trackers can't be found at any of the search warrants. We found 1, but not 2. We ordered 2. We know 2 were delivered based on the electronic information. 1 is missing. What horrible luck if that tracker would have again been able to clear you. Okay, here's horrible luck. Marquand Washington, who you roomed with for 5 weeks, only time he's ever cooperated, says all the things he says, including that you ended up stabbing this man in the end, that you used garbage bags, that you'll never be found, that he'll never be found, and that he suggested the way to kill someone is to surveil them and keep tabs on them and use the devices you can buy, like trackers on Amazon. Here's horrible luck. You yourself bought trackers on Amazon. You yourself have been documented in all the ways we just talked about on each of those days as being involved in surveillance of the victim. So all of the ways you said would be the right way to prep to do a murder, to do a mission of murder, are actually confirmed by your own devices. That's really bad luck. It's horrible luck if you've been falsely accused. Okay, so, you know, here's a moment where you'd think that, that you've been monitoring this guy. You do admit to the police that on April 24th, you did peek in the window, but you took your 11-year-old to witness it. Your 11-year-old who was about to turn 12. You took your daughter to witness that. You used her as a tool, as your fellow spy in there. And so, again, you're unlucky because a jury hearing that will know that you don't have any of the limits that they would expect for a person who was innocent and falsely accused. Now, here's another one, right? You're accused by Sadie as part of these accusations of taking items from Rosalio's truck, his registration and a letter to a person named TJ. The daughter also confirms those things. But you didn't do this because you're not jealous and you are not controlling. And of course, you do know limits and you're just being falsely accused. So again, here's a moment where if you're an innocent, falsely accused guy, we're going to be able to clear things up, right? Here's a moment where we're going to be able to show, okay, we've now looked at what you did, what you're saying, that you didn't do these things, and we're able to verify. But in fact, just the opposite is true, isn't it? Because what we find in his electronics we find that not only right after you would have returned from Sadie's place on April 24th, so in the early morning hours of April 25th, you're already doing searches of Rosalio's Colorado plate and the name of Rosalio's stepdad, a name on your registration document, okay, which was in the truck. So you are searching for a name that you shouldn't have unless you have a document from his truck. And then, again on a device, we find a snippet of that same registration document, which has the stepdad's name on it, and in the defendant's own handwriting, he has the handwritten address of Rosalio Gutierrez. So again, we have a portion of the document you stole from that truck on your electronics. And so we know you're not telling the truth again. And again, we know you're not telling the truth, and you know no limits, and you have obsessive jealousy, and it's focused on Rosalio Gutierrez. Okay, so, again, you claim it was an accidental plant of the phone on May 8th. Again, this should be able to be cleared up, but I told you it's on his computer. So again, that shows you're lying, and again, horrible luck if you're an innocent guy falsely accused. Here's horrible luck. You're an innocent man, right? You're not jealous. None of this stuff is true. It's just a horrible set of coincidences and circumstances. But you have a file on your computer that is named Rosalio Gutierrez. You had to write that name on there. And in it is not only a picture of a tracker that you've included in that file, but all sorts of pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. On the defendant's computer are pictures of Rosalio Gutierrez and his kids. We pass those through you guys as a jury. Horrible luck if you are not responsible for his death. Horrible luck that you were bothering to put things like pictures of his kids in your computer, that you had to take off of some internet source, right? Facebook or something. You had to screenshot each one of them. You made a choice each time that was important to you. It was important to store that. No limits on the defendant and his behavior. On May 13th, again, we should be able to clear you on May 13th. Sadie says, listen, he texted me the same thing that Rosalio just said when I was at his place. There's no reason that the defendant should be over at Rosalio's place when I am visiting him on May 13th. Well, your bad luck is that your phone puts you there. At the same time she says that text is being made, your text is the same words she claims are on there, and it sure looks to a jury like you are rehearsing, like this is a dry run for the murder you will commit 4 days later. So here's how your bad luck continues, right? Because there's a crescendo of activity that seems to be leading to a homicide, and it's bad luck that these are things all from you. May 14th, okay, 3 days before the homicide. Do you want me to stop by to meet Junior tonight? Not a little later, half hour later. So you're saying I can stop by and meet someone later? You're taunting Sadie. You're taunting her and thinking gloriously about what will happen when you meet him. Remember what your daughter told us? Remember what she said on the stand? Let me get to that. Let me make sure you guys hear that one more time. She says, my dad said something about showing him who the man was. That sounds like what you're up to on May 14th. May 16th, 1 day before the homicide, folks. 1 day before the homicide. You have the kids over. when this text goes out. You're not a jealous guy, right? You're an innocent man falsely accused. And what you're bothering to text Sadie Beecham is, this is one day before the homicide. You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay down with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father. That's how you choose to address her one day before the death of Rosalio Gutierrez. Awfully, horribly unlucky and inconvenient if you are an innocent man falsely accused. Here's where the bad luck gets profound. Here's where it becomes patently unreasonable for you to believe that the defendant is an innocent man falsely accused. Because on the evening of the murder, okay, around 10 p.m., the defendant's phone, at the exact time period necessary to commit this murder, is off the grid. In fact, all of his devices are off the grid from 7:30 to 11:19. What are the chances? What are the chances of the exact time period needed to drive to Kenosha, wait around, wait for Rosalio Gutierrez to get home at a little after 9, murder him at around 10, and then get yourself back to Mequon? How is it that that amount of time is the exact period of time you're off the grid? That would be the worst luck in human history if you were a person who was innocent and falsely accused. Here's the absurdity of any conclusion other than that the defendant is involved. Okay? Tell me how this portion of bad luck could even exist in the world. The defense put in some evidence about the phone changing position. Remember, it went from up to the side. And the time period on that was 10:11 p.m. on May 17th. Okay? I'm going to suggest to you by far the most logical reason why that phone would change positions is it's been placed in the freezer. Right? That's why it's changed position. It's now being hidden in the freezer at 10:11 p.m. Okay? Well, we know from the defendant getting directions on May 13th. Remember, you heard the recordings of those directions? That the directions that the defendant got on May 13th were just a minute or two over an hour. 10:11 p.m., the phone changes position and goes in the freezer. You've got to take care of a few more things, right? You got to straighten up things, maybe pick up some wood. You've already moved the body. Now you're doing the last staging, right? Okay, I'm going to leave the wallet on the couch, but I'm going to put the credit cards on the phone. You're doing those last seconds of staging. So maybe you take a couple minutes to do that. You're home, back in Mequon, answering your phone at 11:19 p.m. An hour and 8 minutes from when that phone changed position. Can that be an accident? Is that just horrible luck? That one of the final acts, one of the things that makes sense to have be the final act of your staging, exactly times you to get you back to Mequon to use your phone as quickly as you can, so you're back, so you can start to get your alibi running and going? I would suggest to you the chances of that timing being true for an innocent, falsely accused man with all the rest of what I've said is astronomically impossible. It's impossible. What else? Well, remember, this is an evening. Here's how bad luck it is. Your girlfriend, Miss Remsburg, is expecting you. She is texting and calling you throughout the time you're off the grid, saying, hey, thought you were coming over. Here's what I was making. Here's the movie I was planning. Okay, I guess you're not coming. She gets madder and madder as these go on. Clearly does not know you're not arriving. In fact, she said that on the stand. So a night when she expected you, on the very night Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, you're not in the place where you were expected. And you, even when you do get in contact with her, you have a long call with her around midnight, you still don't go over there. You don't go over to make it up. She's mad. You don't do any of those things. because you need that time to dispose of that body and get rid of evidence. So horribly unlucky that that would happen. Okay, here's something unlucky. It's the 19th now of May. You're arrested, right? You have taken out on May 15th $50,000 from Wells Fargo Bank in 20s. So it's in cash. You still have a little more than $47,000 at your place. And so you're unlucky because a jury could reasonably guess that that's your cash money for if this murder somehow goes wrong, right? You have an escape fund that is ready. You are ready before the 17th with a bunch of ready cash so that if you need to not use a credit card, not show ID, pay just like you paid at Walmart on the 18th, you have all the cash you need to be on the run for a good period of time. That's horribly unlucky if you're an innocent guy and falsely accused. Horrible unluck that you need to burn some clothes and it is heavy rains and you still are operating a fire pit. Do you remember that one of the witnesses in this case, who's a friend of the defendant, said, yeah, I went over there on the 18th, pouring rain. He is operating a fire pit even then. And so you have this fire going through the heavy rain. Here's how unlucky you are. The very top of the ashes, the top level of the ashes, have jeans button, Hanes sock, underwear, bleach bottle, and steel toes for boots with laces. That's at the top of the burn pile. This is what you have been burning most recently in terms of things they can see. And it all sounds like the type of things you might need to burn to cover up DNA. That's horribly unlucky. That you would be involved in a burn in heavy rainstorms for days, and that the top level are the very things that seem like you are trying to destroy DNA. Boy, you're unlucky that the back third of your carpet is cut out. You're horribly unlucky. And you're horribly unlucky that your 12-year-old daughter and now 14-year-old daughter reports that isn't how it looked when my brothers got out of the vehicle. I saw what my dad put in there. I saw what my dad had. And the carpet, in terms of bleach stains and the cutout, she was adamant with you folks on the jury that that back third was not cut out when she last saw that van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th when she left. Her mom picked her up on May 17th in the afternoon. Remember, Miss Remsburg also said that van cutout. We showed her a picture. She said that van cutout did not exist when I last saw the van as well. So two witnesses told you that that third of the van had not been cut out. So what horrible, horrible luck for the defendant if he is an innocent, falsely accused man that for some reason he cut out that carpet. It's in the exact place that that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez is. And here he is with that carpet cut out. Now, again, if he cut it out recently, we probably would be able, you'd think, well, he could clear himself, right? Because we'd find that carpet somewhere on his property. But that carpet cutout is gone. Again, it's missing. And it could clear him, right? Just like Grandpa's boots could clear him. Just like the shirt might clear him. All these things that could clear him are missing from this case. That's because they would never clear him. That's the real answer. But what a horrible circumstance for a guy who is falsely accused. So, you think about the ultimate bad luck in this case, and I already talked about the DNA evidence, so I won't belabor it. I just want to say, what are the chances that in this exact square foot on the planet Earth, the exact square foot on the planet Earth, a man who's innocent and falsely accused would have the blood of the man who died on May 17th? How could that happen? What is the astronomical, unbelievable bad luck to have that in his van right under where carpet has suddenly been cut away, right, in the same van back as the bleach stains? How could that be? And your daughter, how could you be so unlucky that your daughter is also willing to testify that you were focused on this guy, that you were stealing from him, that you were spying on him in all sorts of different ways, that she was being asked to spy on him, and that every time she saw you, this is what you were obsessed with. Could you be an innocent and falsely accused man who has your daughter say all those things, including, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it? So I want to end this sort of idea that you can't be an innocent man falsely accused with this piece. Unchallenged evidence in this case is that two individuals, Mike Campbell and a buddy, go to the defendant's home before law enforcement is ready to come in and arrest and do a search. Mike Campbell, this is unchallenged evidence in the record here, says, I told the defendant, I thought at the time he was his brother, that's what he had told me, but I told the defendant, hey, we're looking for our buddy in Kenosha. He was dating your ex and he is missing. So now the defendant knows, okay? If he's an innocent and falsely accused guy, he knows, okay, people are concerned about a guy in Kenosha who's missing, and he is an ex of, he is dating my ex. And of course, he already has a computer file on this guy, etc. So, you know, there's no way the defendant doesn't put two and two together about who they might be speaking about. So now Kenosha law enforcement are now going to talk to the defendant, okay? He's been visited by people who told him, hey, our buddy from Kenosha is missing. He knows that it's Sadie's new boyfriend. Now police are speaking to him, okay? There's no way the defendant on the 19th of May does not understand what a big moment this is, okay? Here is his opportunity by telling the whole and total truth to clear himself, right? He will be able to clear this up. You just got to tell the truth. You just got to be honest about what the circumstances are so that we can clear this up, because this is a big deal. This is no one playing around. Someone's missing. What does he choose to do at that moment? And you tell me if an innocent and falsely accused man would behave in this way. Okay? They ask him about what car he operates. You know what he says? The Audi. He goes with the Audi. They keep pressing him. Oh, yeah, okay, well, there's a van, but I hardly drive that. They press him some more. Everybody drives that. Well, you know from Remsburg that the defendant at this time period is using the minivan. You know from the Walmart video, the defendant is using the minivan. So the defendant, for some reason, deliberately tries to avoid talking about the minivan. 2 days after the homicide, knowing Rosalio Gutierrez is missing, he doesn't want to talk about the minivan. He's trying to steer the detectives to the Audi. Why would you do that if you're an innocent man and falsely accused? They ask him about the different circumstances. They ask him about whether he placed a phone on May 8th. Rather than sharing that, you know what, I have monitored the phone on occasion. You know, there might be something on my computer. I've put it in Rosalio Gutierrez's file. He denied that on May 8th that he had done any placement of a phone. The electronics show that that's not true. He chose to lie to law enforcement about that incident relating about what Sadie and he had talked about. He said, I never videotaped on that April 24th incident where I peeked into Sadie's window with my daughter. Never videotaped. Well, why would you say that when we have that video on your devices? When you, the jury, got to see at least snippets or a glimpse of that video, what we have of that video. Again, he chooses to lie about that rather than saying, yes, here's all the things I did, but I never did the piece that I don't have anything to do with this person in any other way. He said, I've never seen this Rosalio other than the one time I saw him through the window. Well, We have the directions to Rosalio on May 13th on the defendant's devices. We have the text. We have the phone that shows he's at that residence at that time. He's asked about, does he know who Sadie is dating? Okay, now this is an easy one. He's got a file in his computer that he has labeled Rosalio Gutierrez. He's looked up Rosalio Gutierrez's background in all sorts of ways, right? This ought to be a softball question. Here's what the defendant does. He says, yeah, you know, I think his name starts with a, last name starts with a G. He's called Junior. He might be a contractor. He acts like he doesn't even know this guy's name, which is completely false and is not what you do if you're an innocent man and falsely accused. And then he is asked, members of this jury, he's asked, where were you 2 nights ago? Not 2 weeks ago, not 2 months ago, 2 nights ago, okay? And he says, I believe I was with my girlfriend. They press him a little more, Christine Remsburg. I believe I was at her house. Now, he hedges later, but he goes with a false alibi. He goes with a false alibi. And you know what? When they go to talk to Christine Remsburg, she also begins. She's been with him the last 2 days since. You heard her say that. She also goes with a false alibi when the cops first talk to her. And she doesn't change her mind about that until after her sister, who also testified, said, you know what, that did not happen. I remember my sister had been stood up and she was mad. And then when they went back to Christine Remsburg, she said, okay, you're right. I was mistaken about that information. You as a jury are supposed to believe that they both gave a false alibi about something that happened 2 days earlier, and they both gave the identical false alibi by accident? You're supposed to believe that's just another horrible coincidence for an innocent man falsely accused? So I'd suggest to you, if you lie about what car you use, when the car that transported the body is the one you are avoiding, when you lie about whether you are doing any activities regarding Sadie and Rosalio, when your electronics tell us you are, when you lie about where you were 2 days ago, because during the time period we care about, Rosalio was being murdered, those are the type of lies you don't tell if you know how serious it is and you are an innocent man falsely accused. These things could not all happen. Those 40 plus things I just went through with you could not all happen to some unfortunate, innocent person who's falsely accused. The only reasonable conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is that those things have occurred to one individual on this planet, the defendant, because he is guilty of the offenses before you. That's the only reasonable conclusion. No way all those things could happen, all in combination to an innocent man. You have 1,039 days of proof that Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered. His blood in that van is proof who murdered him. The electronics of the defendant himself demonstrate his obsession and his more and more concerning pattern, and that he knows no limits. And they tell you that he has a gap off the grid, which is exactly the amount of time that is necessary. And the defendant's lies to law enforcement confirm, because they are on such major matters, they confirm for you that this is not an innocent man falsely accused. And when you put all this evidence together, you will say to yourself, it was quite a plan, but it is not a plan that in the end can succeed, because it is betrayed by that speck of blood of Rosalio Gutierrez. It's betrayed by the electronics, and it's betrayed by the defendant's own lies. And you will find this defendant responsible, and you will hold him responsible despite this plan that he tried everything he could to avoid responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and please don't talk about the case.
Oh, 10-minute break. Wow. Hello, everyone. I've not spoken at all.
10 minutes.
They pulled a fast one. They started quarter of an hour early. Couldn't believe it. Oh, I don't know. So I'm not going to go for break. I'm just going to power through because I just reminded to everyone at 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock UK time, the judge is going away for 2 hours on a doctor's appointment. So there's going to be like a 2 hour lunch break today. So I think that the defense are now going to start, but then they won't finish until after lunch, I imagine. He went on for about an hour, hour 35, hour 40. But obviously he's got another one to come after the defense finish as well. So Punch Out, what do you think? Uh, I wasn't falling asleep because of him. Well, not just him, but I've had a busy morning, so his voice was making me fall asleep a bit there. I put a few notes down. Really be happy. Oh, where is it? Yeah, got a full page of notes. Um, did he say in his speech that they found the body? Because I thought he said that they found the body. And that's why I was like, no, I must be dreaming. He can't have said that because they haven't found the body. But I'm sure that he said that they found the body. Also, you probably missed it. The judge did say at the start that the jury have not taken any notes. They were not permitted to take notes. So it's the same as the Murdoch trial. They got him blind as well. Then he keeps banging on. The other thing, the 3 points I had, one, I'm sure he said that they found the body, which is a complete lie, if he did say that, which I think he did say that. So the little shitbag if he said that, to put that in the minds of the jury. He kept banging on about the carpet, but even his own witnesses said the carpet, the whole of the carpet wasn't there. It'd been taken out before the murders. So even his own witness says that. But he keeps banging on about it. And I'm like, someone's lying then. So obviously someone's lying, but your own witness is lying, mate. So maybe shut up. And the other one that was just like a nothing burger was the Washington McAtee thing. Both felons, both. He's trying to get us to believe Washington over McAtee. I don't think he can believe either one of them. It's like, whatever. Washington's got more to gain than McAtee does, but I mean, whatever. Like, yeah. So just to go through the charges as well, the 4 charges that the judge went through at the start. I made a brief note of them, but the 4 charges he is up for are stalking his ex, Sadie Beecham. So that's one. Number 2 is stalking of Rosalio Gutierrez. 2. Number 3 is first degree intentional homicide of Rosalio Gutierrez. And 4 is hiding a corpse. That's why the whole pit and stuff come into it. So those are the 4 things that he's charged on. I think there's a mixed bag as well about guilty, not guilty in chat and also on Twitter and stuff. I think I'm interested to see what the defense say because obviously again they're going to play up the blood spec as being nothing or the DNA being nothing. So I'm interested to see what they have to say. I do think he's guilty without doubt on stalking. I know some people said that they didn't think he was, but personally I think he's guilty on that. I don't know, for murder, it just doesn't sit well with me at the minute. I don't think it's there within beyond a reasonable doubt. But I think some of you do think he's guilty, so please put it in the chat. And I do understand that. I've seen people say that it's the blood, the DNA. I get it. I don't know. There's a few things here that I think is pretty dodgy. So that's where I'm at with it at the minute. See what the defense come, but you know, she might do a terrible job of this and actually sway it. I suspect her to do an okay job and to actually answer some of the questions, but she doesn't. She needs to address a lot of things. Um, I mentioned about the judge going away over lunchtime as well. I thought I was on mute there for a second. I was like, oh my, I just spoken for like 5 minutes and I'm on mute. That's all right. I just see chat. It's no one's chatting, which is Crime Spies. You being quiet is like a miracle. So I don't understand it. So I believe it's Nicole on the defense. That's going to be speaking on the defense. Where is it? Nancy, you mentioned her boobs. So I'm excited. I know the majority of people in the chat, I believe, are women. So I don't want to be sexist and stuff, but I'm quite enjoying. I'm going to enjoy the next part, I think. Thanks for pointing out the boobs, though. I do appreciate that, Nancy. Thank you, Ed. Do you know what? I'm so disorganized, but whenever I know you're in chat, I'm like, I have to take notes because A, I know you're going to ask a question, but B, I'm like, she'll be impressed. So, and I'm glad you heard him say that too, because that's ridiculous. He's not been found. Well, I don't think he's been found anyway. So, I don't know what he's on about. This is just... Oh, you're on about the Oh, okay, yeah, that is, yeah. I was dazed yesterday. He covered it, did he? I didn't listen to that. Well, I did listen to. I know what bit you're on about, Shannon, but I didn't really concentrate that much on that one. I think I talked over a lot of it as well because I was just like, it was getting boring. So yeah, any thoughts in the chat, Nancy? I think what's your welcome, Nancy, the first time on stream. What do you think? What do you think about the stalking and the murders? What does everyone think? I know Chrissy. I know your thoughts, Chrissy. I'm not sure if you're still here or if you're on Twitter causing problems. I don't know. It's one of the two. And hey, we reached 20 people today, which it doesn't sound much, right? Concurrent, but that's the most I've ever had. And this is probably what, third or fourth um, stream. So I'm thrilled. So thank you to you all. Also, thank you to you all on Twitter as well. I see the retweeting and stuff like that. I really appreciate it. So sorry, I'm not going to start naming because there's too many of you. But thank you. Fuse test was a violation. No, he didn't reference it. He was suggesting stuff about um in the lies and stuff. To be quite honest, I'd have to look back at it. But I don't think he mentioned the refusal to testify. That's not the bit he was on about. It was more the lies previously and stuff that he'd made to the police and stuff like that in previous statements. I'm fine with you. Yeah, it's you weird because I was a bit like maybe it's just me that heard it, but now Aaron said it as well. I'm more confident. I'm sure he said it was on the 19th or something, but that's like I can imagine that I've got a mistake, but don't imagine like Aaron would have been mistaken as well. So I think it is true they did say it because I remember thinking, geez, I must be hearing something, or it might be a glitch. It keeps glitching now and again, but everything else is working for me, so I'm going to put all the blame on them, even though it might be my fault. We are, I believe we're a minute behind, so I'm going to fast forward it. So we're now back to live. Any guilties, any not guilties for stalking and murder in the chat? And yeah, if there's anybody, I've got 16 people here now, 5 likes. If anyone wants to like it as well, appreciate that. Um, Oh, don't worry, you're behind. Actually, that's a big help if you're that behind. Make sure you hire, by the way. Make sure you hear if he says that they found the body, because two of us think that he mentioned that they found the body. So if you can, if you've passed that, or if you're not past that yet, keep listening. Thank you, and welcome. Is this your first time here as well? Thank you very much, Chrissy. That's where uh, that's where I'm at as well. Guilty for stalking, not guilty for murder. That's where I'm at. I think I'd be interested to hear those that haven't pegged as guilty though, for murder. Because I think you could easily argue for murder as well, for guilty in murder as well. Those meddling kids. Oh, I got my little niece here tomorrow as well, so I'm gonna have to. And she's obsessed with coming into the room and film and being not filming, but being on screen. So I have to kick her out tomorrow. She's 3 years old. She won't be happy, but there we are. Yeah, he did testify, but he said he didn't speak up. Yeah, and also he kept mentioning about the lies he made as well about that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, if anyone thinks Sadie is innocent in all this, I find that very hard to believe. You know, I'm not saying she's fully guilty of anything, but if it would surprise me if she's been embellishing a lot, um, and making sure that things that might be slightly true has now been exaggerated to be full blown true. So yeah. I'm going to be doing a couple of videos as well coming up. There's a case in the UK a few years ago that I'm covering. Hopefully that will get a few of you interested. It's about a police officer um, killed her. Her name's Sarah Everard, if you've ever heard of her. And I've also got another one I'm going to be doing about Brian. I can't say his surname. I always say Copperberg, but it's not. That's cider. But I go for Brian. I've seen some of the videos and stuff, like really going after him, really abusing him, and I got some stuff to say about it, which I don't think many people will be happy about. Because in a way, I'll be defending him a little bit, but I don't mean to really defend him. I just need to defend his rights. But you know how people can just twist the truth. So yeah, so those are two videos I'll be working on in the evenings as we go forward. Don't worry, they'll be back now, hopefully. People in here fluctuated, went from 20 odd, we're now down to 12. But it's break time, so it's understandable. Fine, so because a couple of people said that they're streaming this, not knowing what the hell's going on, just going on their TV streaming. Appreciate that as well. Anything, I appreciate. I've not gone on Facebook, not Facebook, Twitter for a bit. I've got too many tabs open. Ba ba ba. I could sing a bit if you want. Ba ba da, ba ba ba. If you don't follow me on Twitter, please go on Twitter and follow me. And like literally, if you follow me, you'll see this crew around. You'll see Erin, Crime Spies, and Chrissy, and all them around. We always interact, so follow them at the same time. My thing is, where the hell is my thing? I need to change the banner. Is Twitter handle is at DYLAN12D. So feel free to follow me. Feel free to subscribe if you have not subscribed. I had a weird day yesterday. I had quite a few subscriptions yesterday. I thought something dodgy was going on. Defense, closing arguments. Save. And to those who've liked the video, I appreciate you, 6 of you. Thank you very much. I get why people don't do it or like and subscribe because it took me probably a couple of years to get an account on YouTube. So the 12 stands for it's one of my favorite numbers. 2, it's my house number, so I've always grown up on it, essentially. So it's both my favorite numbers is 12. So it's all the way, well, it's in top 3, So and when I played rugby to begin with, I was number 12. So yeah, there's a few. I also played in rugby league as number 12. So there's always been something with it. So I just chose 12. And I like the number. It's a nice even number. I do not like odd numbers. I like even numbers. I am a bit OCD. I'm not just a bit OCD. I'm terrible at OCD. So it's actually something I really suffer with. So um, yeah. So yeah, that's why number 12. Essentially, my worst number is 13. Even the thought of 13. Oh, my skin crawls. So, and that's why I don't like the fact we got 13 viewers now. It's like, come on, get someone in here, get up to 14. But I'm not that bad. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I didn't know you were accountant yesterday. I was very nearly an accountant. I liked math. I liked the numbers. I like all that. What was this, Chris? Chrissy, no thanks needed. Thank you. Your contributions are always we love them. So just come back when you can. Uh, I'm sure you'll bring the fire with you. So see you later on, Chrissy. Yeah, I know. I very nearly became an accountant. And I even a couple of years ago, I thought, I might go back and actually do accountancy again. But then I was just a bit like put off by it. Um, but yeah, I got friends. I got quite a few friends actually who are accountants. So, but they go the same thing. They're all very tight, So, oh, so rugby union. Because there's a big uptick now in the US. They're always getting ex-players from the UK over to to play and to train and stuff. And very recently, you had Gareth Bale over there, Welsh footballer playing for the team in LA Galaxy. So there's a bit of a Welsh contingent over there. It's such a great sport. I don't understand why America don't dominate in it. You got such America should dominate in every sport, in my opinion. Because there's so many of them, of you guys, and also you're so versatile. Yeah, I mean, true. I mean, could be true. Yeah, no, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to disagree with you. Maybe that's why you're so tight. I don't know. Yeah, Friends. I remember that one. It's quite a violent sport. Do you know what I mean? I never thought it was violent. I always played it all my life, but I never thought it was violent. But it is violent because you don't have helmets. Like in the NFL, you got all these helmets and stuff like that. Here, you don't have any of that. You just bash into each other. You know. Um, so CTE is a massive issue at the minute in rugby. They're trying to fix that because that is a big issue for us as well. So I don't play anymore, but I still really enjoy it. I'm glad that Aaron and your sons have played a little bit of it. I think it's nice to play variety sports. I think it's healthy just to play like one sport. Oh, yeah. I heard that. Peter Tragos is covering it, so that's why I've seen that, but I've not followed it at all. I don't even know what that case is about, to be quite honest with you. I just know Gwyneth Paltrow. She's the one in that side thing, isn't it? Where she's what do you call it? Oh, don't remember it now. She's got two lives. We see what could have happened and what happened to her life. I don't remember. Sure starts with an S. I don't remember the film. With Gwyneth Paltrow. I saw Peter Strigo saying that there's eight jurors, two alternates, and one of the jurors has never heard of Gwyneth Paltrow. So I was like, okay. I mean, I'm not surprised because there's so many. Like, I'm sure there's actors out there that you guys know that I have no clue about. I'm crap at names, so. Oh, yes, yes, she is. Sliding Doors. That's what it was exactly. Sliding Doors. That's what I was thinking about. Thank you, Eric. That's a good film. I like that film. Colberg, Colberg, Copperberger. That's what I say. It's so close, though. It is so close. Copper, Col, Colberger. I wish they'd spell it the burger as a B-U-R-G. Then I'd be like Colberger, Colberger. But I always call him Copperberger, I think, unfortunately for him. So I've got one coming for him, and it's got yeah, I don't know how people feel about it. I mean, I don't really, I don't know. But I do like a little bit of controversy, you know. Then what we asked also when Shannon sorts it out, Letitia Staunch. These names, guys. April 3rd, I believe. Probably going to be streaming that one. Probably going to be streaming it. If it's on Law and Crime, we'll be streaming it. If it's not, then we won't be streaming it. But yeah, I'm going to start looking at that case as well now. That looks quite good in the sense that it's going to be interesting. And yeah, I don't know. I need to read a lot more into it. But I think that's the next case. As of today, once defense rests, well, sorry, once it's state rests, because they've got to do another closing statement. Probably going to watch the sentencing of that kid, wherever I don't remember his name now, Aidan Fauci. That's the one. So we're gonna happy days. There we are. Well, I'm not going to do one of those, so I wasn't planning on it. I'm just going to stream it. So that'll be quite good if you could do that. Then I can probably say, look at this before you come to the trial, whatever. I hope it is on Law and Crime now. Yeah, so we see. The one thing I wish that YouTube had better functioning was that's not just a chat, but you could actually record messages and you could just. Well, I suppose some of you might take the P with it and just be like 10 minutes or something saying something, but for 30 seconds, record your message instead of typing it. So there's voices coming. Well, that'd be quite cool. Ba 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 ba. Come on, let's get back before I lose any more. We're down to 11 now. Um, oh, thank you, whoever else liked. There's 7 likes now. Thank you very much. Ba 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 ba. Oh, the. So, oh, I think, I guess now, right, from everyone chatting, that everyone here is, well, in the chat is all women. I just got a feeling it's all women here. Men in here, put your hands up. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think we get men here. I don't know what it is. So that's why I feel sometimes got to be a bit more PC. Because even though I might appreciate the boobs coming on, I'm sure most of you don't appreciate that, so I'll keep my smile to myself. Well, whilst we're there, I will be back. I'm just going to fill up with water, hydrate. So I'll be back now, literally. And we're back.
Great. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to echo what Mr. Gravely said earlier, because we do share the sentiment that you've given us your time. You've taken time out of your lives. You've gone much further than we thought we were going to take in this case, and you've been incredibly patient. And it's a very important thing when we're talking about how jury trials function in our society and why they are so very important. And I know that all of you take your duty very seriously and have steadfastly taken an oath to do your duty properly. In our country, of course, it's part of our system that we don't leave it up to a prosecutorial agency or any one individual or even just law enforcement collectively to determine whether or not somebody is guilty of a charged offense. We bring in people from the community that have no bias, have no predisposed opinion about what the outcome should be, and we ask you to listen to testimony and examine documents because you are the finders of fact. What the judge did yesterday before we took the break was that he read jury instructions to you. Now, just so you know, you'll get a copy of those jury instructions because I know it's kind of hard to listen for half an hour to all that legal stuff. But that's really basically the structure, the outline, and how the trial is supposed to work, giving you some guidance on what the law says. But there's nothing in those instructions that tells you what facts you are to find. And that's why you're here, is to focus on facts. You'll also notice right before we started, the judge said no taking of notes during closing arguments. That's because what Mr. Gravely says and what I say is not evidence. The evidence part of this case has already happened. There's a theory that What the lawyers say in closing argument shouldn't even matter because we're not presenting facts to you. That's already happened. Now, I obviously take my obligation to represent Mr. Anderson fully, completely, and with the amount of attention that he deserves. So I am going to make some comments here. But I want to focus first on the fact that we are here to discuss what the evidence is. We just heard a 95-minute speech about what Mr. Gravely thinks the evidence shows. It was layer upon layer of conjecture. He used the words, maybe this happened, or I propose to you, or I suggest. And that's what argument is. It's really putting a spin on the facts. But the most important thing, and as you paid attention over the course of the past 3 weeks and a couple days, when you took notes and you paid attention, you are the finders of fact. Now, very soon, extremely soon, you're going to get to go back into that deliberation room and finally start this process of talking about the case. At the end of every day and during every break, the judge has told you, please don't talk about the case. And I know you've been dying to. As the developments have occurred and as the testimonies come in, it gives you an impression. Certain facts will stand out to you. Certain other things will catch your attention, and you wrote those down. Then that is your opportunity when you finally go into deliberations to compare notes and to debate what the facts of this case are. But we are urging you at the outset, let's focus on facts, not guesswork, not theories or anything else. Now, Mr. Gravely's right. He concluded with the fact that the burden of proof remains at this table at all times for each and every element of all the offenses charged. It never shifts to the defense. And some of his comments actually did talk about, why didn't the defendant do this? Why didn't the defendant do that? It's the state's obligation to present all of the evidence, both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. In fact, it's been said, it was said at the beginning of this case, the defense doesn't need to call any witnesses. The defense doesn't need to say a word. And if the state does not carry its burden of proof, the only correct legal answer is not guilty. Right from the beginning, right from the outset of when this case was initially investigated, and then the nearly 3 years that followed, this has been a process whereby the investigators and those prosecuting this case have had horse blinds on and are looking at one man only. And we've seen the process. That's why there was such careful examination, cross-examination, getting into the details of all of these events, including electronic evidence and everything else, all the surrounding circumstances, many, many witnesses in this case, because there was a fashioning of how this investigation was going to go. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Missed opportunities, things that are frankly shocking that they weren't looked into. Let's talk a little bit more about the overall background here. And what we do know from the evidence, this comes as no surprise, there's nothing disputed about this. Zachariah and Sadie were in a very long-term relationship that lasted many years. Together, they share 3 children. This was not a perfect relationship, not one made in heaven. And as you heard, there were ups, there were downs. There were a lot of things that are part of a normal relationship. And every relationship has its own dynamics. Over time, there had been periods of time when they were together, then they weren't, then they were doing other things, but they always remained part of each other's lives because naturally they shared children in common. One of the things they talk about often are making plans so that Zach could help Sadie, Sadie could help Zach in these situations where they each had other things to do and they wanted to see their children and remain part of their lives. Now, over the years, we get to a point where, as Sadie testified, she was starting to develop a relationship with Rosalia. And this, again, as you heard, was they met on a Facebook dating site. They had started kind of talking. They had met. But this was at the very early stages of a relationship. It had only gone for a few weeks by the time all this happened. And as time progressed, we come to what I have to agree appears to be a tragedy here. Nobody knows where Rosalio Gutierrez is. Nobody knows what happened to Rosalio Gutierrez. And when we hear his mother talk about how she misses him and his friends that have not heard from him, I understand that pain. I understand that anguish. There's a big question mark up in the air about what has happened here. But all of this evidence, if you want to even call it that, all the facts that have come in, as we analyze them piece by piece, we're going to see that this is not a case where the facts themselves, the evidence itself, establishes in any way that Mr. Anderson is guilty. I want to start off by talking about stalking, because that's actually more complicated than the other two charges, because as we know, there's two counts of stalking. One alleging that Mr. Anderson was stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, and another count that he was stalking Sadie Beecham. There's a count of intentional homicide and hiding a corpse. And we all know what intentional homicide means. The instructions are very clear. It means the allegation is that there was an intentional killing of another person with the intent to kill him. And then hiding a corpse is very obvious as well. There has to be a corpse, and then there has to be an effort to remove it, hide it, to avoid prosecution, detection, etc. Fairly straightforward. Stalking is one of these weird laws where there's so many different ways that it can be shown. And you have to consider, as we have said, and we've talked about here, a pattern of conduct, things that connected together form an effort to basically cause somebody to have serious emotional distress, not just annoyance, not just why are you bothering me, or can't you just please go away. It has to be serious emotional distress and or fear of injury or death. That's stalking, okay? It's not just problems in a relationship that we might normally expect to see, especially when there's a dispute going on about who's going to have custody of the kids. And leading up to this, as Sadie talked about, there had been a discussion, an argument really, about what the status of the custody of the kids was going to be going forward. In fact, it had reached a head sometime shortly before this. And I know that Mr. Grayley would like you to believe that all of these efforts that Mr. Anderson was engaging in was in order to have this masterful, intricately laid out plan of murder. But another way, and a more reasonable way of looking at that, is this is a man who has 3 children with Sadie Beecham. He knows that they are not together at this point, and he knows that she is seeing other people, and they talked about it. And by the way, I heard, I think about 25 times Mr. Gravely say, if somebody's out there saying, I'm not jealous, I don't care, how can you believe that? Well, the testimony was, and you heard some of the recordings, that Mr. Anderson was honest about his feelings for Sadie, and he did admit that he had jealousy. He said that, yes, I admit it. And he was talking about that in the context of sending her flowers, telling her he loves her, and all of the other things that might happen when a long-term relationship is not on its highest level. Discussing where their future is in the context of their kids. So would it be surprising in that context when somebody goes on one of the easiest search sites that you could do, CCAT, the Wisconsin Circuit Court Access Program, when you figure out the mother of my children is going to be spending time with this person, my children eventually are going to end up having contact with this person, let's check him out. What's he all about? Does he have a criminal record? Is there anything going on? Is there anything that would cause concern? And it's an easy, takes 3 minutes to do that. And also just checking this person out because it's somebody who, as we heard, we're going to call her OA. You know her name. But OA is what we call her because she's minor and because, of course, this is being broadcast everywhere. There had been problems going on with OA, with some problems, with parenting type problems, parenting type issues that they were having. There was some discussion about that. And Mr. Anderson was concerned about who she was hanging out with, what she was doing, what kind of influences were going on in her life. And this is all part of his effort to basically make sure that his daughter wasn't in a dangerous or bad situation by checking it out, by investigating, by looking. Now, probably one of the most important statements that we got from the text messaging that occurred here, when the state is saying that Mr. Anderson, when Zach was supposedly stalking Rosalio Gutierrez, did you hear any evidence that Zach ever had any direct communication with Rosalio ever? No. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was actually afraid? Not a shred. Did you hear any evidence that Rosalio was being intimidated, threatened in any way? Not at all. In fact, the statement that Rosalio uses in the context of what Sadie is reporting to him is, quote, "I'm not worried." That in and of itself tells you that Zach is not guilty of stalking Rosalio Gutierrez. Likewise with Sadie, although she used the word fear on the stand, she did say that. Look at everything else that happened. This is someone who may very well have been annoyed by the fact that Zach was still trying to convey the fact that he still had feelings with her. He understood and said out loud, "I know I have jealousy. I just want you to know I still love you." Again, all in the context of the children. But does it rise to the level of actual harassment, criminal harassment is the question. There was a lot of bickering. There was an argumentative tone, antagonistic talk. They're swearing at each other. We heard that. There's name calling, none of which either of them are proud of, I'm sure, especially to have it played out here in court. But it was, for lack of a better term, a mutual process whereby they were both upset with each other about how the relationship had ended or is ending and issues about the kids. You have to ask yourself, how afraid was Sadie and Rosalio? If Rosalio's giving Sadie advice, you got to build a case. And he's talking about an expected upcoming custody battle with the kids. And by the way, some of the things I tell you, you better delete them from your phone because they're working together. And a lot of this, it's almost in a joking tone when they're dealing with Zach. Not afraid, but hey, maybe he needs a taste of his own medicine. Maybe give me his address. Let me know where he lives. These types of things. Not the kinds of statements that are made by people that are truly in fear. And that has to be shown, that there's legitimate and genuine fear. Now, we did talk about in the instructions, and I know that Mr. Gravely touched on this point as well, but it's not just you do something, someone says, "I'm afraid," or "I fear injury or death." We have to look at, in that context, not only would it cause a reasonable person to be in that state of fear, but it has to have actually resulted in that fear. So it's beyond just the hypothetical. There has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that fear was actually caused, and that it's not just based on, "I'm afraid of this guy" in general. It's got to be specific as it relates to harassment, fear of injury, death, etc.
So, Judge, I'm going to object to the argument. It does not, the stalking statute does not require that you feel fear. There's a set of subsections. Fear is one of them.
I'll correct that then. Mr. Gravely's right. Fear is one of the things. It has a list of things that you can feel. Fear is one of them. Okay. Now, I just want to comment that we heard it in opening statements, and we heard some development of this concept through the questioning of witnesses. But this whole concept that there was this major step in the relationship between Rosalio and Sadie, this major step where she was meeting his kids, and how that shows how advanced the relationship has gone, how close they had become. And that may have been Sadie's understanding, but we did hear evidence that essentially Rosalio was talking to 3 different women in one day about various different things, and not being forthcoming with any of them. 3 separate things going on. So it makes you wonder, how close was this actual relationship, and what was the design behind all the information that was being shared by both. Now, again, there's no evidence here that Zach Anderson threatened anyone with violence. Never said, I want to hurt that guy, I want to kill that guy, I want to do something bad to that guy. Words that were never spoken, never conveyed, and non-existent here. What we did hear is Rosalio talking about breaking his legs. We saw the text between Becky and Sadie where they talk about how something will be taken care of in the context of how to deal with Zach. They're talking about how to deal with this, how to address it head on, how to take action. Not the kind of thing that someone does as a result of being stalked. But all of these were efforts that were aimed at him, things to do to him. Sadie felt that she just wanted Zach to stop saying, I love you. She wanted Zach to stop sending her flowers. I'm sure that's happened before, and I'm sure those people haven't been charged with stalking. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about OA, because Mr. Gravely made the argument that this is someone who was very clear. She may have been emotional. She may have been, I forget the word he used, but a little bit imprecise in some of the things that she said. But I think Mr. Gravely's acknowledging the fact that OA did give inconsistent statements. And this is important because at the beginning of the process, what OA talked about was the fact that she was not being honest with her mother or people that were asking her questions that had happened. She said at the outset, I wasn't being upfront. And what we can glean from that is that it's fair to say that OA didn't particularly like her mother dating Rosalio Gutierrez. We talked about the fact that she actually was the one that did the looking up on the computer of the location. And we talked about the fact that she was involved with looking at what's going on. And again, Mr. Gravely said that this is the opposite of someone who could be coached, yet his theory is that Zach coached her. It's an interesting part of that. There was also a stipulation that was read into the record about OA changing her story, giving inconsistent statements. You had your own opportunity to observe her on the stand, and I think it's fair to characterize this, that she went a bit rogue when that happened. Now, let's talk about the actual apartment where Rosalio was living. Mr. Gravely talks about how unlucky someone would have to be with all of this stuff, all these theories as to what had happened and the things that he suggests to you and the maybes and the what ifs. How unlucky it would be to be a target of that. It's also interesting to note that a killer would have to be the luckiest person on the planet to be able to do this crime and not leave any DNA behind at the scene. That is impossible. We also heard testimony from Detective Banwee, which he was talking about the fact that there was the pooling of this blood on the carpet and that it had left this imprint. He used the words, the pooling was there in such a way that it had been there for, quote, a prolonged period of time. The theory that we just heard would involve somebody acting so quickly, so fast, with such precision and down to the second detail to barely squeak it into how this theory may have worked, that it wouldn't be possible for someone to have been lying there for a prolonged period of time bleeding. So that in and of itself is a huge chink in that theory. It doesn't fit the timeline. We also heard testimony, and I know Mr. Gravely commented that it's possible that somebody did hear a scream on the night around the time of May 17th. And it was never clearly established what night that was. In fact, an original statement had it a completely different night. And there was nobody that law enforcement were able to uncover dealing with any actual hearing or seeing anything unusual during the time period that happened. Also, as it relates to the timeline, we can see from the evidence that was gathered, including descriptions of the walkthrough video that happened, that it's logical that Mr. Gutierrez, when he's there, he has time to turn on the television, he has time to turn on his diffuser, he has time to have at least one, maybe another beer, cut up some limes, relax. And that time period isn't really accounted for in this down to the second theory that the state has about how it could have happened. We heard a lot of testimony about evidence that was gathered from a variety of different places. And I want to point out the places they looked and they found nothing that connects Zach to this offense. They looked in the sink traps. You remember that testimony about looking to see if there would be blood or any other kind of material in a variety of different places that would be collected in the sink trap. They looked in dumpsters all around the scene, dumpsters in other areas. They looked in these 2 fire pits. They looked everywhere inside and out of this apartment with Mr. Gutierrez. They did a full home search. They did a full search of the tree farm. There was the Zion, Illinois landfill. There was drone footage that was used. There were Crime Stopper tips. And none of this produced any evidence that is directly linked to Zach. Now, there are some things that Mr. Gravely gleaned from these, such as some buttons from some jeans, a bleach bottle that was partially burned, things like that. But in spite of looking at all these places where we would expect to find some DNA of somebody who was involved in some way in this, in all of that, it should have been found. Also, look at the relatively short time period we're talking about. If the murder did happen on May 17th, and if we're talking about 2 days later, this investigation really getting going, very limited period of time. Police had the ability to investigate all of Zachariah Anderson's whereabouts. You couldn't have gone too far or done too much during that period of time. But the fact that they're focused on him and him alone and come up with nothing should tell you that they were looking at the wrong person. Very clearly. The evidence, the testimony was that if we look at the overall police investigation here, there were 5 locations that were searched. There were 8 warrants granted for property searches, 15 different law enforcement agencies, 100 officers involved, a couple of thousand man hours, over 400 items of evidence processed, and 35 warrants for information that were granted. As we heard discussion from Detective Correa, this was the largest investigation he's ever been involved in. And I believe he said the largest one he's ever heard of. All of that effort was to find evidence that Zachariah Anderson is responsible for this murder. All of that was also directed towards finding a body, finding body parts, finding Rosalio. With all of that effort focused on one person, and the fact that they didn't find any of that should tell you they've got the wrong guy. They got the wrong person. Now, one thing Mr. Gravely said that was very interesting is that, again, when he's saying, I suggest to you, and maybe, and let's get in the mind of whoever this killer is. And it's someone who was meticulous, did a lot of planning, did a lot of research, did a lot of all these other things. And he suggests to you that there was a meticulously done process, including rearranging of things at the crime scene. Things moved around. And what he's not accounting for is where in the timeline that he suggests to you would there have been time to do that. Again, according to him, it really comes down to a matter of seconds where it's even remotely possible. Now, I want to talk about the centerpiece of Mr. Gravely's case, and that is this dot, this minuscule dot that was located in the back area, passenger side of the van in question. And by the way, I just want to comment before I get there, and we'll come back to it later, some of the statements that involved who was driving, when they were driving, where they were driving, and things like that. But this was a work van. It's very clear. This is something that was not a vehicle that you'd take to go out to dinner at a fancy restaurant or pick up a date or do anything like that. This was what you'd throw junk in the back of when you're working on a demolition of a work site, putting stuff in there, building materials, garbage, stuff to haul away. And as was explained, it was common for Zach, as part of his demo jobs that he would do in construction work, he'd take all that stuff and then eventually burn it. And it was an ongoing thing. Burning was something that happened all the time at his house. Now, let's remember that in spite of what Mr. Gravely says, there was not evidence presented that scientifically speaking, this little teeny tiny dot was in fact blood. What we do know is that there are scientific tests that are available to do that, but they weren't conducted in this case. There was an explanation for that because they didn't want to waste this tiny minuscule sample and have it entirely consumed to determine if it's blood. Now, let's think about science and what we want from scientific tests, things that use actual science, machines, measuring, use chemistry, all these other things that are involved in the process of producing a result that forensically, evidentiary-wise, we can say, yes, indeed, the science shows that that thing is blood, okay? That would be a scientific test that was not conducted here. That would also result in a report that would say what they did, how they did it, the quality control measures that were used, the fact that machines would have been calibrated and everything else to produce a scientifically reliable result that we can say, yes, that is blood. What Mr. Gravely presented was something that wasn't in a scientific report and was based, if you paid close attention, on the color being this brownish reddish color. That was it. That was the sole basis for them saying that in their opinions that this was blood. Now, maybe it is, but this is a factor where when we rely upon science to do those things, we would like it to be done in such a way where it's not guesswork. There was evidence. One of the analysts said that it could be skin cells. But if we're talking about scenarios here, and remember, outside of Rosalio's patio door, we talked about how there were so many cigarettes out there. And these were cigarettes that weren't tested for DNA, but both sides talked about how this is an area where a person or persons were smoking and leaving their butts right there. And yes, we talked about the fact that this didn't appear to be a smudge of whatever it was. It appeared to be an impact, something that was expelled, something that was traveling through the air. And that was based merely on the shape of it. Now, someone who smokes can end up having phlegm, stuff that they spit out when they're coughing that may not be, clear, could be brown in color. There's other reasons why something could be a reddish brownish color and not be blood. We also heard with all those officers that I just talked about and all the processing of this crime scene, so many officers involved with collecting, preserving, transferring, transporting all of this data, all of this evidence. And it's got to be odd and questionable that there is one teeny tiny speck in this van that the state is saying means that there was a murder committed by Zach. Because wouldn't you expect to see much more throughout that van? All the other places that they said this might be blood, and it wasn't. In fact, there was no test that showed anything in that van was blood. There was no test that was done. Now, it's also important to note that the DNA test here actually was based on, we heard testimony about this, familial DNA. What that means means is that it wasn't from a known sample that was a direct match of that person, but somebody that shares common genetics, and that's how that process occurs. Now, the significance of this is that we must remember that Rosario was talking to Sadie about wanting to break into Zach's van. Wanted to know his address. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. If Zach had broken into his car, he wanted to break into his.
Objection. That was absolutely never testified.
That's
Never
it.
said anything about breaking into his van.
Very heard the evidence. I'm not myself allowed to comment on evidence. If the statement is not supported in the evidence, you must disregard it.
Right.
Thank you.
And much like Mr. Gravely took liberties with his spin on things, I'm talking about a logical inference from things that were said. And by the way, let me point out, the evidence in this case, a lot of evidence has been admitted, meaning that it's there for your review. You can wish to examine, read, look at anything that's part of this case. And I know we've just spent over 3 weeks doing this. And that is something that you absolutely have access to. The way we normally do it is we wait for you to ask, to see something. But please know that you have the ability to do that. And that if you want to take a closer look or a second look at something that is in evidence, you should feel free to ask for that. Now, I do want to talk about how violent crime scene, blood everywhere. A violent attack. These are all exhibits that were offered and received into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit 340. These are the photographs of Zachariah Anderson's hands right after he was arrested. There was a talk about a little tiny scratch, hardly even, not really even visible in these pictures. A guy that does construction work. Here's a close-up, and you can see for yourself. These do not look like the hands of a man that just committed a violent attack on somebody else 2 days before. Someone that would have used a knife and some other blunt force instrument. Defense Exhibit D342. Again, close-ups of Zachariah Anderson's hands. Nothing of note. Defense Exhibit 343. Right here, we can see what appears to be an old healing scratch, much like might have happened when you were doing construction work, but nothing along the magnitude of what Mr. Gravely suggests would have happened here. Number 3, Defense 344. Now a picture of Mr. Anderson's left hand. Again, pictures that don't match with what the state is theorizing here. D345, another picture of the other side of his hands. D346, the other side of his hands. D347, again, close-ups. D348. Now, interestingly, we didn't hear any evidence of any attempts to collect any DNA from underneath Mr. Anderson's fingernails or to process any of that information in any way. And I noticed that Mr. Gravely didn't make too much of a big deal about the whole Walmart scenario, because in his opening statement, he did talk about the fact that, in his view, the evidence would show that Zach parked someplace very far away, and it's unreasonable that someone would be so far away from the entrance when it's raining. Well, we showed the video. The video is actually shown. And he parks right next to another white car, and there's other vehicles in the area. So the theory that he's somehow trying to hide the contents that's in his van is not supported by the evidence. We also hear a lot made of the fact that he buys gloves and Clorox wipes right when COVID is going on, and those are things that everyone was buying then. And by the way, what is the logic behind cleaning up blood, messy blood from yourself and everything else with wipes, with bleach wipes? And that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, the fact that Mr. Anderson was looking for a store that was open early, again, this is during COVID. This is when he had to go out to a job site, which he did go to, and needed supplies and things. So he did a search to see who was open. And he went to Walmart, where we know he shops a lot. He shops there often. His clothes are pretty much all Walmart clothes, which, by the way, when he went there, he didn't buy any new clothes or replace any old ones. He's wearing these flip-flops that his daughter said he wears all the time, everywhere, constantly. Now, I know Mr. Gravely said that there's this issue about these grandpa's boots. And there was a picture of boots, same type of boots that were found when they looked at the tree farm. So to suggest that there's a missing pair of boots isn't borne out by the evidence. Also, you'd have to ask, if someone's going to use a bunch of garbage bags to dispose of a body, why on earth would you buy 13-gallon, with typically kitchen-sized bags to accomplish that? That makes no sense. Now, we heard testimony from the work being done at that Cedar Grove home and the woman that owns that place. She talked about how there was lathe removal going on, and guess what? When they go to look at Mr. Anderson's place, there's a bunch of lathe and other building materials that completely matches that description of events, that he was doing a demo project. Significantly, and I know you've all heard this, she testified that she specifically observed that there was no carpet in the back of Zach's van on a date prior to May 17th. She specifically noticed that. So their theory that it was cut out at some later point. Now, I know that they say OA has a version of events about that, where now in retrospect, she has focused in on that point after having met with the DA's office numerous times. And as she said, she's talked to so many people about what happened. When she described on the stand how she was having difficulty remembering what exactly happened, her explanation was that she's talked to so many people, it's hard to keep track. We also heard from a number of different people that Zachariah Anderson has significant back problems. He's been experiencing them for some time. And I'd ask, how is it possible for a man that has a history of back problems to wrap up a large man the size of Rosalio Gutierrez into a carpet soaked with blood, which adds who knows how many more pounds of weight onto that, and somehow lift that person out without dragging it, by the way, because if it had been dragged, there would have been a trail of blood. This would have to be someone who is strong enough and big enough to hoist a body rolled in carpet up over his shoulder or carry it out without blood being dragged out of the scene. How does somebody with back problems accomplish that? We also know that Zach was there at the property in Cedar Grove on May 18th doing work. His phone pinged there. And incidentally, later that day, he goes to pick up his taxes. Is this what somebody does when they've just murdered somebody the night before? Just going about doing normal things, normal business, normal work. Now, one thing about this case that is utterly hard to explain as to why this occurred and why law enforcement and the prosecution chose to not view this as terribly significant was this whole concept of geofencing. And we heard what that is. It's a little bit complicated, but it has to do with utilizing cell phone data from carriers and being able to give locations of people who may have gone to a particular location. So geo as in geographic, fencing as in a designated area. Who came in and out of this area in a given period of time? And we heard testimony that Detective Correa admitted he kind of made a mistake when he was looking at gathering this evidence because it simply came up with too many hits, too much to sift through, too much to really have any meaning. But it did reveal a number of people who were in the vicinity of Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment during the time frame that the state believes he was murdered and the days after. None of which were tracked down, none of which were followed up on, none of which were investigated. And at a minimum, even if this wasn't somebody who would have committed a murder, it could have been, but even if it wasn't, people that would have witnessed, heard, seen something. Why didn't they follow up on that? Because they had their sights on Zachariah Anderson and him alone. By the way, if, as Mr. Gravely says, Zachariah had really traveled to Kenosha to stake out the property, they would have been able to do some geofencing to determine that. In fact, if Zachariah Anderson had been at Rosalio Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, they could have done geofencing to determine that as well. And that was not done. Frankly, people that we know it would be possible to track down people who were at the scene during the time in question, and it is utterly shocking that that was not followed up on. Now, Mr. Gravely didn't talk a lot about it in his closing, but he was very adamant to point out that there was all of this marijuana activity going on. And you've heard an instruction from the judge that talks about how that was admitted for a very limited purpose. And really the only reason that the state offered that was as it related to the cross-examination, or the direct examination rather, of Zach's girlfriend and how much she knew about all that. But in the process of that coming out, we saw the photograph of the many, many bags that are claimed to be soil left over from some sort of marijuana growing operation. And if you look at the picture, they appear to be the same black bags that were purchased at Walmart. One thing Mr. Gravely is forgetting when talking about somebody going to the bank and taking out cash is that, according to his own evidence, if there's this drug activity going on, which again, that's only for the purpose of impeaching or the credibility of a particular witness, wouldn't it make sense that it was somehow involved in the drug growing that Mr. Gravely wants you all to know about? If he took the money out to flee, why didn't he? Why is he still doing normal stuff and hanging around and picking up his taxes and working at a job site 2 days later and 3 days later? We heard no evidence that he was trying to purchase plane tickets or packing things up, getting ready to go, saying his goodbyes to people, no evidence of any planning. If that money means that he was on his way out of town, why didn't he go? It makes no sense. We also heard about the GPS tracking items, and I'll point out these things that were looked up on Amazon and these actual GPS trackers, there wasn't any evidence produced that they were actually used at all. He's asking you to guess that they may have been because they weren't found. Now, Mr. Gravely brought out testimony from Marquand, Washington, about how GPS items can be used to track packages. Now, if this is one of the details that he says only someone who would have confessed to Marquand, Washington would know, I'd suggest to you that the expert on transporting drugs in this case is Marquand, Washington. He's an aficionado at being a big-time drug dealer, so that adds nothing to the credence that he has. Now, for the ease of explanation, I'd like to go through a summary of what the electronic evidence shows in this case. This is the timeline for May 17th. We know that at approximately 7:42 p.m., Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. That's a starting point. At 8:24 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio that she's leaving her house, and we know that the trip takes 37 minutes. At 8:33 p.m., Rosalio texts Sadie saying he's going to Mike's. At 8:49 is when the phone call between Rosalio and Kim Lavora starts, and we hear that that was a rather lengthy phone call. At 9:00 p.m., and remember, there was two different versions of this. At one point, Lene Douglas said she heard a scream on a different date, but when she changed it to say that it was this date from apartment 1B, the time frame was approximately 9 p.m. Also, 9 p.m. was the time when Neridia was supposed to meet with Rosalio. At 9:01 p.m. is the logical time when Neridia would have arrived, which is 37 minutes from 8:24 p.m. At 9:06 p.m., the phone call ends and Verizon records establish that Rosalio's phone is at or near or in his apartment. And at 9:24 p.m., we see that Rosalio's cell phone is unlocked. At 9:43 p.m., Neridia Macias texts Rosalio she was there and there's no response. At 10:10 p.m., Neridia calls Rosalio for the last time and gets no response. Then we see at 10:10 p.m., there's the landscape change from Rosalio's cell phone. At 10:18 p.m., Neridia Macias leaves. Between 10 and 11 p.m., Marissa Swanigan hears a loud thump. It's closer to 10 p.m. At 11:19 p.m., we know that Zach Anderson's phone pings in Mequon. So a couple things about this initial timeline. First of all, we heard the testimony from Neridia Macias about how when she went to the scene, she went to go meet up with Rosalio. She went there, she waited, she tried to call him, she tried to text him, and she wasn't getting a response, and she waited there for quite some time. And in her initial statement that she made to police, she talked about the fact that that was how she remembered things going on. Many, many, many months later, Mr. Gravely went out to the scene with her. And after that meeting, after they had a discussion about what happened, Ms. Macias then came to the conclusion that she must have been at the wrong address. And we showed you information about the fact that on an Apple phone, it can take you one place, but on an Android phone, it has the capacity because of Google Maps to take you to a different location. But remember, Neridia at the time took a photo, a snap of an Apple Maps direction that took her right to Rosalio's house. So, incidentally, the fact that Mr. Gravely thinks that because somebody is not doing anything on their phone between 7:42 and 11:19 makes somebody guilty. God forbid you turn your phone off, you're recharging it, you put it on silent, or you take a nap. Yeah, don't do those things because you'll look guilty. Let's look at what happened on May 18th. At 12 a.m., we know that Zach has a phone call with his girlfriend at Pings in Mequon. At 4:18 a.m., Zach does a web search, looks for Lowe's, Menards, different hours. 4:19, another search, Home Depot hours. 4:58, Walmart hours. Again, remember, this is when Some stores weren't even open. Stores that were normally open 24 hours weren't open because COVID had changed things. 8:17 a.m., Zach arrives in the parking lot of Saukville Walmart. 8:30 a.m., Zach leaves the Walmart parking lot. Then we see it pinging in Belgium at 8:45, 11:28, 11:41, and then by 11:48, it's pinging in Port Washington and Grafton. Again, it's pinging at 12:23 p.m. in Port Washington and Grafton. He does a search of the Milwaukee weather at 12:39 p.m. And then, depending on which version of statements that Lene Douglas made, her first statement was that she heard an argument coming from apartment 1B on the night of the 18th, not the 17th. At 1:30 to 4:15, Zach's phone pings in Mequon. At 4:16 p.m., there's a Crime Stopper report. Somebody saw a white female with dark hair on Rosalio's patio. At 4:52 p.m., again, Zach Anderson phone pings in Menominee Falls. That's when he was going to pick up his taxes. Talk about some other things that are admitted into evidence. This is Defense Exhibit 280. This is texts that were between Sadie and Junior, who we know to be Rosalio Gutierrez. Sadie says, "Poppy, no snitch." Junior is saying to Sadie that he knows the address. 6813 Highland Road, Mequon. That's Zachariah Anderson's address. Further down, they're talking about from Rosalio to Sadie, "I don't want to make things worse for you. I just wanted to make sure if it's still the same price." Sadie says, "Thank you for that." Junior says, "For the record, only if you say it's okay." Further down, Sadie says to Junior, "What texts?" Junior says to Sadie, "Then delete those texts from your phone." Further down, Junior says to Sadie, "That's what I'm going to do. I've already reached out to old friends. I could be hands-free from this situation." Defense Exhibit 281. Junior's talking to Sadie. "No, he can't be shitty to you either." Sadie says to Junior, "Like he can be shitty to me, but he has no reason to go after you." From Sadie to Junior, "If some chick did that to me, I'd go check that shit too, honestly." Kind of saying it's not any big deal. Sadie says to Junior, "That crosses your boundaries." Sadie says, "I'm out of it now." Junior says to Sadie, "There needs to be consequences for his actions." Junior says to Sadie, "I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit." Rosalia says to Sadie, "I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up." Rosalio says to Sadie, "He can have all my info." From Rosalio to Sadie, "I'm not worried about it." So Sadie says to Rosalio, "I'm effing pissed he removed your personal information from your car." Rosalio says to Sadie, "Really, I'm not worried or questioning." Rosalio says to Sadie, Ava found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat. Junior says to Sadie, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL. Let's go down to Junior. He has a letter from the last owner of the car, exclamation point. From Sadie to Rosario, including this letter, so he definitely was here. Oh, and she also, and he says to her, LOL, that's funny. So that note was in the passenger side backseat pocket. Sadie says, and still has them. Or Junior says, and still has them. Then Sadie says, I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car. Then Sadie says, he took your vehicle registration and a note from DJ. When he left today, he said, you know, that effer doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. Then Junior says, did you record more? And here we go. On Defense Exhibit 279. Sadie tells Junior, Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon. It's on Defense Exhibit 272. This is where Rosalio says, well, I guess if he has your information, you should has, I guess if he has your info, you should have his. That is a text sent to Rosalio from Sadie. All right, so that gives us a flavor, and that's where we're talking about the interactions and who is being harassed, who's being afraid, and all those other things. Now, again, when we're talking about these burn pits, remember there were two that were looked at. There was no evidence tied to the crime in either location. There was some clothing items. There were no bones, no body parts, no nothing, just some stuff that was perhaps from some clothing items. We know that from the testimony that more than one person would throw stuff into the burn pit, especially the one at Zach's house. And by the way, if you're going to burn evidence of a murder, why would you do it in your own yard of your own property? That makes absolutely no sense. And it also explains why they only found some remnants of some random clothing. Now, interestingly, when Mr. Gravely is talking about how odd it is, all these funny coincidences and all this lack of luck that somebody would have, he didn't point out the fact that when these two individuals came to Zach's house, they figured out where he was, and they said they were looking for Rosalio. That was the day when Zach called the police. If this happened after the murder, why would he do that? And that's something that a normal person would do when there's people coming on his property and asking questions and things. Let's talk about a little bit more about Marquand Washington. This is a guy that by coming in, he's got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. I know that Mr. Gravely told you that if it turns out he's lying, then he could get into trouble for that and there will be no deal. But let's use some logic here and let's figure out what he's doing here. He's testifying for the prosecution. He's testifying about something that he supposedly overheard. He is in a big bunch of trouble. And if he goes down on the charges that he has without doing something desperate to get out of it, he's going to have to do at least 10 years and maybe more. So who decides in that context whether he's telling the truth or not? People from the government, both the state and the federal government, have to get together in order to make this motion that we heard about. It can only come from a prosecutor in order to reduce the possibility of that 10-year sentence. So if Mr. Gravely thinks that Zachariah Anderson is such a conniving, plotting, careful, meticulous, well thought out genius of a murderer, why on earth would he be blabbing his lips in a jail cell to Marquand Washington when it just so happens it's a Christmas present for Marquand Washington? Just so happens that is his get out of jail free card. Now that's some incredible luck for Mr. Washington. Did you also hear the way that Mr. Washington described this when he said, die, 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 MFer? Sounds like something out of a movie or a TV show. It sounds silly, frankly, that someone would be in their sleep and they jump up and say, die, die, die. It sounds like a fantasy. He knows he's here hoping to reduce his sentence. Now, when we were selecting the jury and we talked about who's heard things about this case, most of you, or at least some of you, knew that there's been media coverage of this case. There's been details about the investigation. There's been details about what's been going on in all forms of media, print, news, etc. And there have been details in there that anyone looking at them could easily have gleaned enough information to be able to pretend that they had a private conversation with Mr. Anderson. We also heard evidence of the fact that there was this issue with the Discovery USB drives that were used at the jail, and that people would go and review the Discovery. And at one point, Mr. Anderson had reported it missing, and it later turned up under mysterious circumstances. It's easily the kind of thing that Mr. Washington could have looked at and could have incorporated into the, frankly, the minor amount of detail that he put into it. You know, interestingly, if this is such a strong case for the state, why did they have to bring in a jailhouse snitch that is, frankly, incredible, unbelievable, and adds nothing to their case? It shows the desperation on the part of the state to make this fit. Mr. Gregley talked about how these trackers, this whole theory that, hey, they didn't find it. They didn't find any trackers, so it must have been used to track. An absence of evidence, the lack of people finding anything. Well, there was no data or registration of any of those devices or any evidence of that uncovered in this very detailed investigation. He talks about, again, Mr. Anderson being off the grid and how unusual that is. He's making the absence of evidence seem like something significant. So if you're not doing anything on your phone, that's apparently evidence of guilt. He talked about this cell phone that, again, as he's revealing to you what he thinks the murderer would have been thinking, putting the cell phone into the freezer as part of this very elaborate scheme to cover one's tracks. Remember, there was evidence that there was a trace allele of DNA on that cell phone that we know does not match Zachariah Anderson. Mr. Gravely talked about how for OA that it would be impossible for her to say the same thing as she did in 2020, basically explaining away why there were these inconsistencies and why there were these changes in what she said. And I'd agree that there is something impossible about that. If you go through your testimony over and over again, meet with the DA's office repeatedly, it probably would be impossible to remember what you said back then, and your story probably would change. And another thing that I heard Mr. Gravely argue that Mr. McAtee's lawyer was standing here in the courtroom, and when he asked if there was a deal, the answer was no, and that's correct. But what was being talked about was whether there was a completed deal whether there was something that had been signed and put into place. What Mr. McAtee was talking about was that there was an attempt to see if he would be willing to cooperate. And what he did is he came in here and said he's not. Now, Mr. Gravely also portrayed this process whereby Zach would have had to go down to Kenosha, commit this murder, do a bunch of things, wrap a bunch of stuff up, get it out of there, and hightail it back to Mequon just in time to immediately talk to his girlfriend and say, sorry, I was having a nap. If it was done that quickly, and if there was an expediency involved, where he had to get back to make sure that his so-called alibi, as Mr. Gravely likes to call it, he certainly would have passed by places where there would have been video surveillance. If he's trying to go the quickest way, not take back roads, whatever he's trying to do, there's been, in spite of a massive search of any evidence, that Zachariah Anderson went to Kenosha on May 17th, looking at all possible sources of evidence. There is none. And the only explanation for that is that he went off the grid. Now, another thing that's interesting about this case is that we heard Mr. Gravely talk about stuff that Zach said during the course of law enforcement people talking to him, and they were saying, what car do you normally drive? Which one is, how many cars do you have? And he's saying, he was saying all these things that were misleading. Well, was it misleading to say that there are two cars that are driven and that one is an Audi and one is a work van? And we didn't hear a recording played of how that actually happened. We didn't hear a body camera. We didn't hear anything specific about how it was worded, how the question was asked, how it was answered, or what they were specifically talking about. But to make it fit so that it appears that he's trying to be disingenuous, it's just sort of repeated that way. Folks, this is not a case where we should be relying upon possibilities or conjecture or guesswork. We have the highest burden of proof that exists in the world applicable to this case. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And this is exactly the kind of case where that burden is so very important. We heard about the massive amount of effort and resources that were put into investigating and prosecuting this case. All of those resources are at the disposal of the government. We did hear some issues about how, well, it got to be burdensome or a bit time-consuming or hard. They put limits on how many items we could process, so that's why we didn't do everything. I guess that's understandable, but in a case of this significance, you'd wonder why. But the burden of proof being so high is important because in our society, in our country, in these United States, before anybody's freedom is impacted by a criminal conviction, it must be when the government produces evidence that rises to that very high level. And in the process, must eliminate all reasonable hypothetical possibilities. All. This entire case is built on possibilities and a series of what-if questions. And it's an assembly of guesswork. The tragedy is that the real killer has not been caught. If, in fact, Rosalio is dead. Now, again, the way that this works is that if after hearing everything and after you go through your deliberations and you have discussed your view of the facts and what the state has or has not proven, if you come to the internal conclusion that it's possible that Zachariah Anderson may have committed these crimes, that means not guilty. Possible means not guilty. If in the process you come to the conclusion that it's very likely.
Objection. This is not proper argument about what the different scenarios are. You can talk about the instruction, but not conclusory words and what they would mean, and if they're not in the instructions.
Common sense, Judge.
Well, the difficulty is with the scope of the word possible. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis, which is consistent with the defendant's innocence, then you must do so and find him not guilty. Go ahead.
And that pretty much summarizes where I was ending up with this. And thank you, Judge. And that's precisely what the law is. So if it's looking a certain way or if it feels a certain way, that's not how this works. And there's another instruction that deals with you are not to base your verdict on sympathy, emotions, or other things that stray you from an objective look at this evidence. And when you do that, there is only one logical conclusion as to all of this evidence that has been presented after this long process of presenting everything to you. Zachariah Anderson is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. You have a maximum of 10 minutes, Mr. Gravely. Oh, Ms. Kwizarek.
10?
I told you before we started how long was available, and I'm not singling you out. I told everybody.
My bad.
And I said the division doesn't work out if you talk more than 75 minutes, and Mr. Gravely talked for 95.
Talk for a little less than 90, but Judge, I will get it done.
Thank you.
Growing up in Wisconsin, my mom used to always tell me, if you hear hooves, think horses and not zebras. And that's what this case is. For parts of the defense's closing, it appeared we had watched and listened to 3 weeks of a different trial. Because what you were essentially told is that DNA is not DNA, and you should disregard it for a reason I'm still not sure of. Let's be very clear. We heard from 3 separate people from the crime lab. I got a little fatigued with the number of crime lab people who came to testify, and they all said the same thing. I'm a professional. This is what I do for a living. My specialty is either in DNA testing, or it's in crime scene collection, or it's in peer reviewing other people's DNA testing. And they all gave you the same opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. What was found in that van was blood. We zoomed in on it. To a layperson, it also looks like blood, but to 3 professionals, it's blood. Doesn't look like any other form of DNA. And that DNA belonged to Mr. Gutierrez Jr. They could not have been clearer. There was no hesitation. There was no but and X, Y, and Z. It was, this is DNA, this is blood, this is the victim's blood. So let's clear that up right now. There was absolutely no other way to hear that testimony from 3 witnesses with over 70 years of experience. The next thing I want to talk about is this whole theory potential of Mr. Gutierrez was going to go mess with the defendant's stuff in some way. Number 1, there is no message regarding doing anything to a van, a truck, a car, anywhere. So when Mr. Robert cites that, it doesn't exist. Look through all the messages, doesn't exist. But number 2, and more importantly, the state proved to you through GPS that the victim was never, Mr. Gutierrez was never at the defendant's residence. He did Google or put into the Waze app the residence and look up where it was. But when he was doing that, his GPS has him at his home for a 12-hour period. He was never there, which means his DNA was never there, which means no one messed with any vehicle of the defendant's. So that explanation for this DNA also doesn't hold water. They talked briefly about Olivia Anderson and why the daughter, why she can't be believed or why she shouldn't be believed. But what you saw her do up there was, I think, the toughest thing she will probably ever be asked to do, which is to come into a court in front of a bunch of strangers, but more importantly, in front of both of her parents, and tell some of the worst things she's ever been asked to do. say words like, I was my father's spy. He would have me record my mother. And he wanted it when she was angry or there was an argument going on. And she tells you those things not knowing about all of the digital evidence we've reviewed. And that's what's important here is she gives a statement May 19th and she talks about these different things. Being his spy, looking through the windows, dad is recording, all of these pieces. And then the digital evidence backs her up every single time. Are there recordings on the defendant's devices? Yes. MSI laptop, 36 at least. 36 recordings, and they're a collection of, according to evidence, collection of the defendant and Sadie Beecham arguing, Olivia recording some arguments that are going on, and the defendant and Olivia talking regarding different things going on. So she tells you something, she declares it, evidence backs her up. She talks about work boots. She talks about all of these pieces that are then confirmed in the actual evidence that was presented to you. And the same with Sadie Beecham. Sadie Beecham tells you on the 19th, in her first interview, he's tracking me. I found a phone on May 8th and he was tracking it. She doesn't know that we're going to go into the MSI laptop and find snapshots tracking her from Oak Creek all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. She has no way of knowing that. What she knows is what happened to her, what she found, she reports it, she's confirmed. Same with May 13th. She tells you convincingly that he was tracking because he literally repeated to me what Mr. Gutierrez had just said. So on May 19th, when she says that, she has no way to know that what we're going to be able to do is verify with phone records, verify with cell tower data, verify with his GPS directional things we find on the G6 that he did indeed track her down from Mequon, arrived in Kenosha, and was sitting outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment when she makes that claim. So when we look at believability and credibility, we have to look at what is backed up by the evidence. And every single time, the daughter, Sadie Beecham, and all of the digital evidence on Mr. Gutierrez's phone is backed up by what the complaint is here. There was some talk briefly about how Miss Beecham wasn't harassed in some way by what the defendant was doing. I don't know how she could have been clearer in the different recordings you heard, in her testimony, in essentially all of her text messages. But the recording that spoke to this the most was the one from April 25th. So it's later on in the afternoon after she finds out the defendant has violated her home in the way he had, videotaping her through curtains. The recording that I played for you said, Sadie Beecham, I told you, and this is in regards to breaking up, I told you, I was honest about it. You don't want to hear it. You want to hear it a different way. That's what this case is. This whole, God, were they, won't they, will they get back together? It's very clear. They were never getting back together. Sadie Beecham was done, and the defendant wasn't. And he was losing control and jealous, which was, I think, also reflected by almost every piece of evidence presented via the text messages. She wasn't texting him the emotional ones about, oh, I love you, oh, I miss you, oh, all of these things. That was all him. That was his jealousy, his loss of control, which manifested into an obsession with both Miss Beecham, but in this case, more importantly, Mr. Gutierrez Jr., because in his mind, that's who was breaking up their family. The defense talked about how, well, no, they were open and honest with each other. The defendant and Sadie, no, open and honest. She was in a new relationship. They talked about it. No, they didn't. She didn't want to talk about it at all. She told you. The only thing she ever told the defendant about this relationship was essentially that she had a friend. That was it. Other than that, the name, what they would do, when they'd be getting together, literally everything else was stolen from her by following her, by using the daughter as a spy. She didn't tell him any of that voluntarily. And you heard her say that. It's backed up by the messages. So this whole, gosh, we were both moving on and it was so great, not borne out by any of the proof. There's also talk of how it's normal that when someone in your life is seeing someone new to do these little things. And I think to a certain extent that could be. If you wanted to see your ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, sure. I guess that could happen. You want to look them up on Facebook? Also could happen. I think you might even get away with, I just wanted to confirm that maybe she was really moving on, so I drove by the house and saw someone else's truck. Sounds like a bad country song to me, but I think you probably get away with it. What you don't get away with is taking it those steps further. Bringing your daughter with you in the middle of the night to her mother's house. Getting out of the vehicle when you see another vehicle there and approaching the house. Recording the activity. None of those things are anything other than stalking behavior. And we have it here many different times in many different ways. And the only definition for this is stalking. Sadie Beecham was more than harassed by what the defendant was doing, because he wasn't just watching her, he was taunting her. He would watch something, he would then contact her about it. Every moment she had from April 1st on with Mr. Gutierrez was always clouded in, is he also watching this? Is he listening right now? No moment between the two of them was ever their own, because the defendant was always there. And that was the point. He was interfering with her relationship, even if he wasn't there. That is stalking. The question was then asked, was Mr. Gutierrez really being stalked because he had some anger towards him? But I submit to you, on the night of May 17th, when this defendant showed up at his house and blitz attacked him and struck him with a blunt object at least 6 times, that Mr. Gutierrez, without a doubt, felt harassed, felt tortured, felt fear for his life. And it's something he ultimately paid for with his entire life. So to say that he didn't have these experiences, these emotions, is disingenuous, but also not based in reality. He was murdered by this guy simply for having the misfortune of being the first guy that his ex-girlfriend moved on with. The timeline here becomes really important because it fits. We know it takes just about an hour to get from here to Mequon, and we know that the last time anything has been done with this phone, when it's set on its side, is 10:10. It gets him back to Mequon. It gets him back in touch with the world in every way that matters. If that was the only piece of evidence we had, I think we would be in trouble. But when you add that to the stuff,
Like, literally, what have they done? They just kicked us off. I'm not restarted anything, it's fine. Where's it gone? Joe, we literally, it just crashed. As in, it went to private mode. I don't know why. It was at closing, so it doesn't make much difference, but it's not back. I'm refreshing it to see, but no. See, these are all live now. The Ice Cream Killer, Gwyneth Paltrow, Aidan Fauci. This one's, yeah, yesterday. So it's, yeah, I mean, so that's it. I'm so sorry, but it's not my fucking fault. They have just, look, yeah, we're not missing anything. She only had a 10-minute window anyway. She's probably up to about 10 minutes now anyway. So we've literally not lost anything there. I am going to play the Gwyneth Paltrow thing. I'll be keeping an eye out on the what do you call it? on the trial for results and stuff. I'll have that open separately. So I will zoom straight back in. Whenever there's a result, I'll zoom back straight into that. But we will go back to Gwyneth Paltrow. We'll start with Paltrow. And what we will do is we will start from opening comments. This is roughly where they're starting. So it's about an hour behind. I don't think we will, Joe. I don't think so. I think it might take a day. But if we do, happy days, I'll be straight on it. I'll pause, Gwyneth Paltrow, go straight on it. But it's more likely to be tomorrow or Thursday, I think. So, right. Are we all ready? Oh, crap. Hang on. Right. So, Erin's a boss. So she wants to go back. I start from afresh there. Fine. Yeah, exactly. No problems, Joe. Yeah, answer that. It's back. So basically, we didn't miss anything. Essentially, I will keep that on a separate tab now. Okay, guys, just in case you think, what the fuck's going on? I'll keep it on a separate tab. Right. If we're ready. I mean, look, still discuss the trial in the chat, but I think it's like a dead horse now. So I mean, I think we all know where we stand with it. And I think it turns out we're going to start a new trial. So I know some people won't want this or won't want to start a new trial, but we're doing it because Erin told me I need to do it, so we're going to do it. So hopefully we got a trial for next week or two, or whatever, how long it lasts. So this means there's no lunch break, but yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. You know, if you want to have lunch, it only takes half an hour. So we'll crack on. Right. I'll unmute it.
Start again.
Now we're 5
Ladies and
behind.
gentlemen.
Still can't hear.
Oh, well, let's try this. Is that better?
You can rotate the base of that microphone.
I need to change the title now then.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distracted skiers cause crashes. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow knew that looking up the mountain and to the side while skiing down the mountain was dangerous. And she knew that skiing that way, looking somewhere else, blindly skiing down a mountain by looking up and to the side was reckless. And she knew if she continued to ski that way, that it was not a matter of if, but when, by looking up and to the side, it was not a matter she would crash into somebody below her, and someone would get seriously and permanently hurt. She knew what she was doing was dangerous. She knew it was reckless, and somebody would get hurt anyway. I think I just said that. But before we get into the details of this case, of how Gwyneth Paltrow's neglect, her choices, and her conscious disregard for other people on the mountain all combined together to cause Terry Sanderson to suffer 4 broken ribs and permanent brain damage, we first have to talk how skiers are supposed to ski down a mountain, what the rules of safety are, and the purpose for those rules, and what happens when skiers break those rules. That way we will all be on the same page, and we can get into the details of this case. Okay?
Welcome, Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
All skiers know that when they are skiing down the mountain, it's their responsibility to pay attention, look downhill, and yield the right of way to the skiers below them. Because the skiers below them can't see behind them, to control, as they turn left and right to control their speed, especially when there's multiple people on the mountain. It's the uphill skier's responsibility to yield the right of way to those below. And it's never enough to say, well, so what if I crashed into someone that was below me on the mountain? That doesn't mean it's all my fault. Because especially on a beginner run, they know that skiers may be less experienced, and that skiers below them trust that the ones coming behind are paying attention. That's what skiers do. Before they start down a hill, they take account of how many skiers are below them, what those skiers are doing, and they keep their eyes forward down the hill so they can yield the right of way. And even though it can be challenging sometimes when skiers do these things, they get to enjoy skiing, they get to practice their skiing, and most importantly, everyone gets to go home safe at the end of the day, and that's a good thing. But some skiers say, well, what's so wrong with looking up the mountain behind me and to the side while skiing down the hill? Just because a crash occurs on the mountain with somebody that was below me, that doesn't mean it's my fault. And some skiers say, well, what if the person below me on the mountain was changing directions quickly? Maybe it's their fault too. And finally they say, look, what's the big deal? You're not that hurt. And it's attitudes like this, behavior like this, and choices like these when crashes happen. And sometimes it's just a bump or a bruise. Sometimes it's a scare or a close call. But sometimes it's worse. Sometimes it's broken bones. Sometimes a concussion or permanent brain damage. And that's exactly what happened here. So let's get into the details of the case. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow has skied since she was 3 years old and considers herself an intermediate skier. Ms. Paltrow has skied about a half a dozen times at Deer Valley Ski Resort. She hires multiple ski instructors for her children, which allows them to skip the lines. The private instructors cost thousands of dollars per day. On the day of the collision, February 26, 2016, Ms. Paltrow is skiing at Deer Valley with 9 people, including her 2 children, her future husband, Brad Falchuk, his 2 children, and 4 Deer Valley private ski instructors. Eric Christensen is one of those private ski instructors. He has worked for Ms. Paltrow's family for a handful of ski vacations in past seasons. Eric Christensen knows the family well enough that one time he sent her son some pottery that he hand makes. A few minutes before noon, Ms. Paltrow's group of 10 meet at the top of Bandana Ski Run to go to the bottom for lunch. Bandana is a green run about 3/4 of a mile long. Deer Valley grooms Bandana every day, every ski day. Skiers have skied on it for 3 hours. The snow is packed. Although a green run, Bandana is steep enough for skiers to pick up speed unless they make turns. Slow signs are always at the top. I'm just going to show you a picture of that real quick. This is not the actual ski day or the event. This is just an example of what Bandana looks like.
Thanks, Jackie. Pop up whenever you want, even later or tomorrow, wherever. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. Look at Gwyneth. Erin, she's here. Hi, Gwyn. Still got it. She still got it. Oh, yeah, she still got it. Well done, Gwyn.
So this is the top of Bandana Ski Run. This is not the day of the crash, but it's near the crash site. And as you can see, the top of the lift is where people get off and start to ski. and they come down, and the rest of Bandana goes down about another half mile or so. I just had one of Bob's fisherman's friends cough drops, and it's a little drier than I expected. Also at the top of Bandana is a meetup group of about 6 adults. A meetup group is a group that meets online to engage in activities like skiing, hiking, or bowling, or many other activities. Plaintiff Terry Sanderson is in this meetup group. 4 in the meetup group ski down. 4 of those in the meetup group ski down first, then Sanderson skis down to the right. Craig Ramon is another person in the meetup group who skis about 35 feet behind Sanderson. Sanderson and Ramon know each other only through skiing in this meetup group. So they're not really close friends, but they know each other. And they've only done about a half a dozen of these meetup groups together. At the top of Bandana, Miss Paltrow, her 2 kids, and their 2 instructors are ready to go down to the bottom of Bandana for lunch. Before they ski, one of Miss Paltrow's children says, Mommy, watch us ski." Okay. The children and their 2 instructors ski to the left. And the 2 instructors are Eric Christensen and Carrie Oakes. Miss Paltrow skis down to the right. She turns her head up to look at her children. As she turns her head back down, she screams, then skis back into the back of Terry Sanderson. She rides back down. They hit the ground hard, and Miss Paltrow bounces off of Terry. The weight of both of them, their bodies, caused Mr. Sanderson's rib cage and his arm to smash into the ground, breaking 4 of his ribs, 2 of them completely. Sanderson's helmeted head hits the ground, causing a concussion as his brain strikes the inside of his skull. Sanderson is face down in the snow, unconscious. Skiing 35 feet above them, Craig Ramon is the only eyewitness to of the crash. Ramon skis down and stops just next to them. He asks if they are okay. They say nothing. Ramon, again, is the only witness of this crash. Miss Paltrow is slow to get up. Her son's instructor, Eric Christensen, skis over from the left and stops above Sanderson and screams at Sanderson, who is not moving. "What did you do? What did you do?" Surprised by the crash and Christensen yelling at Sanderson, Ramon thinks, "Why is this Deer Valley guy screaming at Sanderson? He didn't cause this collision." Christensen doesn't let up, so Ramon steps between them. Christensen stops yelling at Sanderson. Sanderson is still not moving. They ask Sanderson if he is okay, but Sanderson only groans. Craig Ramon turns to Paltrow. "Are you okay?" He asks several times, "Are you okay?" She doesn't say a word, and she slides a few feet down the hill. Terry moves a little and groans, "My ribs." Paltrow turns away and bolts down the mountain to the bottom. Christensen turns to Ramon. "Do you realize your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow?" Sanderson moves more, trying to get his skis around. Eric Christensen steps closer to Sanderson, picks him up by his hands, and stands him up. Snow is caked in Sanderson's goggles. Christensen turns his skis down the mountain and he bolts, skiing straight to the bottom, following Paltrow's group, leaving Sanderson and Ramon alone at the crash site. Sanderson is standing but hunched over, mumbling. And Ramon says, "Do you think you can ski?" "I think so." Sanderson tries but skis poorly. Ramon says, Stop, you forgot how to ski." "Do you know your name?" "Terry." "Do you know where you are?" "I have no clue." Ramon says, "Let me get some help." And Ramon steps back and flags down a Deer Valley employee and says, "Can you get ski patrol here? This guy's been hit. He's hurt and he's just out of it, disoriented." Within minutes, a Deer Valley ski patroller, Whitney Smith, arrives with a sled. Smith examines Sanderson, puts him in a sled, and takes him down to the first aid station at the bottom of Bandana. At the first aid station, Sanderson again is evaluated, and he still has some disorientation. His ribs hurt. Whitney Smith tells him, and the group of people in the meetup group that are with him, he needs to go to an Instacare in Park City. Terry goes to the Instacare with someone who drives him. He's not sure who it was. And at the Instacare, he's evaluated, but the Instacare says you need to go to an ER room. It appeared that his pain in his ribs might be broken, and he reported that he was unconscious. The next day, Terry goes into the VA emergency room. So what does the defense have to say about these things? First, they say, "That's not the way this happened. He hit me from behind. I know the witness Ramon says he heard me scream and look up and saw the crash. I never saw Sanderson before he hit me. Sanderson was the one who hit me. This wasn't my fault." They also say, the defense, "This is all Sanderson's fault. He's the one who can't remember the crash. My ski instructor, Eric Christensen, said he saw Sanderson above me making big turns and going really fast. This is Sanderson's fault." And they say, "Look, what's the big deal? He's 69 years old. Our doctors say he had some dementia and blindness in an eye and many other problems. Yeah, he broke some ribs, but those will heal. And 85% of people with brain injuries heal. What's the big deal? Oh, and look at his high test scores. He can't have a brain injury." And finally, they say, "So what if he had a head injury and 4 broken ribs on the day of the crash?" 8 hours later, he wrote to his daughter, "I'm famous. That shows he can't be injured, and this is just about celebrity of Miss Paltrow." Because of the defense's claims that nothing Miss Paltrow did caused this crash and his injuries, we, on behalf of Terry and his family, we contacted Dr. Richard Bain, a neurologist and biomedical engineer. He applies medicine and physics to understand traumatic brain injuries like this. Dr. Bain, the defense says nothing they did caused this crash and Terry Sanderson's injuries. Is that true? Dr. Bain says, "Well, I don't know. Give me everything you've got, including medical records, scans, x-rays, reports, and so forth, and I want to examine him. Then I'll look at his case. But just so you know, you may not like what I say, but I'll tell you true. So we give Dr. Bain the x-rays, the tests, the reports, and Terry sees him for an exam. And after Dr. Bain has reviewed these things, we call him up. So Dr. Bain, what do you think? Bain says, no, actually, absolutely, she caused this crash. She hit him from behind, which means she was higher on the hill than him. Well, but how do you know? Well, he broke his 4 ribs when she hit his back, knocking him down to the ground, and she landed on top of him, just like Ramon, the witness, said. The only way for his broken ribs on the right side could fracture like this is if she hit him from behind and landed on top of him, pressing his right arm into his chest. That's really the only way to have broken 4 ribs like this, too severely broken. Well, Dr. Bain, the defense says he should have recovered from the concussion. Well, that makes no sense because he still has symptoms more than 18 months after the crash. That means his brain injury is permanent. Well, Dr. Bain, will you be willing to come to court to testify to our jury so we can get this right? Because the defense says they're going to take this all the way to trial. I'd love to, but I'm busy that week. But I can give you my deposition. So last week, the parties took Dr. Bain's deposition. You, the jury, will see it this week. And just so you know, a deposition is an out-of-court sworn testimony where the lawyers on both sides testify or ask questions to a witness, and in this case, it was recorded. So what happened to Terry? Well, the day after the crash, he goes to the VA hospital. At the VA, they x-ray his ribs, and they say, yes, you've got 4 broken ribs, 2 of them broken completely. And then a few days later, they confirm Terry suffered a concussion in this ski crash. Over the next year, Terry is seen by various people at the VA, including speech therapists and other doctors, a psychiatrist, and he's trying to get better. Terry doesn't want to have a brain injury. Terry was a eye doctor in the Army for 3 years, a captain. And that's why he goes to the VA. But after a year, he's still got symptoms of a persistent brain injury. So I refer him to a Dr. Alina Fong. She's a neuropsychologist in Utah County, and she treats thousands of people who suffer brain injuries that are persistent. And Dr. Fong treated Terry from about a year and 3 months after the crash to about a year and 6 months after the crash. Dr. Fong will testify in this case via video deposition because she couldn't be here for trial also. She has a conference in the Netherlands because she treats patients around the world and is a known treater of people with persistent post-concussive symptoms, which is basically a brain injury. So after this litigation began, after 2019, Terry went to see a neuropsychologist, Dr. Wendell Gibby of Utah, who has examined and scanned thousands of patients with injured brains. A neuroradiologist is a medical doctor who specializes in radiology, everything from x-rays to MRIs to CT scans. And his specialty is also in neuroradiology, examining the brain. But he also examined the chest x-rays that were taken at the VA. And we asked Dr. Gibby, how bad is it? Dr. Gibby says, it's bad. His brain is permanently injured. He has persistent post-concussive symptoms. Although we can treat him, he will certainly have problems with his brain function the rest of his life. Well, Dr. Gibby, the defense says Terry's problems are pre-existing and his brain problems were there before the crash. Well, that's what they always say about permanent brain injuries. Terry suffered a significant concussive brain injury in this ski crash. The injury is permanent. In other words, Terry will have problems with his brain the rest of his life. Well, doctor, the defense says he has pre-existing brain issues such as NPH when he had the brain scan in 2009, 7 years before the crash. NPH is normal pressure hydrocephalus. Basically, it's when your brain has too much fluid in the canals of the brain or the ventricles, and it builds up and it presses on your brain. It may actually make you more susceptible to problems from a concussion, but many people go their whole life without any symptoms, and they never know they have NPH unless they get a brain scan. Well, the evidence will show that Terry Sanderson had no symptoms of NPH prior to the ski crash. Dr. Gibby says because Terry was asymptomatic or had no symptoms before the crash, the brain injury he suffered in the ski crash is the cause of his current problems, not NPH. Well, the defense is 3 medical doctors. The defense has hired 3 MDs and 2 PhD neuropsychologists say, well, the NPH is causing his problems. And Dr. Gibby says, well, I'm not sure what they're thinking, but this ski crash caused Terry's current problems. Further, like Dr. Bain, Dr. Gibby thinks it's highly unlikely that Mr. Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow. The way he sustained the injuries to his ribs is more likely than not caused by Miss Paltrow landing on his back when Terry Sanderson hit the ground when she rode his back after the ski crash. Then we talked to Dr. Sam Goldstein, a neuropsychologist who has a clinic in Salt Lake City who treats patients with brain injuries. He's been treating people like this for decades. We asked Dr. Goldstein, what can you say about Terry's injuries? The defense says it's more likely dementia or NPH or other problems. Well, Dr. Goldstein says, well, it's permanent and significant, this injury he had when Miss Paltrow hit him, because his family and friends and the people he knows before and after the crash report that he had very few problems before the crash, but after the crash, he has very significant problems. Because of that, we know, and because it's lasted for years, more than a year and a half, and now it's been lasted for 7 years, we know he has persistent post-concussive symptoms. Goldstein says, yes, most people recover, but in a situation like this, where Miss Paltrow denies she caused his injuries, it's like his frustration digs into his frontal lobes, so to speak, and his problems are permanent. Yes, he can alleviate them with treatment and medication, but he will have problems all his life. And these problems didn't exist before the crash. They came after the crash. And there is objective data that his ability to cope with life is diminished. Well, these doctors, Dr. Bain, Fong, Gibby, and Goldstein, you'll hear testimony from, 2 of them by videotape. And most doctors like them say that some of the most important pieces of evidence for understanding brain injuries are these before and after witnesses. Again, these are people who knew Terry before and after the crash. You, the jury, will hear testimony from some of them, like his two daughters, and either today or tomorrow you'll also hear from Carlene Davidson, the girlfriend Terry had at the time of the crash. They'd been together about a year and a half, and they spent a lot of time together. Miss Davidson spent maybe 3 out of 4 weeks with Terry Sanderson in Salt Lake City. They traveled the world together. Carlene Davidson knew Terry really well, and she'll report on what happened after Terry, or after the crash to Terry. A couple of things I'd like to discuss with you. The media has not been accurate. No Deer Valley ski employee saw the ski crash. Now, some employees saw, some people saw the crash.
I am going to object to referencing outside media.
Sustained, that's not going to come into
Okay.
case.
Some people's, the Deer Valley employees did not see the ski crash. The Deer Valley employees saw some things before the crash and some things after the crash. Craig Ramone is the only eyewitness who actually saw the crash. You're going to hear from him later today. He'll be the first witness. Now, after this crash, well, before this crash, Terry was a charming, outgoing, gregarious person. He volunteered for many things. He was a retired eye doctor. He had moved from southern Idaho to Salt Lake City about 10 years ago. He was living a full life, traveling the world, doing everything possible to enjoy his life and guard his health. He did not want a brain injury. He did everything possible he could to fix his brain injury. But after the crash, he's no longer charming. The before and after witnesses will show you this. We asked Terry to step out during this part because I didn't want to rub his nose in his own problems. And during other parts of testimony from his daughters and some of the other before and after witnesses, Terry won't be in the courtroom. At the end of this trial, the evidence will have clearly and convincingly established that the value, not the cost, but the value of the damages done to Terry Sanderson is $3,276,000. We look forward to showing you all of the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Mr. Owens?
We have a short break. Can we have a 5-minute break? And I do want to address one thing with the court.
Okay. Why don't we take a short recess between the lawyers' opening statements? So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat, if that's the case. Like we are following it properly. So I shall be back in 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I want to renew the instruction number 45 to the defense. This court has found that there's insufficient evidence to assert a hit and run. They didn't use the words hit and run, but they said she bolted. And this jury is under the misimpression that is an issue in this case. It's not an issue. That was ruled on summary judgment. All that remains is a negligence claim. One can't be negligent for bolting from the scene of an accident. That's an intentional conduct. So I ask for that instruction right now, even.
Your Honor, Witness, the first witness, those are his exact words. And he's testified that in front of, and it's been provided to defense counsel before the litigation, during the litigation, in a deposition. His deposition lasted 6 hours, and the defense interrogated him on this, and he never changed his testimony, and that's his testimony. Now, they can quibble with the testimony and dispute the testimony, but I did not use the word hit and run. Eric Christensen came up. People asked, "Are you okay?" The evidence is will show that what I said in the opening is accurate per the only eyewitness, Craig Ramon.
Obviously the concern is that there may be an implication that it goes to duty, and as long as you're not making an implication that she had a duty to do something different, the testimony of the witnesses is what the testimony of the witnesses is. You can ask your questions, you can point things out, you can make your arguments, but my ruling on the instruction 45 will stand. Thank you. Short 5-minute break.
can you tell me where it's at in the docket? Or
I don't know.
Okay, can you give me a copy of it? Can you file it?
Well,
Okay, great. Thank you.
that's it right there, minus what this is, but the other stuff.
And it's gonna be, yeah.
But would you give it back to me? I'll give it back to you. May be seated.
Are we ready for the jury? Mr. Owens, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Owens?
Members of the jury, thank you for being here, partly against your will. It's a beautiful thing, the law. When people are in big disputes, our system, both our U.S. Constitution and our state constitution, allows these disputes to be done openly, publicly, and by a jury of one's peers. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It's slow. A lot of people complain about lawyers, but no one gets hurt in terms of, we don't burn people's houses down. We don't do acts of violence. And oddly enough, if a trial is done right, even the losing party feels that they were heard and understood, and that they feel some sense of peace. So if you can't tell, this is a big deal to the parties, and it's really special that you were chosen. You should feel complimented, and perhaps one day you'll tell your children and grandchildren, I was selected for a jury, and it was an honor to serve, and I helped my community by trying to figure out a difficult problem that the parties have. And so I thank you for that. Even in Greece, ancient Greece, they used to resolve problems like this. Big disputes, bring in some criminal, some are civil. That essentially means, can someone go to jail for it? That's criminal. Is someone asking for money? That's civil. So this is a civil claim. And they would gather the people and listen to the dispute. So this is a very historic tradition. The burden of proof is one of your statements here from the judge, and I just want to comment on it. Burden of proof is a weighing of evidence. So I put before you Lady Justice. If you're ever in Salt Lake, go to the Salt Lake City County building and look up, and it's this statute, although this is not the exact statute of her. But you've seen this around, and I've done another one for you here that I like to keep in my office. All right, so what's important about this? She's blindfolded. So one of the judge's instructions for you was no sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You're not to award anyone anything because you feel sorry for them. This is important because over the next 2 weeks, we're going to hear a lot about Terry Sanderson's mental and physical health, both before the ski collision and after the ski collision. And you're going to feel sorrow for him. But we're not here. I can feel sorrow too. But that's not why you're here. You're here to figure out if someone negligently crashed into someone or if no one did. And I think the law will permit you to decide that no one was at fault. Unlike a car accident or something, a ski collision is different. There are inherent risks of skiing. I know when I get on the top of the tram at Snowbird, and it's a gusty day like today, and I say, if I don't do this right, I could kill myself. I mean, it's a breathtaking, wonderful, exhilarating, but also a little dangerous, isn't it? That we're strapping on pieces of wood or fiberglass on our boots, and we're going down a very snowy, icy hill. So that happens. Maybe some of you have been hit. I've been hit skiing. It was disorienting. It was unhappy. I was unhappy, to say the least. But I did recognize it as an inherent risk. I mean, okay, let me move on that. So the blindfold is, I'm not going to do this because I feel sorry for someone. Then the scales. Mr. Sanderson has brought the claim. As a result, he has to tip the scale. Okay? The tie means plaintiff does not win. Tie goes to the defendant. So they have to tip. That's who brought the claim. That's the weighing. And then you see the sword. Now, the sword can be, I'm seeking justice, so I'm proactively fighting it. And sometimes Lady Justice is actually seen with a shield. Let me suggest that that sword is being used to defend a meritless claim, a false allegation, really kind of an offensive one, that she somehow left him an unconscious man and bolted, and it's I can tell you, we believe it to be utter BS.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument. He's supposed to present what he's going to show, not argue it.
We believe it to be. It's fair, isn't it?
Oh, sustained. It is bordering on argument, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's suing for $3 million. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to hit damages later. I want to hit the merits of the case first. So the burden of proof, I wanted to emphasize. And then instruction 11 says, don't abandon your common sense. So this can look, you're going to hear from brain experts and a lot of people to talk about this. But don't abandon your common sense. That's very important. I also want to just reference to you that you should pay attention more to the records before someone's thinking lawsuit than the records after someone's thinking lawsuit.
Objection, argument, Your Honor. This is open statement. This is argument.
Sustained.
You're going to see a lot of records about what was going on before and during, and then after. Some of the records before indicate that Terry Sanders had brain issues before. In fact, there was a prior MRI. Now, let me hit the accident because I'd be silly to address other issues
let me explain what was happening. And can you find that second picture? Ms. Paltrow has sentimental feelings about skiing. Her dad, who left this life too early, took her skiing as a kid at Alta. She grew up learning to ski, and those are very sentimental trips. In fact, after her dad died in his 50s, she didn't ski for a long time because it was an emotional thing for her. That is Miss Paltrow. That is Gwyneth on the right. That is her son, Moses, on the left, on the very day of this ski accident. All right, so they're going up, and this was also, so it was a sentimental issue because she had started getting back into skiing, and she did it because she wanted her kids to learn like she had. Another thing, she had a boyfriend at the time who's now her husband, and he has kids the exact same age as Gwyneth's daughter and son. Oddly, the daughter is the same age as the daughter and the son as the son. And this was really their first trip to sort of have a mixed, see if this might work. So it was a special time, and it was a lovely day. So some ski events, we worry about, is the sun in someone's eyes? No one's saying that. Is it a snowy day? No, it was a nice day. How about, was it slick run? No, it was a nice groomed run. How about, was it really complex hill? No, it wasn't the bunny hill, but Bandana, who maybe some of you know, I mean, it's a green hill. And so none of those factors kind of come into play. Moderately busy. And she's skiing, again, with a group. So her group is she, Brad, now her husband, who you're going to hear from, her daughter, Apple, who you're going to hear from, Moses, who you're going to hear from, and then some Deer Valley people. Now, these weren't her people. These were Deer Valley instructors. I could have hired Eric Christiansen that day, just as Gwyneth did. And then Brad has 2 kids, and they had ski instructors. So that was their group. It was kind of a loose group, but nonetheless, they went to the top. They met at the top of Bandana with the plan. This was about 11 a.m. We're going to go down and have lunch. I think it's the Empire Lodge, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we're going to all kind of ski down. Gwyneth is a conservative skier. She always skis on the far right. So if it's like a highway, fast people go on the left. I don't know if it's the same, but far right, and then kind of small curves. And she's generally watching her kids, but she's not specifically watching because they have their instructors. She's skiing, enjoying herself, and she hears, suddenly she sees 2 skis appear between her skis. And a man comes up right behind her. Now, they're not going fast. That's kind of the odd thing here. He comes up almost body to body like this and starts groaning. She doesn't know what's going on. What's going on? Am I being assaulted? She's moving forward. And then she's like, they begin falling to the right. And she's feeling freaked out, I think is a fair statement. And he hits down, apparently his side and his head, and she is essentially falling on him. But keep in mind, his skis are intertwined now with hers. Her first reaction is get away from this. And so she's trying to get away. What has just happened? Now, she only has to think about this for a few seconds to realize, okay, I'm not being assaulted. But this fellow, she had a more colorful word, has just run into me. And she said, "What are you doing?" Or words to that effect. And he's like, words to the effect, "I didn't see you." And then there's a question, well, who ran into who? And he says, you ran into me? And Gwyneth's like, "No, you ran square right into me." And he said, "I'm sorry." He doesn't deny saying, "I'm sorry." He doesn't remember it, but he doesn't dispute it. Now, she's still ticked off. In fact, much has been said about the so-called only eyewitness. So you're going to hear from him this afternoon. I don't have to give you commentary on him. But he will say he heard and turned. He heard and turned. That's what the Deer Valley guy says. Eric Christiansen, one of the instructors, said he heard and turned and then saw. So I'll comment just a minute more on Mr. Ramon in just a minute. You'll hear about him. Back to Gwyneth's story. She's backed up. She's safe. Eric's on the scene. He's helping people get their skis off. And he's trying to figure out what happened. Now, Eric, backing up, they started at the hill. This is at the very beginning of the hill, by the way. It's not halfway down. It's not 3/4 down. It's the first quarter down. He's trying to figure out what happened. But he had seen Gwyneth go down. Then Terry, who was cutting across the whole thing. If I'm misstating it, we're going to have to defer to their testimony when they testify, but I'm trying to give you a big picture. He's making a wide, much wider turning. And guess what? He's blind in one eye and has decreasing vision in his left eye. He has hearing aids. He's had heart, stroke, many other medical conditions. Just weeks earlier, he had told his doctor, "I'm feeling old suddenly." And Terry's story, by the way, is that he's coming across and he sees a struggling younger woman, not younger, a struggling female skier. And he wants to be really clear to stay away from her. So he's actually turning his head to clear the beginner skier. And what happens? He comes right upon Gwyneth. He back turns with his better eye, and suddenly she's there. So the Deer Valley report, do you mind? By the way, Deer Valley is not a party to this lawsuit. The court dismissed Deer Valley. So Gwyneth's not Deer Valley. Deer Valley stands on its own.
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Deer Valley stands on its own, and I don't know if they're going to assert like there's some massive cover-up or what, but
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
okay, back one, I think, James. By the way, I think the goal is to give everyone a little better access with these little screens, but it hasn't worked out today. So Eric Christiansen, remember, he hears and he turns and he goes directly over there. He's there within seconds. And he's seen what happened. And what does he say? Can you blow up the first half? Chief complaint, male skier took her out from behind. He's putting this together, and then let's do the bottom thing, and then we won't focus on exhibits anymore really today on this, but First thing male skier said, does that say said? I can't read it. Anyone?
Stated.
Stated was that she appeared right in front of him, thus admitting that he was the uphill skier. She never saw him because he came in from behind. That was the evaluation from the Deer Valley skier, from the Deer Valley instructor. Interestingly, Eric Christiansen, the ski instructor, is trying to figure out, all right, what's the first question, by the way? Everyone okay? Everyone okay? Now, they were both, any collision, you take a body blow, it takes a little while to gather your senses, recognize, okay, I'm safe, okay. But his answer was he was okay. And he was on his feet. This took minutes. Gwyneth was not happy still. Moses, who you're going to meet, he's now 16, but he was a 9-year-old at the time, was with his instructor. His instructor started to come over. Moses came over, and he saw his mom, and he was worried. He hadn't seen his mom. First of all, she's on the ground, and she's yelling at this guy. She might have said something like, "What the F word?" And I think she might have said the F word. We're going to figure that out. And she's mad. And he said, I haven't seen my mom like that. And he was sort of personally a little upset. All right. And then, okay, everyone's okay. Everyone's okay. And Eric Christiansen, the ski instructor, said, a ski patrol person, who's different than the instructor, a ski patrol person came by and said, everyone okay? And he said, Mr. Sanderson and Craig Ramon, who you're going to meet this afternoon, talked to each other and said, we're okay. And they said, we're okay, and the ski patrol left. All right, now everyone's okay. And then I think Eric Christiansen, okay, Gwyneth, you can go join your family. By the way, your family's waiting for her at the bottom. Brad, interestingly, had heard it and looked up and saw his wife on the ground and had come back up, and she had skied down to be with him, not to leave. By the way, you'll never hear the words hit and run in this whole trial. This was not a hit and run. The plaintiffs even had a ski expert evaluate it, and he said it's not a hit and run. So take that out of your mind. All right, so, all right, now what's going on? Okay, everyone's good to go. Everyone went. Terry, right before he left, apparently, Eric Christiansen said, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. No one knew who she was. By the way, she had a helmet and goggles and everything. Guess who who denied that? Craig Ramon. Their so-called first skier has a whole different crazy story. That
Objection, argument, Your Honor.
that is our
Overruled?
Oh, then I reassert my crazy comment. All right, so I'll continue the story. Everyone's good to go, good to go. Okay, then they now hear she's Gwyneth Paltrow. And okay, well, let's ski down. So they ski down a ways further. And Terry, I shouldn't call him Terry, Mr. Sanderson, does not feel good. He feels confused, he says. So you'll hear them like, well, let's get a ski patrol person now. We'd previously waved one off, but now we've changed our mind. We need ski patrol. toboggan person comes named Whitney. And she pulls up and the first thing Whitney says is, "What happened?" And Mr. Sanderson says, "I don't know. I'm not sure." He did not say, "I was just hit." Interestingly, Craig Ramon, the friend, did not correct that statement. So Craig Ramon, by the way, never once told Eric Christiansen she hit him. Didn't say one word about it. Didn't say we need help. Part of this crazy story is he says Mr. Sanderson was out cold for 2 minutes, unconscious. Now, do you know how long it is to look at a person who might be like dead or dying for 2 minutes and not do one thing? He didn't do anything. It's not true. Everyone on the scene was saying, absolutely. If he was out, it was for seconds, not 2 minutes. Christiansen's going to just ignore someone who's out cold. He's saying, "I'm okay." He's on his feet. He's declining ski patrol. Very different story than someone who's out cold. I said, "Did you start CPR, like where you check his breathing and stuff?" No, I didn't do any of it. You'll see there are a lot of ridiculous things I think about it.
Objection, Your Honor, an argument.
Sustained.
Gwyneth didn't have a helmet. He says Gwyneth didn't have a helmet or a face mask or a goggles on her. She had those things. She doesn't go around skiing. She's safe conscious, and she's probably a little celebrity conscious about, like, I don't do that. So anyway, we'll address that this afternoon more, but let me continue the story. So he's on the toboggan. Now, Whitney, this toboggan person's pretty smart. She goes, "Hey, I want you to remember, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I want you to remember them. And they're unique things. We'll get into it later." And at the bottom of the hill, she's checking them, and he remembers all of them. In fact, he's a poster. So he posts a very happy, smiling picture of the toboggan person and a very articulate comment repeating, like, she went to Michigan, she won this ski thing, very detailed, and he posts it. Okay, well, that's nice, but it's not something you do if you've just suffered a major traumatic brain injury. All right, so articulate, everything. At the bottom, he's talking, he's conversing. This isn't like garbled, crazy talk where you think head injury is important. So by the way, he takes a picture, so he likes to take pictures and post things on Facebook and everything, of Ramon and one of the women he was skiing with, and they're all smiles. Like you'd post, you wouldn't know, like, this is taken by someone who just suffered a major head collision or something. And boom, it's posted. Okay, great. This is good because we're getting real life things from him in his own fingers in his own head. Then he goes to an Instacare person. Instacare person says, "No signs of confusion." Okay, that's a big issue, right? If we're worrying about. By the way, there's a nurse on your panel, but I take it from our experts that you'll hear that if you hit your head and you say, "I have confusion," essentially you are diagnosed. I mean, you have a concussion. I mean, so maybe it's more than that. I might be simplifying it, and forgive me if I am, because nothing I'm saying is evidence, but I'm trying to give you the story. So the guy there is like, "Okay, I can't rule out problems, so you should get a CT." A CT is imaging of the brain, and he ends up going to the VA hospital the next day. The CT, it's interesting. So he had a stroke-like event and lost his right eye like 6 years earlier. So we have imaging of his brain 6 years earlier. And guess what? There are defects in that new CT, but guess what? They were there before. They were there before. And guess what their experts didn't do? Go back and look to see if the problems in his current imaging is present on his 6-year-old CT of the brain. It's kind of crazy. They're interviewing him. He's telling them things, but no one's actually trying to go back and sort of say, look, is his brain different? Okay. You were going to hear from some daughters. By the way, there was reference to 2 daughters. He has 3 daughters. He's on the outs with that daughter. She paints a not that great story about him before the ski accident. Why do we dig into this? No one wants to dig into this. But if a 75-year-old man says, I don't think as well as I used to, my brain doesn't work as well as I used to, I forget things. We have to, which is why we're all here, we have to go back and look at these things. If he says my relationships were harmed by Gwyneth, we have to go back, it's kind of a deep dive, and say, what were your relationships like before this? And it's not pleasant. I mean, like half of the trial is going to be on this kind of stuff, because if someone says, I have a severe $3 million brain injury caused by you, we have I have a lawyer obligation to represent my client and say, what's true? And I'm telling you, he does have confusion. He does have strained relationships. He does forget some things. But guess what? It's a normal aging and his pre-existing problems coming forward and progressing. Back to the story. So Instacare, they say, go get a CT tomorrow. And then he posts, and let's put that up. So he's a poster, okay? Big on Facebook. So there are lots of pictures of him, which helps us. It helps us understand him. What does he post to his daughters? I'm famous. He doesn't post I'm hurt. He doesn't post googly gawk. Is that the right word? Confusing stuff. Could you highlight the bottom half? I'm famous. This is at 8 p.m. The accident had occurred just before lunch. So 8 hours later, he's home. And then he said, here's what happened from my friend and eyewitness, this Craig. And he posts it. He posts it. Wouldn't you be interested to know what this post was in real time? This video or photo, it's apparently video.
Objection, argument.
Your Honor, that's just trying to explain the evidence here.
So you've got evidence, this is evidence that will come in?
That it's not there.
Okay. Overruled as to that.
Wouldn't we all like to know, I apologize, we're okay?
Yes.
Wouldn't we like to know what this was?
Objection, argument, Your Honor. This is argument.
Sustained.
It's nowhere to be found. We're in a courtroom 7 years later trying to figure out what happened. It was right there, nowhere to be found. And then, can you do the top half? This is his daughter. I can't believe this is all on GoPro. I can't believe this is all on GoPro. Where's the GoPro? Do we want it? We want it. It's nowhere to be found. I'm glad you're okay. He's telling his daughters, I'm okay. All right. We're trying to put together a lot of facts. You're going to hear, I don't know, like 20 people are going to come in, half of them medical people, and try to figure this out. It'll be interesting. I think after this trial, you'll go, that was cool, actually. You learned a lot, and you are given to our community. But about half of the information you're going to hear, if you find that Gwyneth did not cause the accident, you can disregard all the damages talk. So we're going to hear a week of evidence on Terry's brain, Mr. Sanderson's brain. But if you find no negligence by Ms. Paltrow, then you can disregard all that.
Your Honor, I object. This is a classic argument.
Sustained.
$1 bill. Gwyneth was hurt by Mr. Sanderson's negligence. When he came up behind her, paralleled her, and went, she says she has a prior knee problem. She was worried about it. She separated from him with help. Then boyfriend came up, and she is upset. She has, anyone sustaining a blow is upset. She's sore. She never went to a doctor, but for this, by the way. But it rattled her, and it physically hurt her. When they were dismissed, they went down to the bottom of the hill. And who was waiting for her? Her daughter, Apple, now 18, then 8, I think. No. 11. Sorry, I got that mixed up. So, and Apple's like, what took you so long? And she said, some a-hole just ran into me. I think she used the real word. All right, why is this important? She didn't say, I just ran into someone. She was mad, and over lunch she was mad. And then after lunch, she said, that guy kind of hurt me. And I'm not going to ski the rest of the day. There's even a text from Gwyneth's own phone to Eric Christiansen. And they're like, Moses wants to know if you're coming. I'm going to go in. That guy kind of hurt me. And she went in. And she lost her full day pass that she had paid for. And she only got to ski half a day. In addition, she had paid for her instructor, who now was diverted from teaching her son Moses to take care of this collision issue. And so we asked you for $1. Now this is a lot to go through for $1, but it's an actual dollar because she had come with her family to enjoy a family vacation.
This is again an argument. This is classic argument.
These are facts.
This is closing argument.
Overruled as to the comments that are being made right now. Those are facts.
Yeah, and let's keep the interruptions to a minimum, would we?
Well, don't argue then.
Well, counsel,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. I mean, The objections have been valid, some of them.
So she came for a family vacation. Half the afternoon was kind of ruined. And so that dollar is important to us. It's important to my client. Let me hit a few other things. You've been very patient. I think I said, it's hard to unpack someone, a 75-year-old, who says, I don't think as well as I used to. Heaven help me if my daughters were called to the stand and they say, hey, let's talk about all your dad's mental quirks and problems and his physical health and his deterioration as he ages. I wouldn't want to be present for that. It would be hard. And yet we're here because Mr. Sanderson is making that allegation. And so we have to do it. So I don't want to look like I'm beating up on a kindly old man. But keep in mind, we have to do this because they have said, Gwyneth owes me $3 million. I mean, we have to address that. So I kind of apologize in advance. Mr. Sanderson threw a press conference and he said, Gwyneth,
Objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
this is
It's
factual.
also argument.
This is factual.
Sustained. There hasn't been. Would you please approach?
The sass is real right now. I didn't expect that. Can you stop interrupting? Is he like Keanu Reeves? Well, Erin, whilst we're here, my notes. I think you can pick up what this is about. It's about basically he said, she said, he said that she crashed into him, and that 4 broken ribs he had, plus concussion, plus he went to the VA the next day.
Sanderson said,
Mother,
3 years later,
this.
she came out of the jungle like King Kong, screaming. When asked in real time by Gwyneth, he said, I apologize. I'm sorry. When asked by the ski instructor, he said, she appeared right in front of me. And when asked by the toboggan person, he said, I don't remember. I don't know. Or I'm not sure. Mr. Sanderson said his memories of this case get better over the years. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's not how memory works. One more comment on damages. Plaintiffs, he was a vet. We salute him for that. He went to the VA and he went at 1 month. He went at 1 year. And I guess 1 year and 2 months and 1 year at 3 months. Okay, so 3 different assessments, neuropsych assessments. This is where a smart person is trying to figure out, and he is saying, I'm more confused since the ski accident. And they're doing testing on him. These are not hired experts, like many of the people you're going to hear. These are his VA people, and he's complaining, and they're doing assessments on him. And what does he do? Above average, above average, above average, above average, above average. A year and 2 months. High IQ, high verbal comprehension, high perceptive reasoning, working memory is average, processing speed average, overall cognitive ability intact. 1 year and 3 months later, goes to someone else. These are three different people. Three different people. He's alert. His affect is appropriate. His speech is normal. His thought process is logical, linear, and goal-oriented. All good. His perception, no disturbance. Attention, concentration within normal limits. Recent memory within normal limits. Remote memory within normal limits. All normal or above normal. These are not the hired people. Let me just say that.
They all run up to the bench as well.
Back to Lady Justice, please. I am finishing up.
Good, thank you.
Plaintiff said, these are my notes in his opening, she was dangerous and reckless. She's skiing with her 9-year-old son, who's a beginner, just so you know. Dangerous and reckless. You decide. We need your help. The community.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argument again.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Watch me ski. There was a comment, somehow she was distracted. Gwyneth doesn't remember that. The kids don't remember that. But if I guess someone says, hey, look at me, but these aren't like 3-year-olds at a swimming pool. And she is focused. She is not distracted. She got taken out from behind. I mean, that's what happened. And that's enough on that. His posts. So again, we can curse public media or social media, but it does do one thing well, doesn't it? It's like sort of documents people. And he's a poster. So guess what? He went on traveling all over the world after this. Like 10 trips all over the world. And we'll talk about that. I'm not even talking about the domestic trips, which he did those too. But I'm talking about big, long international trips. He does yoga, he swims, he stays fit. His life is not a disaster.
Your Honor, I object. This argument again.
Overruled.
Our experts, you will hear from them, and I won't go through name by name. 2 are Eastfold and Askenazi. These are smart people who are trying to put everything together and are just saying, so he's aging, he has prior problems, and he's now obsessed, essentially, with this lawsuit. I mean, I think the best thing after this is over, this will be a good thing, win or lose, I think.
Objection, Your Honor. That's argument.
Sustained.
They will say that. Our experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Our experts will say that. Is that objectionable?
No.
You've been very kind. I'm going to end here with Lady Justice. So the blindfold you get, we're not going to feel sorry for him. We're not going to make our decision on that. The weighing of evidence, they have to have more evidence than not. And the sword, we are defending a false allegation, and we need your help. And
Your Honor,
thank you so
this
much
is
for
argument.
doing it.
to be sustained.
I'm done, and
Overrule just a little latitude there.
that's about 10 overruled objections during my closing, which I think is inappropriate, Your Honor.
Why don't we approach the bench, please?
This trial is gonna have it all. They're objecting. Oh my God! Right. I love this shit. This is what it's all about. Attorneys, to them. Well, there's one woman coming up now. Fucking hell. Right. So the defense, Erin, are saying that he went into Gwynedd, but wasn't that fast paced or anything. And when he went into her, they both got up and he apologized, said, "Oh, I'm sorry, are you okay?" type thing. And when he went down, he seemed fine to everybody. So no brain injury or anything. Obviously we heard then that she was scared a bit and blah 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 and all that. And they believe that the brain injury, they have obviously plaintiffs blaming Gwynedd, but they're like, well, no, actually, this happened potentially 7 years ago. On scans, he was shown, so it wasn't the cause of the skiing. It would have happened anyway, type of thing. That's it in a nutshell. It's going to last 2 weeks. There's no camera. 2 weeks. What the fuck? I thought this was going to be done in like 2-3 days. But anyway, I don't mind it if we got all the sass and stuff. Like, this is going to be brilliant. The lawyers, the opening for the defense and for the state were like, oh my God, falling asleep. But at least the guy for the defense brought some sass, though. That was good.
Okay, we're going to take our noon recess at this time. I've been informed that lunch will be available for the jurors. Just to let you know, the parties have agreed to split the cost of lunches so that you don't have to try to travel out to go find lunch. You're certainly welcome to go if you'd like, but lunch will be provided for you, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, but the best thing is I can skip now, can't I? Whoa. So basically, we're now live. Yeah, open statement. So I think we're 10 minutes away from them coming back from lunch. So I've got I got the other one up and prepared as well. So when the Zachariah Anderson one comes back, what I'll do then, whatever, if it's today or tomorrow, I'll pause it, the Paltrow one, and then go straight over to the other one. Yes, so I think we're 10 minutes away now, Spider Girl, or 9 minutes away now. So it's all zoomed up now. I think we're absolutely live now. Like, I don't know what the hell you're going to do half the time, Chrissy. So I'm not even sure you're going to restrain yourself, to be quite honest with you. But as we know, you just do you. Everyone, just do yourselves. As long as you don't fight in my chat, I don't give a shit. Just do whatever you want. First, it's oh crap! Now you asked me something. Okay, so this is the first attorney, which we'll just get a clip of him. Okay.
Basically, it's when your brain has too much fluid in
This
the
is him.
canals of the brain or the ventricles, and it builds up and it presses on your brain. It may actually make you more susceptible to problems from a concussion, but many people go their whole life without any symptoms, and they never know they have MPH unless they get a brain scan. Well, the evidence will show that Terry Sanderson had no symptoms of NPH prior to the ski crash. Dr. Gibby says because Terry was asymptomatic or had no symptoms before the crash, the brain injury he suffered in the ski crash is the cause of his current problems, not MPH. Well, the defense is 3 medical doctors. The defense has hired 3 MDs and 2 PhD neuropsychologists say, well, the MPH is causing his problems.
Witness looks nice, though. I got to give you that.
Dr. Gibby says, well, I'm not sure what they're thinking, but this ski crash caused Terry's current problems. Further, like Dr. Bain, Dr. Gibby thinks it's highly unlikely that Mr. Sanderson hit Miss Paltrow. The way he sustained the injuries to his ribs is more likely than not caused by Miss Paltrow landing on his back when Terry Sanderson hit the ground when she rode his back after the ski crash. Then we talked to Dr. Sam Goldstein, a neuropsychologist who has a clinic in Salt Lake City who treats patients with brain injuries. He's been treating people like this for decades. We asked Dr. Goldstein, what can you say about Terry's injuries? The defense says it's more likely dementia or NPH or other problems. Well, Dr. Goldstein says, well, it's permanent and significant, this injury he had when Miss Paltrow hit him, because his family and friends and the people he knows before and after the crash report that he had very few problems before the crash, but after the crash, he has very significant problems. It was dangerous. And she knew that skiing that way, looking somewhere else, blindly skiing down a mountain by looking up and to the side was reckless. And she knew if she continued to ski that way, that it was not a matter of if, but when, by looking up and to the side.
Might come now.
It was not a matter of, she would crash into somebody below her, and someone would get seriously and permanently hurt. She knew what she was doing was dangerous. She knew it was reckless, and somebody would get hurt anyway. I think I just said that. But before we get into the details of this case, of how Gwyneth Paltrow's neglect, her choices, and her conscious disregard for other people on the mountain all combined together to cause Terry Sanderson to suffer 4 broken ribs and permanent brain damage, we first have to talk how skiers are supposed to ski down a mountain, what the rules of safety are, and the purpose for those rules, and what happens when skiers break those rules. That way we will all be on the same page, and we can get into the details of this case, okay? All skiers know that when they are skiing down the mountain, it's their responsibility to pay attention, look downhill, and yield the right of way to the skiers below them. Because the skiers below them can't see behind them to control, as they turn left and right to control their speed, especially when there's multiple people on the mountain, it's the uphill skiers' responsibility to yield the right of way to those below. And it's never enough to say, well, so what if I crashed into someone that was below me on the mountain? That doesn't mean it's all my fault. Because especially on a beginner run, they know that skiers may be less experienced and that skiers below them trust that the ones coming behind are paying attention. That's what skiers do. Before they start down a hill, They take account of how many skiers are below them, what those skiers are doing, and they keep their eyes forward down the hill so they can yield the right of way. And even though it can be challenging sometimes when skiers do these things, they get to enjoy skiing, they get to practice their skiing, and most importantly, everyone gets to go home safe at the end of the day, and that's a good thing. But some skiers say, well, what's so wrong with looking up the mountain behind me and to the side while skiing down the hill? Just because a crash occurs on the mountain with somebody that was below me, that doesn't mean it's my fault. And some skiers say, well, what if the person below me on the mountain was changing directions quickly? Maybe it's their fault too. And finally, they say, look, what's the big deal? You're not that hurt. And it's attitudes like this, behavior like this, choices like these when crashes happen. And sometimes it's just a bump or a bruise. Sometimes it's a scare or a close call, but sometimes it's worse. Sometimes it's broken bones, sometimes a concussion or permanent brain damage. And that's exactly what happened here. So let's get into the details of the case. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow has skied since she was 3 years old and considers herself an intermediate skier. Ms. Paltrow has skied about a half a dozen times at Deer Valley Ski Resort. She hires multiple ski instructors for her children, which allows them to skip the lines. The private instructors cost thousands of dollars per day. On the day of the collision, February 26, 2016, Ms. Paltrow is skiing at Deer Valley with 9 people, including her 2 children, her future husband, Brad Falchuk, his 2 children, and 4 Deer Valley private ski instructors. Eric Christensen is one of those private ski instructors. He has worked for Ms. Paltrow's family for a handful of ski vacations in past seasons. Eric Christensen knows the family well enough that one time he sent her son some pottery that he hand makes. A few minutes before noon, Ms. Paltrow's group of 10 meet at the top of Bandana Ski Run to go to the bottom for lunch. Bandana is a green run about 3/4 of a mile long. Deer Valley grooms Bandana every day, every ski day. Skiers have skied on it for 3 hours. The snow is packed. Although a green run, Bandana is steep enough for skiers to pick up speed unless they make turns. Slow signs are always at the top. I'm just going to show you a picture of that real quick. This is not the actual ski day or the event. This is just an example of what Bandana looks like.
I'm going to click back now. Because it's just come back to court. I don't know when the fisherman's friend thing comes in. Yeah, so he said he basically coughed so much, and he said something about fisherman's friend. He just had one or something like that. It was just like, what the hell are you on about, man? Right, I'll be going on to mutes now once the jury comes in. Erin, are you up to date now? Everyone up to date with what's going on? They said it's a 2-week trial, which I hope not. Right, I think I've got. He's not on mute, is he?
Okay, we're ready.
No. I've got the volume down low because they came in screaming earlier on. If I need to, I'll just say in chat if it's too low, I'll bump it up. The jury come in. Also, thank you. It's about 25 people or 22 now. If you can like the video, happy days. If you can subscribe it, happy days. If not, don't worry, I won't cry over it. It's all good. But thanks for joining us. Coming to chat. Yeah, apparently 2 weeks, apparently, yeah. But who knows? They said it was a week of doctors or something. So we'll see. I love the way we just dropped from 25 to 19 viewers. Amazing. Don't worry, I don't talk throughout it all. I just literally, because there's a break, I'm not going to leave silence. Look at Keanu Reeves, Chrissy. Right, Keanu? Oh, you're some girl, aye. So we're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern time. Oh, Miss Amanda, no, thank you. Hopefully you join us anytime you want. We're not experts. We just watch the trials. I keep my mouth shut once the trial's going. We're back up tomorrow as well for we're still watching. I've got the Zachariah trial up. So I've always said I'll pause the Gwyneth Paltrow one if or when the Zachariah one comes back as well. But welcome. If you can like and subscribe, that'd be brilliant. But yeah, you're welcome anytime. And we got chat, we got Chrissy and Crime Spies. Just don't listen to half the things they say. Right. Somebody said today, but I mean, I thought tomorrow.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're ready for our first witness, Mr. Sykes?
We are.
And who would that be?
Craig Ramon.
Mr. Ramon, if you could come forward, please. And walk right over here, sir, and be sworn in as a witness.
Right here. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And then right around over here, sir.
Kind of adjust that to get comfortable, okay? Please state your full name and your home address.
Craig James Ramon,
And how old are you, sir?
58,
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Cottonwood High School,
And that's in Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County?
Salt Lake.
And tell us about your work background.
Well, when I was 18, I went to work for a glass company called Natco Glass. Worked there for about a year and a half, and then from there I quit, and then I went to work at Central Glass, and for about a year and a half.
That's in Salt Lake City,
Yes,
downtown, okay.
and then from there I started my own glass company,
What was it called?
Craig's Glass,
Okay.
and I started that about 21 years old, and then I bought some commercial property when I was about 24, and I built a commercial building. And then when I moved into the commercial building, I ended up changing the name to A1 National Glass.
About what year was that roughly?
That I built the building.
Yeah, but well, I moved in as A1.
Would have been
Approximately.
87.
Okay. And were you the owner, sole owner?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the jury understands the basic background, what kind of glass did A1 do?
Auto glass.
So auto glass, that was their specialty.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And how long did you work with A1? 87 until about what year?
2013.
Okay. What happened then?
I basically sold out and retired.
Okay. And so when you sold out and retired, you were 50?
I was 48.
48. Okay. Do you need to work now?
No.
So you don't work now?
No.
Okay. What do you do now during the
winter? In the wintertime, I like to ski.
Okay.
And then in the summertime, I like to travel and scuba dive.
Travel and scuba dive?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in skiing, just so that you get an idea of your ski ability, what year did you start skiing?
I started when
Or what age, I should say?
I started when I was about 5 years old.
Okay. And by the time you finished high school, what level were you?
An expert. I actually, at skiing.
Yeah.
I was an expert. I actually competed in freestyle.
Freestyle?
Yeah.
Was your objective to go to the Olympics at some point?
Yeah, the Olympics were starting to come around at that time, and I wanted to shoot for the Olympics, but that never happened.
Right. So some may be skiers, some not. There's beginner, obviously. Intermediate would be number 2. Advanced.
Yes.
And expert.
Yes.
And you're in the expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, I'm pausing this one. I'll come back to it. There's something going on. I've just paused it. In the Anderson one, there's another judge and everything in there. So bear with me. I need to share that. The other one's paused, so don't worry. We'll get back to it.
Is appearing by attorney Nicole Muller and attorney Kirk Obear. For the defendant, Mr. Zachariah Anderson, he's in custody, was not produced. We're fine with waiving his appearance if the court is.
We have 2 questions from the jurors. They came at 1:53 p.m. Question 1, please provide the timestamps and then in parentheses creation of the snippets of Rosalio's pictures on the defendant's computer. Question number 2, please provide creation timestamps for the videos the defendant created outside of Sadie's home on April 24th, 2020. I invite comment.
Judge, the defense's position on this is, as far as question number 1, which is the timestamps creation of the snippets of Rosalio's pictures on the defendant's computer, that was testimony. So there really isn't any exhibit that establishes that. I believe it was, Morton, but I believe it was Sean Morton.
Gravely that there's no exhibit providing timestamps?
I believe it was testimonial.
It was
I
testimonial.
believe that Officer Morton, who is the computer expert in this case in terms of, for both sides, answered a lot of questions, indicated that those Rosalio pictures were, that a screenshot was taken and that those pictures were put on the computer on
425.
Okay, I intend to respond. Please rely on your collective memories.
Yeah.
All right, and then question 2, did you want me to repeat that?
Yes, because, and I honestly, I don't believe that was even testimonial.
Nothing on that.
There was not testimony on that issue.
There's
So
been no evidence offered on that issue.
So I could add the same response. Please rely on your collective memories.
yeah,
Sure.
I think that's fair.
Attorney Gravely?
That's okay.
All right, that's what I'll do. Thank you. Off the record.
Judge.
Cool, that's it. Well, I will go back and forward when it does come in, but I'll put that to side now then. Friggin' Nora, I've got multitask now. That one goes over there. Now I got to click I'll just stop. It's easier for me just to stop and share screen. So we start back up live. So don't worry.
Roughly in the last, say,
Not
4 or
live,
5
but you know what I mean.
years, how many days did you ski per year during those years?
The most I've skied was 154, and
In 1 year, one ski season.
one ski season.
Okay.
And this year I'm about 70.
Okay. And there's still snow up there, right? Okay.
There's a lot of snow.
All right. Now, travel. Tell the jury some of the places you've traveled.
South Africa, Papua New Guinea, Sydney, Australia, Bangkok, Phuket, Thailand, Maldives and the Indian Ocean, Palau, Galapagos Islands, Quito, Ecuador, the Amazon rainforest, Costa Rica, Cocos Islands, Cancun, Cozumel, Bahamas.
You're making me jealous now. Okay. So quite a few places.
Yes.
And how often have you been scuba diving on those trips?
Most of them are scuba diving, and
Okay.
yeah. But what I like to do is a lot of times I like to go to
Background.
Some background is appropriate.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And so, could you repeat that?
You know, let's see.
Oh,
trying to remember.
so a lot of times what I like to do is, like, for instance, I went to Bangkok and then from there I went over to Phuket to scuba dive.
Okay.
So they're both in.
So sometimes you would combine an overseas trip with scuba diving.
Yeah. The only time I ever went on a trip that wasn't associated with scuba diving was South Africa, and that was an African safari.
Tell the jury, if you would, how you know Terry Sanderson.
My girlfriend at the time, Terry Sanderson, he started a meetup group at Alta, and so.
Stop a second. There may be some that don't know what a meetup group. Tell them what a meetup group.
Okay, meetup group. It's a meetup group. It's meetup.com, and somebody can, like, for instance, Terry, he started a group there, and then you can sign up for this group. Anybody can sign up for say skiing or pottery or hiking, and then if somebody wants to go skiing one day, they'll say, for instance, we're going to be at Alta at 9:00 at this lift, and then anybody can go, and so anybody can go. There's been people from out of the state that'll be in town for the weekend, and they'll actually go and go to these meetup groups.
So
Yes.
was this ski meetup group one that Terry started?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you ski with Terry before the ski crash, which was February 26, 2016?
About 6.
6 times.
Yes.
Okay. How would you, excuse me, characterize him in terms of friendship?
He's an acquaintance.
Okay. Is he a good friend?
No.
Okay. Do you do a lot of things with him?
No.
Okay. Before the day of the ski crash, had you done anything with him other than 6 meetup groups?
No.
Okay. Now, I assume that you saw him skiing on each of those prior times, right?
Yes.
Tell the jury what kind of skier Terry Sanderson was, please.
He was an advanced to expert. I'd say he's
Advanced.
to expert. He'd skied one run with me. That it was an expert run. We were with in a meetup group, and there was one guy that was really a good skier. We broke away from the group because they were going to go to lunch, and we went up by the Supreme lift at Alta, and this guy wanted to go down this really steep run, and it was a really narrow, and there's trees on both sides, and it's really narrow and steep and long. And this guy wanted to go down, so he went down, and then I was right behind him. I went down, and then Terry was right behind me, and then we skied down to the bottom, and he cut the guy that went down first. He stopped, and then I was right behind him, and Terry was right behind me. I didn't see him skiing, but he was on my tail.
All right. And so there may be some non-skiers here, like I said. Typically, how do beginners ski?
They ski, they snow plow, and then they'll go back and forth across the ski run.
Kind of the whole run sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did Terry do any of that when you watched him?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen Terry, aside from the day of the crash, collide with anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen him bump into anything like at lunch or something like that?
No.
Did you ever hear him complain he can't see?
No.
Okay. Now, did you ever ski with Terry after the ski collision of February 26th?
Yes, I skied with him 2 times the next ski season up at Alta.
So that would be the 16-17 ski season then, right?
Yes.
The December to April, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Tell the jury how he skied then.
He was having a hard time. He he was snow plowing, and he went went up, was kind of skiing with a girl named Robin, and she skier, and he was snow plowing, having a hard time getting down the hill, and he kept asking me and Robin, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? And he just, he says, am I planting my poles right? And he just didn't have it, and he didn't have it at all. And he wasn't the same skier as he was the previous year.
Okay. Do you know what the rules of the road are for skiing?
Yeah, the first thing is ski under control.
Your Honor, he's not designated as a ski expert.
I'm talking about just as a skier. He has to know that.
Yeah,
just a second. I'm going to overrule it as to this witness's personal knowledge as a skier and not as an expert in the rules of the road for skiing.
Okay. Ski under control.
Yes.
Okay. What's another rule of the road?
The downhill skier has the right of way.
There's sometimes said yield to the downhill skier. Yield.
Yes.
Okay. Because downhill skiers don't have eyes in the back of their head, do they?
No.
Can't see you coming.
No.
Okay. What's another rule of the road?
You never leave an accident. If 2 people collide, you never leave. You wait until you make sure everybody's okay, and then you actually give in contact information to each other.
Exchange information.
Yes.
Let's go forward. I apologize for my cough. I'm getting over a cold. I think so. Anyway. Let's dive into the bandana run on February 26, 2016. Okay. Do you have a good memory of that day?
Yes.
Okay. And in your meetup group that day, how many were there roughly?
6.
Okay. And who was your ski companion that day?
Pardon me?
Who was your ski companion that day?
Joanne.
Okay. And when you rode up the lifts, did you ride together or separately?
We usually rode together, but sometimes separately, because there was the lifts. They carry 4 people, and we had 6 people.
Okay. Describe for the jury the kind of day it was, please.
It was a sunny day.
It was a Friday, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And how was the traffic that day, ski traffic?
There was quite a few people. It was a busy day.
Okay. Did he go in the same chair, or can you remember if you went in the same chair with Terry before the bandana run?
I don't remember if I went in the same chair.
Okay, that day, was there anything excuse me, that Terry showed you or demonstrated that showed that he was impaired in any way that day?
No.
Okay. Was he bumping into anything?
No.
Was he falling over?
No.
Any other ski problems that day?
No.
Now, to the point where there was a collision, okay, how far down from the top of the lift were you, roughly?
Whether the collision happened, probably, I'm guessing, maybe 200-300 yards down from the top of the lift.
Okay. And how far away were you when you noticed there was a collision from Terry?
Probably about 35-40 feet.
Okay. Now, just to show, I know Your Honor, not everybody's a good judge of distance. Okay. I'm going to hand you a construction. What do you call this? Tape measure. There you go. I'm going to let you hold this, and I want you to tell the jury when I get out here how far away this door is back here. Courtroom door here.
That's 43 feet.
43 feet. May the record reflect that I was at the inner door, not the outer door. Okay.
So noted.
And we're measuring from the witness chair. Now, Mr. Ramon, see where I was standing with that door back there?
Yes.
And you had the end that showed the measurement, right?
Yes.
43 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury if that's about the distance it was away from the point of impact.
Yes, that's about right.
At any time that you saw Terry that day, was he doing anything other than parallel skiing?
No.
All right. Tell the jury, if you would, what you saw and heard that day at approximately 11:45 a.m. on February 26, 2016. Tell them what you saw.
Well, we were skiing down the bend, down the run, and then I heard this yell, this scream, and then I looked over, and then about maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then I heard the scream, and then I see this skier just slam into the back of Terry, and she just slammed him.
How hard?
Very hard. Very hard. And so Terry, she hits him right directly in the back, and so then his skis are like, when you're skiing like this. His skis actually, the tips go out like this, and he falls face down. So he's kind of spread eagle, and he goes face down, and Gwyneth's on the top of him, and they go down like this, and then Gwyneth hits him, and then bounces off and slides to the right about 5 or 10 feet.
Now, at the time, you didn't know it was Gwyneth, did you?
No.
Found that out later.
Yes.
So the skier that hit him from behind hit him hard.
Yes.
And Terry goes down. Does he stop abruptly?
Yes.
Okay. And how loud was the scream?
It was loud.
How much time elapsed between the time you heard the scream and saw the collision?
About a second or two.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you to tell the jury, and by the way, describe, excuse me for the cough, describe what happened to the two bodies after you saw the collision, briefly.
So the two bodies. So Terry stops, and then Gwyneth kind of slides down about 5 or 10.
On top of him or the side or what?
No, she bounced off the top of him, and then she slid down to the right side, and she slid down about 5 or 10 feet. And so So here's basically downhill. Terry's here and Gwyneth's right here.
What did you do?
I skied down, and then I went on to the left side of Terry.
Were you uphill or downhill from Terry?
I was uphill.
Uphill.
Well, I was down.
bit?
I was uphill, but then when I stopped, I was downhill. I was about equal with Gwyneth, and so Terry was when Terry went down, Gwyneth slid to the down 5 or 10 feet, and I came to the other side, and then I skied down I was about down about 5 or 10 feet, and so Gwyneth and I were basically, when she got up, we were facing each other.
How far away?
I would probably say maybe 10 feet.
Okay. Now, how long did it take you to get over there to the scene?
Oh, just a second or two.
Okay. All right. And aside from Gwyneth, we now know it was Gwyneth, didn't know at the time, and Terry, was there anybody else at the scene when you arrived? Anybody else at all?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the scene? Tell the jury.
Well, when I got there, I just was asking Terry, "Are you okay? You okay?" And Terry, he wasn't moving. His face was actually in the snow, and his arms were out like this, and I mean his helmet's stuck kind of in the snow. And so I'm asking him, and then Gwyneth gets up, and then I'm asking her, "Are you okay?" And then from there,
Let me stop you there for a second. From there, at that time, did Gwyneth Paltrow, we now know it was her, say anything at all, utter any words at all to you?
No, I asked her if she was okay, and she just looked at me, and then I asked her again.
Now, she's standing up or down on the ground?
She was standing up. She got up pretty quick.
Did she talk to anyone else?
No.
Who came over?
No.
The entire time she was there, 4 minutes or so, whatever it was.
Never said a
Did she say anything, any words come out of her mouth?
no.
What did Terry say, if anything?
He wasn't talking. I mean, he didn't even start moving for probably a couple of minutes.
Was he unresponsive or was he responsive?
No, he was unresponsive.
Okay. Now, a few seconds after you got there, did someone else arrive, and who?
Yeah, it's Eric. He showed up.
Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Spelled Christiansen, but he says Christensen, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't know. Okay. Now, did Mr. Christensen ever introduce himself to you?
No.
You didn't know his name?
No.
Tell the jury how he was dressed.
He had a green Deer Valley coat on, so he was an employee.
Tell the jury then what happened over the next 30 to 45 seconds. Tell the jury.
Well, he came up and he came up to the left of me, and then he starts yelling at Terry, and he's like, "What'd you do? What did you do?" And Terry's not moving. He's just not. He's not moving. His face down, and he keeps saying, "What did you do?" And so it got, and he was yelling when he came down, but then it just kept getting worse and worse. It kept getting higher and higher, and it's like, "What did you do?" And so I was getting.
Now, before you go any further,
yeah.
Describe for the jury the level of hostility that you observed from a green jacketed Eric Christensen toward Terry on the ground.
He was very hostile.
Describe it.
He was just yelling, and he was yelling to the point where I was thinking, I didn't say anything, but I was thinking to myself, man, you need to mellow out here. And so I got to the point where I was tired of it. I was concerned about Terry. Terry's not moving. And so then I ended up, he was down a little bit lower than I was. So I just moved a few feet in front of him. So he was looking, so he'd be yelling right at me. And then when I did that, he stopped yelling at him.
Did the level of hostility concern you as a person?
Yes.
Explain why.
Well, Terry was out. I mean, he was, and I was concerned about, Terry was, what was wrong with Terry, and I just was, I didn't know how bad he was hurt. I didn't, and when he was yelling, I was just, it just made me just, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know, just the way he was yelling. But I was very concerned about Terry.
But when you skied in between them, he calmed down.
Yes, he stopped talking totally.
Okay. Tell us what else Christensen said in that sequence.
So that's direct hearsay.
Sustained?
Did you at some point did you learn the name of the skier that hit Terry?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that name?
Well, she ended up taking off and going down, and then she went down, and then she
How far?
From where she was standing, she probably went down about 15, 20 feet.
Okay.
And
Stop.
And she came around and stopped, and then Eric said Gwyneth Paltrow just took out your buddy, and
I'm sorry. He said what?
he said Gwyneth Paltrow just took out your buddy.
Oh, your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow? What did Christensen
Your
say?
Honor, let's make sure the witness is testifying and not the lawyer.
I'll rephrase.
What's the question?
Yeah. And I'm talking about a res gestae event here. What did you hear at that scene at that time in this excited condition? What did you hear and from whom?
Well, he told me that Gwyneth Paltrow.
This is res gestae, Judge.
Overruled?
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric told me that Gwyneth Paltrow took out Terry.
Gwyneth Paltrow took out Terry.
Yes.
Okay. Was he accusing Terry of taking out Gwyneth Paltrow too?
No.
Okay. All right. At this time and before Miss Paltrow left the scene, okay, did she offer her name?
No.
Okay. Did she offer any contact information?
No.
Did she offer any identifying information?
No.
Did she ask if Terry was okay?
No.
Did she ask if Terry was hurt?
No.
Did she ask if anyone needed any kind of help?
No.
Did she ask if she could leave the scene?
No.
Okay. Now, you said she skied down a little bit. Tell the jury what happened then. After she skied down the hill 20 feet or so, like you said, what happened then?
Yeah. So that's that. So she stopped, and then that's when I backed up, and I backed up, and that's when I backed up and was gonna go down and check on her, and then she just bolts and just takes off. And
Where did she go?
She just went straight down, and then there was just went straight down, and there was a guy and a kid that was, I believe, was with Gwyneth, and they actually stopped about 20-25 feet above us on Terry's right side. So they were basically above Gwyneth, about 20-25 feet.
Okay.
And so she takes off, and then the kid actually comes down, and then he goes on the right side of Terry, and then the guy, he came on the left side of Terry, and he skied right next to me, and he's looking at me, just goes real slow, and he's looking me in the eye.
The adult or the kid?
The adult.
Oh, okay.
The adult comes by and gives me and just is giving me this really dirty look, and I was like, oh, I don't know why you give me a dirty look. And he just slowly just skied by me, and then they both took off right after Gwyneth.
Did the mountain host, Mr. Christensen, ever tell you that he saw what happened? He saw the impact. Did he ever tell you that?
No, I asked him, but no, he did not.
Let me show you Exhibit 3.
To admit Exhibit 3.
Let's get it out.
These are all,
I mean, you can hand it to the witness, but not show it to the jury until it gets admitted.
okay. Well, let me pull it out. This is the one showed to the jury during opening statement by Mr. Owens.
That's, if that was the one, it's the one you showed during opening statement, Mr. Owens? The report?
Sure, of course.
Okay, is that Defense Exhibit 3, Mr. Sykes?
I believe so.
Okay, Defense Exhibit 3 is received.
Well, it's plaintiff's exhibit 3.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 is
You might have had
received.
a different number, but it's the same exhibit. Okay, now, I don't know. Can I have my pointer? I use my pen as a pointer. I don't know if you.
So true.
This. It's a little hard to read. You want to step down here and take a look at it? You mind if I bend this forward? Stand up there. See that date over there, 2/26?
Yes.
You see the time?
Yes.
Is that about the right time?
Yeah.
11:59?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Describe how the accident occurred. Can you read that? Or do I read it for you?
Yeah, can you read it for me?
That should work. Shouldn't it? Okay. I don't know if you can. What does that say?
I didn't see it. Sykes, can you hear him?
Check down here. Next to the description.
No.
Did you witness the accident? What does he say right here?
No.
Okay, go ahead and do some.
What is going on? Come on.
Did he tell you orally that he didn't see it too?
Yes.
Okay. Now, look at this. I'll ask you. I'm going to read this to you because it's kind of hard to read. Under additional comments, first thing, male Ski stated was that she appeared I can't read that. She appeared. Anybody read that? The word here? Right, there you go. Thank you. You're right. Okay, I'll read that again.
Right in front.
Okay. First thing male Ski stated was that she appeared right in front of her. Now, stop right there for a minute. The male skier is Terry Sanderson, right?
Oh, okay. Yes, no skier, yes.
Did you ever hear?
So I think this has been misread. If we're going to read it, let's read it correctly.
Well, I think you can bring that out in cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Sykes.
I'll read it again. First thing male skier stated was that she appeared right in front of him. Okay? Now, I think I'm reading that correctly. Question for you, Mr. Ramon. Did the male skier, i.e. Terry Sanderson, ever say anything like is reported here?
No.
Okay. And then he says, thus admitting that he was the uphill skier. See that? Did Terry Sanderson ever say he was the uphill skier?
No, he did not. He never said that.
Who was the uphill skier from what you saw?
Gwyneth was.
Okay.
I've got questions.
She never saw him because he came in from behind. Is that an accurate statement?
She, no.
I think that goes the credibility of the statement?
I think it's okay as a preface in his question.
No. Some have claimed that Ms. Paltrow was at the scene for 8 minutes. What is your recollection of how long she was there?
She was there for probably 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. How long was the mountain host there?
Probably about 7, 8 minutes.
Okay. Now let me ask you about Mr. Christensen and ask you if any of these things happened. Did Mr. Christensen ever ask either you or Terry your names?
No,
Did he offer any contact information for Glenn Paltrow?
no,
Did he ask for your contact information?
no,
Did he ask if Terry Sanderson was okay?
no,
Did he ask if Terry Sanderson was hurt?
no,
Did he ask if anybody needed help?
no,
Did he offer assistance?
no,
Did he offer to call ski patrol?
no,
Okay? Now, let me ask you, did he ask if it was okay for Ms. Paltrow to leave the scene without giving her contact information?
no,
Now, there was a mention in the opening statement, you weren't in the courtroom. But I represent to you that Mr. Owens said that another Deer Valley person came by during the whole sequence. Now, did another Deer Valley person come by while you were there?
no, I never saw him.
Okay. Now, what happened after the screaming was over? What did people do? Not Ms. Paltrow, but Christensen and Terry.
Well, so Terry finally started to move, and then his skis are out like this, and his face is down, and so he needed to kind of get his skis back, and so he ended up lifting his right ski up, I believe, and then moving it to the other side so his skis would be parallel. And if I would have been thinking straight, I would have taken his skis off for him, but I didn't, and I just wasn't thinking. Just wasn't thinking. And so then he gets his skis, so his head's his face downhill, but his skis are still up. Or his face is downhill and his skis are uphill. And so then he slowly is just trying to move around and get his skis so they're downhill, so that way, he can get up.
Okay. Now, did Terry Sanderson, was he described for the jury at this point in time when you're what you just describe Terry's mentation, that's a bad word, describe Terry's conduct and speech?
Well, when he finally started to kind of move around a little bit, he was still out of it, and he started to the first thing he started to talk about was he just says my ribs. He was just complaining about his ribs, and that's pretty much all he was saying.
Was he able to have a conversation, really?
No, he couldn't even talk.
Did he apologize to Ms. Paltrow like has been represented?
No.
Okay. Did Terry Sanderson tell Eric Christensen that Terry Sanderson, was okay?
Could you repeat that?
Well, did Terry Sanderson say he was okay?
Terry Sanderson never said anything.
Okay. What other things can you describe about Terry's condition at that moment during that sequence? Anything else?
He just looked totally out of it. He just looked like phased. He looked like he was in a lot of pain.
Was he making any sense?
No.
How about his mental status, mental acuity?
He was just out of it. He was just out of it.
Now, at some point, did Mr. Christensen leave the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, excuse me, what happened then? Mr. Christensen's gone. He skis off. What happens then?
Well, before he left, Eric pulled Terry up, and then once Terry was on his feet,
How do you pull him up?
he went. Terry's skis were downhill, and so he went and he put his skis next to Terry's, and so his skis couldn't slide. And then he grabbed his hand and yanked him up. And then once he was on his feet, then Eric just took off. He bolted too.
Did Mr. Christensen do anything to make sure there wasn't a back injury or a neck injury before he grabbed his hands and pulled him up?
No.
Okay, so you're standing there on the hill, bandana, alone with Terry Sanderson, correct?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
Well, so we're standing there, and I'm talking to Terry, and he's still out of it. And I'm at that point, I stopped asking if he's okay because he just wasn't okay. And so then I figured, just let's just get down the hill. I didn't say that to him. I'm just thinking it's an easy run. Let's just get down to the bottom of the hill, and we'll deal with it then. And so then we start going down the hill, and he's really having a hard time going down the hill. And I mean, he's snow plowing, and he's bent over, and he looks like he's in a lot of pain, and he's just bent over with he's snow plowing, and so we get down, and I'm talking to Terry, and I'm like, "Are you okay?" And he's saying nothing, and so we go around this bend, and then I'm like, "Terry, let's stop." And so he ends up pulling over to the right side, and then I came next to him, and I was like, "Terry," I didn't say Terry. I said, "Do you know your name?" And he goes, "Terry," and I'm like, "This isn't good."
How long did it take him to get the name out?
I try to say 4 or 5 seconds. And so then I said, "Do you know where you are?" And he just shook his head and just like, "No." And so then at that point, we were on the right side of the run. As a Deer Valley employee, the same color, red or green coat, was on the other side. And so I waved my ski pole, and the guy came over, and I told him, I asked him, "Do you have a cell phone?" And I said, because he's got a head injury.
You can start work?
Yes.
Why?
He just was out of it, and he just didn't know his name, didn't know where he was at.
He didn't know he was at Deer Valley.
No.
Okay. Continue.
And so then he gets on the phone or radio or whatever he had, and then he calls the ski patrol, and then the ski patrol comes down. The ski patrol came pretty quick. They were there within probably a couple minutes.
So describe how they arrived and who was there and what they looked like.
It was just one ski patrol came down, and it was a female, and she brought a toboggan down.
Toboggan.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I assume most people know what that is, but just in case, describe it. What's a toboggan?
A toboggan, it's like a sled, and it's just a sled that that people can get in, and then they have handles where somebody that's hurt can land in it, and then the ski patrol can take them down to the bottom.
Okay. Do you know if that person's name was Whitney Smith? Do you know that one way or the other?
I heard that later.
Later? Okay. Whitney Smith. Okay. Now, describe Terry's emotional state at this point when she shows up and talks to him for a few minutes. What did he look like? What did he appear to be like?
Well, he looked like he was in a daze, and he looked fearful. And then when the ski patrol came, it really made him. It really frightened him, and I think because he didn't know what was going on, And then all of a sudden, the ski patrol comes down with the toboggan, and he's just frightened.
Your Honor, there's several speculation comments there where Terry's going to testify himself.
Yeah, just a second. As to relevance or firsthand knowledge, it's overruled.
Yeah.
Describe her. Do you look like a child, like an adult, or what? What do you look like?
Yeah, and so he just looks frightened. So the ski patrol came up, and so three of us. It was me, Terry, and the ski patrol. And the ski patrol is trying to talk to Terry, and I'm trying to talk to the ski patrol, and Terry's looking at me like a small child that's just frightened, and he's looking at me like help me, and I just at that point the ski patrol knew he had a head injury, and so I just figured, you know what, I just got to get away from here. And so at that point, I ended up going up the next to the Deer Valley employee, because the Deer Valley employee was waving people off his bend, and so I went up, and it was right next to the employee, and so there was two of us that were kind of blocking skiers from coming around, and then so she gets Terry in the toboggan, and then takes Terry down.
Okay, now skip ahead. Did you ski behind them, or what did you do?
Well, after the ski patrol came, I ended up calling Kurt, and he's the guy who was in charge of this meetup group, and I told him what had happened, and so because they were down already, and so they went and jumped and got on the ski lift and went up, and so they when the ski patrol went down, and then the mountain host, he thanked me, he says, thanks. And then he went down, and I saw Terry's friend come flying by me. And so I knew that Joanne would be right behind, because Joanne's not that fast of a skier. And so I just waited.
Joanne Mattis, Mattes.
Yes, Joanne Mattis. And so I waited for her, and then she came down, and I explained to her what had happened, and then after that we slowly skied down to the bottom of the hill.
Did you end up at the first aid station?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what happened at the first aid station at the Empire Lodge at Deer Valley that day.
Yeah, so we ended up going down there, and everybody was down there, and Terry was talking to a nurse, I believe it was a nurse, and when Joanne and I just kind of stood there, and then Kurt, he wanted me to go up the hill with him and go skiing, and I just didn't really want to go, and so then about a half an hour, 20 to 30 minutes went by, and there was really nothing I can do, and Terry was talking to the nurse and whatnot, and so I actually ended up going up and did a couple runs with Kurt and the other guy that was in the group, and then I came back down to check on Terry, and then Kurt and the other guy ended up going back up and going skiing.
Before you left, I see you didn't want to get in the way. Tell the jury your observations of Terry's condition before you left.
He still wasn't coherent. He was, when I left, he was pretty much still just talking to they were just checking Terry out and evaluating him.
Yeah. Did you hear the word concussion mentioned?
Later on, the nurse told me they thought that I was going to be taken.
Okay. What was, in your opinion, what was he making any pain complaints, and if so, describe those to the jury?
Yes, he was. He was still complaining about his ribs.
Okay. multiple times?
Oh, yeah, he was basically from the very beginning.
Was he fully coherent?
No.
Okay. What were the plans made to get Terry home?
Well, the lady that he was skiing with, she was going to go down to get the vehicle, and to get to the vehicle, it's on the other side of the resort, and it takes a little while to get there because you have to go up a couple lifts, and so she was gone for quite a while, and then the nurse, she thought that I was actually probably going to go and take Terry down, and the nurse actually told me, she says, if he starts throwing up, take him directly to the ER because he's got a concussion.
Okay. Now, you then let Terry's friend take him home, right?
Well, I believe later that Terry's friend, I believe, well, Terry said that everything was okay and that he had everything taken care of.
Okay.
And so then,
as far as getting home?
Yes. And so yes.
Sustained?
Okay. What was the context of okay? What was the context where he said everything's okay?
Yeah. He said, because we were talking about taking him down.
Yeah.
And then they said that everything was handled, and so they didn't need me to take him down.
Now, let me just skip ahead. After February 26, 2016, okay, when's the next time you actually saw Terry face to face?
That summer, it was probably 6 months later. I'm just guessing June, July. We went down to the Cotton Bottom.
Is that like a club, a beer joint? What is it?
Yeah, it's just a beer place, and they're known for their garlic burgers.
Garlic burgers.
Yes.
Okay. Heavy on the garlic or light on the garlic?
Pardon me?
Heavy on the garlic or light on the garlic?
Vampires won't get around you if you.
Keep the vampires away. All right. And so, how long were you there with him?
Oh, probably maybe an hour or two.
Okay. And did you have another chance to have a lunch with him, a garlic burger with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was probably a couple weeks later because Joanne really likes Terry, and we used to go down to the Cotton Bottom and get garlic burgers. And when she found out that I went down there with him, she had her feelings were kind of hurt, and so we ended up going down. So the three of us went down.
Do you know Terry well enough to tell the jury what changes might have occurred in Terry after that accident?
I don't know him well enough.
Okay. You didn't know her, right?
No, and in these meetup groups, you'll have a bunch of people that are just there, and so they're there to ski, and they do chat, like going up the lift and stuff like that. But I've only met Terry once one-on-one. All the other times were in the ski meetup group.
Okay, hold on 1 second. You know that? Oh, you have something. Two questions. When you were at the hill that day, before the impact, were you in any kind of a trough or a dip on the hill where you couldn't see the impact?
No.
Okay. Now, that report that we saw here on the screen a few minutes ago, that wasn't filled out by you, was it?
No.
It was filled out by Eric Christensen?
I guess, yes.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
throw in.
There's movement in the Anderson
I'll be a
trial.
while. Do we want to break or do you want to?
Restroom break, take about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Well, the Anderson trial, the camera keeps moving. I zoomed to the seat once, but it's still got a logo. So, as I said, as soon as something appears, I'll pause this one and go straight over there. It's more likely to be like more jury questions at this time, I reckon.
5-10 minutes.
Okay, you've got 5-10 minutes. Oh, I'm not sure what to think about this trial yet. It's a little bit different. And you're right, Spider Girl. I think it was you said about we never used to watch the way she looks. Why does that keep doing that? Because she could look down on this plaintiff, so yeah. Well, we've started now, so we'll continue. As long as people want to watch it, we'll continue for the next 2 weeks. Hopefully then that times are in for the actual trial we want to watch, the Letitia one. Hopefully this isn't overrun, because I won't be happy with that. Right, so once you're on break, I'm gonna take 5 as well. No one's in the chat or anything, so I'm gonna take a break myself as well. All right, see you back in 5 minutes. Okay, hopefully they'll be back now in 30 seconds. Nothing happened in the Anderson trial. So we're all good. Seems that everyone's disappeared, which is fine. Ba 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 ba. Anyone around in chat? If not, it's fine. You don't have to talk. Everyone could give this a like, the stream a like, and a subscribe, I should say. Be very grateful. That's all I ask for. Don't really need anything else. Like and subscribe. Happy days. We've had a good stream today. I say I've only down to 5 people now, but we've had quite a few people in today, so I am not complaining. Seems that they're back. Shaky. I'm just going to tweet it out that we are back. Break. Background.
County Third District Court is now back in session.
Ready for the jury?
Nice, Spider Girl. Ooh, nice.
No. We do that.
That would be better.
It's the shoulder season between winter and summer that's the most difficult to manage in this building.
Waiting for a verdict.
Thank you.
Let them know that we're.
Will do. We're ready for the jury.
Right. Oh, that's a tweet out. I have tweeted the stream out. Spider Girl has got her greasy chicken fingers. Hope everyone's eaten. It's currently 8:20 in the evening here in the UK, in Wales.
You're welcome to take your jacket off too if you want. I'm good. Okay. Thank you.
Once the jury come in, I'll mute everything, so just in case that anyone new here thinks I should speak over, I don't. I don't offer commentary. I offer stupid advice. But actually, Spider Girl is very good in the comments section. She always is on it. So if you've got any questions, put them in there. There's a lot of helpful people in the chat. If I don't know the answer, I know people like Spider Girl knows the answers. So if you just want a bit crazy, then you got Crime Spies and Chrissy and all them. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Mr. Owens, you may proceed. But before we do that, just for the record, Defense Exhibit 102 is received.
And you were going to mention Coach.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sykes. Due to the temperature in here, the lawyers have asked for permission and I've granted it so that they don't have to wear their jackets. So if things look a little informal or we're loosening our top button, that's why. Thank you. The jury can, absolutely. If you need to take, take off a jacket or loosen a collar, looks like you look fairly comfortable already, but if you need to, please feel free.
Mr. Ramon, Steve Owens, we've met before, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I took a long deposition of you and a long statement several years ago. True?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, yes.
It encompassed about 300 pages of transcript. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you once in that deposition say that Eric Christensen told you that Gwyneth took Terry out?
No.
Did you say that today?
No. What I meant to say, I get dyslexic when I get nervous. No, he said that your buddy just took out Gwyneth.
All right. I was a little confused by some of the questioning. Okay. So Christensen always said your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you correct him?
No.
Wouldn't that be the perfect time to say, you are incorrect, sir?
I wasn't. He was yelling, and I didn't want to get into an argument with him.
You had.
Did you finish?
Yeah, I didn't want to have a conversation with him.
So there's the Deer Valley representative, true?
Yes.
And he's told you what he believes happened, true?
Yes.
And you didn't say a word.
No.
But 7 years later, you're saying it now, right?
Saying what?
That Gwyneth took out your buddy, not the other way around.
No, but he didn't. No, Gwyneth, Terry. What Eric said was your buddy took out Gwyneth. That's what he said. I never said that Terry took out Gwyneth.
But you chose not to correct him.
No.
Okay, and now let's turn to Defense 87. Move to admit.
Any objection? What is it?
Yes. I did give you this binder yesterday, but it's the picture.
Is that one right?
Yeah, left.
Okay, no objection.
Defense Exhibit 87 is received.
And Peter, you can know so we can make sure where everything is admitted. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I didn't address this yet. James, do you mind if I do that? Oh, I messed you up. I forgot to address that. Did you record for Terry a little video of you explaining to Terry what had happened?
Yeah, Lawrence.
Same day. I'm talking
The same.
same day.
The same day as which day?
Same day as the collision.
No, there was no video.
Did you see that Terry, I should keep saying Mr. Sanderson, so I mean no disrespect to Mr. Sanderson. Mr. Sanderson recorded something from his friend and eyewitness and sent it to his daughters. This is Defense 102. Do you know what he's talking about there?
I have no idea.
You were his friend that was there and claimed to be an eyewitness, true?
Yes.
You're the only one.
Yes. I don't know. I believe so.
There wasn't another, I should say, you were the only friend there in terms of prior knowledge of Terry Sanderson, true?
Of prior knowledge.
At the collision site. I mean, Gwyneth didn't know him. Christensen didn't know him.
No.
Moses didn't know him, right?
Yes, I was the only one that knew him.
So something Terry Sanderson sent to his daughters said, "I'm famous." And just so you know, we do have an expert, a defense finder for the witness, and maybe you could track that down. This is kind of, can you crank your neck and see what I'm talking about here? Are you able to read it from there? Okay.
Your Honor, I object to the question. Your Honor said there's no foundation for him to comment on what Terry said or didn't say or sent or didn't say. There's no foundation for this.
Like overruled, I'd like to hear the question.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. So 102, this is so you don't have to crank your neck. Do you know whether Terry Sanderson sent to his daughters something from you?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled?
Do you know, sir?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, I'm seeing if you know anything about this document.
No, I don't know anything about any videos.
Here's what happened from my friend, an eyewitness, and then something. You don't know what that is.
No, I have no idea.
And let's go to the top of Defense 102. Now, his daughter responds something to the effect of, "I can't believe this is all on GoPro." Do you know what that's referencing?
I have no idea.
You've never seen a GoPro, have you?
I know what a GoPro is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of this exact case, of this collision.
No.
All right. Let's now go to Defense 87, which is the photograph.
Which has been received.
So in that binder, Mr. Ramon, if you go, do you see the little stickers? There's one called D87. Unless you can personally see this yourself. May I assist you?
You may.
So I'm going by these stickers.
Okay. Is this you?
Yes, it is.
And who's that?
That's Joanne.
And that's at the first aid station at the bottom of the hill?
I'm guessing. I'm not sure.
All right. I think it was Terry that produced this, so we can ask him. Does that look like you skiing that day?
Yes.
All right. If Mr. Sanderson himself says, "I took this picture," do you dispute it?
No, I kind of remember that photo.
You were all smiles there, it looks like. True?
Yeah, but I don't know when that photo was taken.
And so I'm assuming I'm going to represent to you, and it's an admitted exhibit, that I was at the first aid station. So let,
No foundation.
well, it's a stipulated exhibit, is it not?
Yes, it's admitted, but not where it is.
Well, we'll wait till Mr. Christensen, Mr. Sanderson testifies then. Okay. Do you dispute that this was taken at the bottom of the first aid station?
I don't know where it was taken.
Was she one of your skier friends that day?
Yes.
And I take it you felt comfortable enough leaving Terry that you could go complete your ski day, right?
No, when we left him,
we do more runs.
We went back to the truck, but Joanne actually did not want to ski after that, and so we just went back to the truck. We actually had to go up up a couple lifts to get back to the truck because we were on the other side.
Let's see. Okay, let's start way back for a minute. Do you remember some questions about someone gave us the idea that Ms. Paltrow, from the time of the collision until the time that she left, was about 8 minutes? Do you remember that question on direct?
No, she was only there for about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. That's your testimony, is that she was only there 3 or 4 minutes.
Yes.
And that's from collision to, so whenever you're ready, collision to, and if you could highlight it and make it bigger.
Your Honor.
Do you remember in your deposition, it was you who said 8 to 10 minutes?
It was eight.
Your Honor, I object to showing the deposition to the jury. You can read from it, but it's not an exhibit. It can't be shown to the jury.
All I'm doing is asking the question.
Well, but still.
Sustained.
So you were the one that said she was there from collision to leaving for 8 to 10 minutes. Yes or false? True or false?
Well, Your Honor,
I don't want an objection, Your Honor. That,
You don't need to decide if he objects.
that's
okay?
true. That is
All right.
true. I'll
So,
be
Mr.
quiet.
Sykes, let's just hear what the witness's answer is. I think it's a proper
I don't want to
question.
upset Judge Owens, but I don't think you should be interrupting the witness and dictating what he says.
Here's,
Well, let me just instruct you. This is a cross-examination. It's not like a normal conversation between two people. And the questioner is entitled to ask questions that call for a yes or no response. If you can't answer it with a yes or a no, just indicate that. Just say, I really can't answer that with a yes or no. No. Did you hear everything I just said?
No, I thought you were
Okay.
talking to him. I'm
Fine.
sorry.
So this is cross-examination. This is not a normal conversation.
Okay.
And the questioner is entitled to ask you questions that require you to answer with a yes or no. Or if you can't answer it with a yes or no, just tell him, I really can't answer that with a yes or no. And then he'll ask a different question.
Okay.
And if there's more to be asked on that topic, the other side will have an opportunity to follow up later with you.
Okay.
have you previously testified under oath years ago that the time that elapsed from collision to Ms. Paltrow leaving the scene was 8 to 10 minutes? True or false?
I can't answer that.
Do you need to be reminded? We could pull up your deposition transcript. If the answer is you need to be reminded, I'm happy to do that. Would you like me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. James, please pull that up.
Well, Your Honor.
You can show him a copy of his deposition and have him look at it.
So this is the physical copy of the transcript.
What section?
I assumed he would have his transcript with him. You don't, I take it?
No.
What page are you reading?
And do you have a physical copy I can hand to you? Thanks.
You're welcome anytime, Jackie. Anytime.
139.
Judge, we need to approach on this.
Sure.
Oh,
Whilst they approach, geez, this is sassy. This guy is sassy. The defensive lawyer. Jackie, just so you understand, we're watching Gwyneth Paltrow trial, but we're keeping a very close eye to the Zachariah Anderson trial as well. So whenever that pops up, we always pause this trial and go and see the verdict or go and see any questions the jury have for the Zachariah Anderson trial. I'm sorry if it's echoing. My ear is, I got not ear infection. I got something wrong with my jaw. It means my ear is buzzing, so I can't hear myself. So I feel I'm echoey. But yeah, that's where we're at. So Jackie, pop in whenever you want. Whenever you want. Same for everybody. Pop in whenever. If you want to chat, happy days. If you don't want to, happy days. It's like, come on, girls. He is extremely sassy. It's like, how dare you object to me? On my I think I will enjoy this trial. I think it's going to be a long one because they talk a lot. But I think it's going to be. And Erin's come in. Lol. Yeah, Erin, you're going to enjoy this trial, I think. But Spider Girl, you had a good question. I zonked out. I must have done. I don't know the answer to that. You need to pay more attention, otherwise Erin will give me a ball again. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to mute myself again.
Yeah, Mr. Owens, you could show him the
Fine.
yeah, sure, on your trial pad.
Can you go show it to him? Thank you. Okay, if I do it on the laptop. Sure. Your Honor, we should show
Just
the
let the
correction.
other side know what page and line reference.
From Wales, West Wales. Thank you, Jackie.
So we're
Most
going
people don't like
show
you.
the correction also, though.
Your Honor,
Right now, we're in the cross-examination, so you can go ahead and show the witness.
You can move back and forth. You don't have to worry about that. Did you happen to read your deposition like before today?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you recall what you wrote, what you said in there with regard to this issue, so we're not taking up everyone's valuable time?
There was a lot in that deposition.
That question.
Ooh.
Could you go ahead and read your transcript and
If I believe if you scroll down, it
Yeah, I don't know, Erin.
Why don't you ask him, why don't you specify the line number, counsel, and have him read it?
page 139,
Unless I missed it.
line 24 to 25. Are you with me?
no.
You're going to have to walk them through it, James.
I'm not sure how you scroll this down.
Just right on that page.
Yes, but I believe that what you're talking about was taken out of context.
Let's read the question.
Just for you, Jackie, I'll pause it for a second. I'll be back on live 9 o'clock Eastern, 2 p.m. UK with an Anderson trial. And then whenever this goes live, I'll put that on. So pop in anytime tomorrow.
Can I read the question on page
yes.
139, line 24? Are you there?
Yes.
From the time Gwyneth stood up to the time she skied away, how much time was there? And your answer, go ahead and read it.
Sorry,
You moved it again.
I'm going to have to bring a blanket if this lawyer is like this, because I can't do cringe. I have to hide behind a blanket.
and so it.
I'm going to read the question again. From the time Gwyneth stood up to the time she skied away, about how much time went by there? Read your answer on lines 2-3 and 4.
Yeah, so it says here from the time she stood up until and then that's blocked out, and then it says, I don't know. Something was blocked out, and then it was cut off, and it says, I don't know.
Keep going. Just start reading.
It says maybe 10 minutes and then that's blocked off, and so it doesn't.
Line 6, is it 8 to 10 minutes? And what was your answer on line 8? Are you reading this?
Yes, I am.
What does line 8 say? The 3 words there.
I don't. Okay, it says about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can we have you read the correction too?
Your Honor.
That can take place on redirect.
Which has already been ruled on.
Oh,
Okay.
cringe.
Let's start from scratch here. Terry was your Facebook buddy, true?
He was on Facebook.
And you were friends with him.
Acquaintance.
So on Facebook, friends means friends. you're a friend of his on Facebook, or do we have to
There's
pull
people
that
that
up?
have 1,000 different friends on Facebook. I don't even.
Do we have to pull it up? We've got it.
Well, you can pull it up if you like. I don't even go on Facebook.
So the way this works is I ask a question.
Okay.
And if you say yes, we go on. And if you say no, then we pull it up.
Okay. Yes. We're on Facebook.
Your friends on Facebook.
Yes.
You're colorblind. True?
Somewhat, yes.
Well, in your deposition, you didn't say somewhat.
Yes. Sorry.
So one rule of the court is we can't talk over each other. So I'll complete my full question, then you complete your full answer. You're colorblind.
Yes.
And you don't know the color, the outfit, for instance, Miss Paltrow was wearing that day. True?
True.
And you don't know the color that Terry was wearing that day. True?
True.
And when they collided, it looked like one person going down. Is that true?
Yes.
You were on the other end of this courtroom about that far. True?
Yes.
But you're not just focused on Terry. True?
I was focused on Terry. Well, now could you please repeat that?
Sure. You weren't just focused on Terry, right? That's not.
That's false.
You were just focused on Terry?
I was focused on. Yes, I was focused on Terry.
Only on Terry at the top of the hill. I'm just going to watch Terry. Is that your?
No, I no.
Okay, you're focused on other things too.
Yes.
All right. You have not been in the workforce for 10 years, true?
True.
You spent about half your year scuba diving and about half skiing. True?
False.
What did you say? Traveling and scuba diving. Half,
Yes.
skiing half.
False.
Okay, but that's how you spend your time, those activities.
True.
And Terry, strike that. Mr. Sanderson, he traveled internationally quite a bit too, didn't he?
False. I can't answer that.
Do you know how many international trips he went on after the ski collision?
I can't answer that.
Do you know of any?
No.
During these 6 or so days that you had skied with Mr. Sanderson before, that usually involves, for instance, having lunch together. Is that fair?
No.
Frequently?
Yes.
Yes. So that's time one-on-one, having a burger or something in the mid lodge, right?
That's false.
Okay, tell me how it's false.
We're in a group of people.
All right. And then sometimes after skiing, you guys would go get some drinks and talk. Fair?
I can't answer that.
After skiing, would you guys go get drinks together or eat together during those 6 visits? Did you ever do that?
Yes.
And one of those times was just one-on-one with the two of you. True?
False.
And one of those was just one-on-one with you. And your answer?
Skiing? False.
Okay. How about after the collision? Did you do that one-on-one sometimes?
No. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. After the collision.
And you did not observe anything unusual about him, emotionally, physically. True?
False.
Oh, okay. So we'll pull that up here in just a minute. You knew that Terry had a bad eye. I'm using quotes around that because that's, I'd say, Mr. Sanderson.
True.
You knew he was 70 years old. True?
False.
You didn't know exactly, but you knew he was about 70 years old.
True.
When you were skiing down that day, you heard a noise.
True.
You didn't know if it was a male or female voice. True?
True.
And you turned to look. True?
True.
One of the things you were doing while skiing, hopefully, is trying to take care of yourself to make sure you don't actually crash into someone. Is that fair?
True.
This is in, let's say, the 1 minute before the ski collision. You're focused primarily, I assume, on enjoying your day.
True.
And is it true there was moderate ski traffic that day?
True.
There was a picture of the bandana run. You're familiar with it?
True.
Or I guess at the time I deposed you, you didn't know the name of it. Is that fair?
True.
You were a snowbird guy, really?
True.
And you bragged like I had 150 days skiing, right? The year before. Did you tell me like you had skied 150 days previously
True.
in 1 year?
True.
Now, when you heard a noise, that's what drew your attention to Terry.
True.
Terry was wearing a helmet. True?
True.
The person he collided with was not wearing a helmet. Is that true? That's your memory?
I don't know.
Did you tell me she was not wearing a helmet?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what she was wearing.
Do you remember previously testifying that you knew she was not wearing a helmet?
I'm not sure what she was wearing. If you look through the
Sir,
deposition.
listen to my question.
I'm sorry.
Did you previously tell me under oath that she was not wearing a helmet?
I can't answer that.
And why can't you?
Because
Why can't you tell me that whether you previously told me that?
she was not wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
I wasn't really paying attention to what she was wearing.
She was not wearing a helmet. I mean, did you tell me that previously?
I don't think so.
Oh boy. I'm going to make a note of these things. Well, let's go to page 63. James, I think we're going to have to do that.
Like, I saw that as funny, but there's a lot of this I find very cringe. I'd have to pillow, have to mute it and everything.
All right. Have you looked at the bottom of page 63? Sorry if I said 53, 63.
Bottom of 53.
63. Is it 53 too?
No, I'm just asking you. Bottom of 63.
Have you read that, sir? The last 4 lines?
Yeah, it says above, it says, I think she was
So-
wearing a hat,
So
but a helmet
so
didn't,
that's
didn't stand out.
64. James, can you just stay exactly right with him and stay with him? Bottom of 63, last 4 lines. Just read those to yourself, please.
It says.
No, just read it
just-
to yourself.
Yeah, there it says, and when I questioned you about a year and a half ago, you said she was not wearing a helmet. Do you remember that? Yes.
And your answer was yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Thank you. And she was not wearing goggles either. True?
I can't answer that.
Sir, did you read your deposition before this?
Yes.
Like how many days ago?
Yes, I didn't know what she was. I couldn't remember what she was wearing.
Can you stay right with him on page 64 at the top? Can you read page 64 at the top? And she was not wearing goggles. No. Okay, I'm going to read the question and
Yes,
read the
yes.
answer. So let's just start at the top here.
Okay.
64. So is your best memory she was not wearing a helmet? What was your answer?
Yes.
And she was not wearing goggles. And you said?
Yes.
No, it doesn't say
It
that.
says, oh,
Line 5. And she
it
was not
says
wearing
question.
goggles.
And she was not wearing goggles. No.
And I said, is that right? And you said,
yes.
and she was not wearing any facial covering.
No.
Is that your testimony? That she had no goggles, no helmet, and no face, nothing covering her face at the time of the collision? Is that your testimony today?
I can't answer that.
All right. You've previously testified under oath. True?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done for a minute. Thank you. Okay. Groomed run. It was a groomed run, right?
Yes.
Not hard and icy. It was.
It was very firm.
Okay. So I should specify so hills can be hard or they can be icy. Which was it?
Icy. When it's icy, you can go down the hill with ice skates, and this was very, very firm.
So good conditions, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that from the time you heard a scream, you can't tell male or female, you looked, and in a split second, then is when you then were upon the collision site. True? Your eyes?
Yes, it was about 1 or 2 seconds.
So in the deposition, you said split second. Do you recall those terms?
No.
Split second.
Do we have to look it up, or are you going to deny it?
A second or
I'd like to
two.
make an objection here. This is an improper use of a deposition. You're supposed to ask the question, get the answer, and then show him the deposition, see if that refreshes his recollection.
So the objection is improper impeachment.
This is exactly what I learned in law school, Your Honor. You ask the question, you make sure you have to look it up, and then you look it up.
Go ahead.
Today, I hear you saying 1 to 2 seconds between the scream and the collision.
Yes.
But in your deposition, you told me split second. Do you agree or disagree?
I could have.
Objection, that's improper, Judge.
Agree or disagree?
Overruled?
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, is this your testimony? She plowed into him and he went spread eagle, head down. True?
Yes.
Hands out, skis out.
Yes.
His skis stayed on
Yes.
and she went right over him, spread eagle, head down.
No, she was on his back, and then
Her head's downhill. True?
yes, yes.
And then she slid on top of him. That's your testimony.
Yeah.
And is that true?
Yes.
And then when they came to arrest, she was below him on the hill.
Yes.
If he was spread eagle, head down toward the bottom of the hill and his skis crossed, were his skis crossed or were they out?
No, they were out. They were not crossed.
Did you ever go and help him, like, take his skis off?
No.
In the, let's say, the 5 seconds before the collision, you didn't watch where Gwyneth came from, true?
True.
And you didn't watch where Terry came from.
True.
You weren't looking at Terry until the noise and collision.
True.
Now, Terry's a good skier, you said, and he skis parallel.
True.
And the collision occurred to the far right if you're going downhill for the skier's right. True?
True.
And there's a bit of not a cliff, but kind of a sharp descent right there. True?
True.
Gwyneth was skiing with an adult male. Do you remember?
Yes.
And you thought it might be the Coldplay guy. Was that your...
I didn't know who it was.
Did you tell me in your deposition you thought it was the Coldplay guy?
Joanne, she's into that stuff, and she said.
Did you tell me at your deposition that it was the Coldplay guy?
I said it might have been.
And her son, you saw that her son came over?
True.
I heard you say that you felt the Deer Valley instructor was unprofessional. Did I hear you sort of say that?
Yes.
And did you ever report that to Deer Valley?
No.
Did you ever fill out any statement? Like, hey, I wanted you to know what I saw?
No.
Now, do you agree your eyesight is not as good as it was when you were 18?
True.
Gwyneth got on her feet. You observed that personally?
True.
And by then she was like about 10 feet away from the collision site?
True.
And let's pull up, James, if you don't mind, Exhibit 4 of Ramon's deposition. And I don't know what number we've marked it, but I'm going to keep going until you're ready, so let me know. All right, we had you write during your deposition sort of X's. Do you recall this?
Yes.
X is where things are, and this is it. If you look to your left there, and if you want to come down, and I'm sure it's not an exhibit because I've only admitted like 3.
Why don't we take it down till we can resolve? Is it going to be admitted? Is it demonstrative? What is it?
So I was going to establish the foundation for him and probably move to admit it.
Is it well? Why don't you approach?
Yes.
Like, name dropping. I just can't do the cringe, especially when you attack a witness. He obviously doesn't, I feel so sorry for the witness. I have to hide behind a pillow. Oh. I just don't do cringe. I do cringe, it's fine, but not to a nice witness. To be someone that can't fight back. If they can fight back, I'm like all over it. Let's go. But when someone can't fight back, I just feel so sorry for them, So that's when I feel cringe after a blanket and my pillow. Big softy. To be fair, yeah, I remember that, and also remember him. They recorded him crossing the country to make it, but he was so boring. I was excited to watch the documentary, but he was so boring. So ever since then, I've never really listened to Coldplay. I was just a bit like, oh, I used to like Coldplay, but it just gets me down now. Oh, but we're going to probably see a few stars in this trial. I won't know who half them are because I don't understand stars. I don't know who they are. Oh, sure.
Is there a stipulation on this exhibit that it can may be admitted?
Yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 89A is received.
All right, 89A. Did you draw this picture?
Yes.
I think you can just use the big microphone there, but you can bring the exhibit to you if you want. I don't want you to hurt your back.
I'm fine.
Okay, so can I point out a few things? G stands for Gwyneth. Is that true?
Yes.
And then the X below that is Terry. You wrote Terry?
That's actually above. If you look right here, it says top.
You're absolutely right. You're right. Thank you. Let's orient us. So at the top, you wrote bottom. This is going to be very confusing for the transcript, but BOT, that means bottom, right?
Yes.
And at the bottom, it says top. This is going to screw everyone up. True?
Well, it's the top of the hill and the bottom of the hill.
Thank you so much. So, and this represents where they came to a stop. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the right side, it says drop off, right? That's the,
Yes.
and that's your own handwriting?
Yes.
And, okay, so then you put 2 X's with Craig. And what does it say? Does that say 40 right next to you? Craig 40? What is that?
Oh. Yeah, 40. Yes.
That's 40 feet away, right?
Yeah, from the time of the collision.
Earlier, I heard you say something like 35 feet, but you wrote 40 feet when we previously talked, right?
Yes.
And then that's where you came to a stop initially, and then it says Craig, and what's that word right there?
Is Craig after? Is that what you're looking at?
Craig after. So you slid down at some point. Is that fair?
Slid down. Where it says 40, that's where I saw the collision, and then I skied down to after the collision.
Right. So what's the before versus after again? Why are there 2 Craig X's?
Because that's where I saw the collision, and then after that, where it says Craig after that, I skied down.
All right. All right. Do you stand by your diagram?
Well, I ended up.
Are you changing it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Wonder why she was in court. Do we know, Spider Girl?
Now, have you previously met with the lawyers for Terry Sanderson?
The previous lawyer? Yes, I've met with him.
Did you meet with his previous lawyer too?
No.
Okay, I may have misunderstood you, so you can forget my question. You recognize these are not your lawyers, right? They're Terry's lawyers.
True.
Okay, but they prepared you for your deposition?
They just told me just to go in and just say the truth, just tell your story.
Okay, but you met with them previously without me?
I've met with them.
Since the accident, you've had several casual conversations with Terry, is that right?
True.
He's someone more than just someone you skied with.
I went to once I met him at the Cotton Bottom, and twice I met him at the Cotton Bottom, and I skied with him 2 times after that, and ever since that I haven't seen him.
Did you once say that you could talk, Terry could talk to a wall for 3 or 4 hours and have a good communication, good conversation?
Yeah, so I was saying he has the gift for gab.
And that includes prior to the ski accident?
That was,
yes.
No, I don't know about after, but
prior to the ski accident,
he likes to talk.
All right. Is it true that someone at least asked Terry if he was all right after the collision?
That's true.
And he nodded yes. Yes or no?
He nodded a little bit, but he did just nodded.
He nodded yes.
He shook his head a little bit.
Sir, do we have to go to the transcript?
If you'd like.
No, I don't want.
He nodded a little bit.
He nodded yes. Is the answer yes?
He never said yes.
Okay.
James, could you go show Mr. Ramon page 107? He nodded yes. Answer yes. Do you deny that?
What page, Steve?
107, line 12.
Can we have him read the next 10 or 15 verses to get the context?
You're on
You
this.
can do that during your redirect.
So here's 107. And then here's 12.
Sounds like a job for you.
All right. I'm going to read the line. Why don't you read it? Line 12 and 13, and your answer on line 14.
Well, it says he nodded yes, and
Question mark.
and
your answer?
and I said he nodded.
Your answer, sir, on line 14 of 107. Don't commentary it. Just give it to me.
It says yes.
All right. That's all on that. Terry was complaining of rib pain after the collision, true?
True.
He was not complaining of any other kind of pain, true?
True.
For instance, head pain. He wasn't saying my head hurts. He was saying my ribs hurt.
True.
Thank you. When you met with Terry these times after the collision, I personally could not tell anything different with Terry. Is that true?
True.
One of your interactions with Terry was to go to an elk farm and you point to an elk and they shoot it for you and give you the meat. Is that true?
Could you repeat that?
You bet I can. One of your activities with Terry was to go to an elk farm where you point to an elk and they shoot it right there in front of you. And then you buy the meat.
False.
Oh, am I making this up that you did this with Terry?
Yes.
Oh, well, I didn't make it up from somewhere. What did you tell me about elk meat with Terry?
Well, what I told you is I knew he had some kids because they like elk meat, and Terry went to an elk farm to get an elk, but he didn't shoot it. They shot it for him.
Okay.
And then he ended up giving the meat to his kids.
And have you done that too?
No.
Have you gotten an elk before?
Yes.
Okay. I thought those two things were the same thing, but you're saying that was independent.
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me while I try to wind up here.
I agree, Aaron. Bad luck. Especially this witness. He's just crumbled, such a nice guy.
Is this true that
Leave him alone.
Gwyneth, where she initially stopped after the collision, she looked upset?
No, she just had a blank look on her face.
Okay, we'll find that in just one moment. At some point, she slid down a little further, like from 10 feet to then 20 feet. Is that right?
False.
All right. Do you remember this in your deposition? So I don't want to go there if we don't have to. Didn't she move at some point without leaving the entire scene from her spot where she ended up after the collision?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'm questioning myself whether we even need to address this, but did she ski down a little bit after she stopped in the collision?
She skied down. She slid down a few feet.
Okay. When Terry was going down the hill before the collision, he was going straight down with the skis parallel. True?
Yes, he was doing small turns. So he was going down.
Terry was skiing straight down.
Yes, basically straight. Yeah, when people.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, he was pretty much skiing straight down the hill. He wasn't going.
Not pretty
sideways.
much.
Yeah, he was.
Terry
he was skiing. He was skiing. Sorry,
down.
I won't talk over you. Sorry.
Just tell me if this is the true statement. Terry was skiing straight down.
Yes.
Gwyneth looked shaken up to me. True?
Yes.
Even though she, according to you, had no helmet on, no goggles, and no mask or scarf, you did not recognize her.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I take it you don't know what her son saw, Moses,
I do not.
or what he heard.
I do not.
Now, after someone's been hit, you understand the idea that when they go back up skiing, they might be a little more tentative, more cautious, more concerned.
True.
Like just if I got in a car accident, maybe the next time I'm driving, I'm going to be extra, maybe less confident. Is that fair?
True.
It sounds like under your story that you had to get in between the instructor because he was so berating Terry, who was down on the ground. Is that true?
True.
If both Eric Christiansen and Gwyneth's boyfriend at the time, who was not the Coldplay guy, both say you didn't ski up until sometime after the collision. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
The 8 to 10 minute statement, you did make a correction to your deposition sometime later, changing that to 3 to 4 minutes. Is that true?
True.
But when I was there, present, deposing you with a court reporter, you told me 8 to 10.
I can't answer that.
You made a change after the deposition was over. Is that true? And what caused you to make that change, like after it was all over?
Because it was taken out of context. If you actually look down to where I said that, a few pages down, it said that was wrong. It was 3 to 4 minutes.
Within a 25-foot diameter of the scene, did you ever see any other instructor come by?
No.
So if Mr. Christiansen says ski patrol actually came by and said, are things okay? You deny that?
Yes, I never saw a ski patrol come by.
Did you ever ask Mr. Christiansen, hey, I think we ought to get a toboggan here?
No.
In fact, Terry was standing at some point, true?
True.
And that was before the ski instructor left.
True.
Do you agree some things may have been said that you don't remember among the group?
There was no.
Yes or no, please?
Could you please repeat that?
Sure. Do you acknowledge you don't have a perfect memory and that some things may have been said that you don't remember?
I pretty much remember.
So just say true or false. I have a perfect.
False.
I've got to re-ask my question. I have a perfect memory. Go ahead. True.
I think that's enough there.
True or false?
Overruled.
There could have been something that I.
True or false? I have a perfect memory.
False.
Now I'll let you finish your statement. Go ahead. There may have been some things that were said that you don't recall.
True.
I feel sorry for him now. Big bad bully lawyer.
Okay, we talked about how Mr. Sanderson was spread eagle head downhill and Gwyneth was spread eagle head downhill. True?
False.
Okay. Was she, it's a compound question, so I'm going to separate. Was Gwyneth spread eagle down? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, and was her head downhill?
Yes.
Okay. And how were her skis?
They were parallel.
Okay, head downhill. Was it straight down, like 90-degree angle, or was she at a
She was.
angle?
Her head was straight down, and her skis were up above.
To the right or to the left, or straight?
I'm not sure whether her skis were pointed to the right or to the left, but she was on her side.
Okay. At some point, Eric Christiansen said, or Christiansen, apparently I've been pronouncing it wrong for several years, said, your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow. True?
True.
And you, upon hearing that, actually backed up because you were going to go to get a closer look. Is that true?
True.
And when Gwyneth saw you doing that, she left.
True.
You were trying to talk to her and she was not responding to you. True?
True.
At some point in this step today, you said, I wasn't thinking straight. I'm not thinking. Did you say that today?
True.
And you were talking about at the time of the collision.
True.
You understand Deer Valley is not on trial here today.
True.
The court dismissed Deer Valley. Did you understand that?
Yes.
Do you agree with this concept that there are risks in just going skiing?
True.
They're sort of inherent with the physical outdoor activity.
True.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Let's take a little bit longer recess for mid-afternoon. So we'll take a recess now. Thank you.
It's 9:30 then. Is it 9:30 there now? No, 3:30 there now. It's 9:30 with me. Fuck, I might regret this trial. If I go straight from like 9 o'clock in the morning till midnight every night, every day.
Thank you. Would council approach, please?
Central time, but this trial's on Mountain time. Why do America have to confuse it? Is it Eastern time, Central time, West Coast time, Mountain time? You must have some other time. And is it not going to change again before long? Or am I just making stuff up now? Because I'm usually 6 hours behind Central time. Oh, 3:26. That's fine. Well, yeah, that's fine. So 6 hours. But normally I think we're 7 hours behind. But you've had an hour gone back or whichever one it is, isn't it? Because for me in California are normally 8 hours. 8 hours. They're normally 8 hours behind, but now they're 7 hours behind. So I don't know when that's going to change, though. It's so confusing. Why can't we just have it all at the same time? Be all right then. Okay, how are we finding this trial? I mean, the numbers have dropped to nothing, but I mean, who cares? The day oneers are in the chat. You 2:27. Oh yeah, no, you are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 7 hours. So I'm 9:27. Yeah, 9:20. So yeah, but normally, Erin, I'm 8 hours behind you, but now I'm 7. So I don't know when that's going to change because that's going to confuse me when that changes again. Eastern, Central. Oh shit! Hang on. East, Central, Mountain, Pacific. So East, Central, Pacific, 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 California. I call it West. Sorry, yeah, I was wrong. I know Eastern well. Central, Chicago, Minnesota. I know that's Central. I didn't know it was Central, but I knew it was an hour behind Eastern. And I knew California, but I never knew there's a mountain. That's interesting. Mountain. Bonkers. PST. Yeah, Pacific. Pacific Stand. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, I nearly lost it. Nearly lost it. I had to look at that twice. I missed a little bit of the trial with the cringy bit. I was trying to make thumbnails and stuff ready for I need to set up tomorrow's thing. Yeah, yeah. As I was going through my head, and also you got to remember, I'm 10 seconds ahead of you as well. So sometimes I got a grace of 10 seconds. But thank you all for put that on in case someone's watching. Thank you all for that. Oh, got 8 now. As I always say, if you want to chat in the chat, friggin' Nora, if you want to chat in the chat, just chat away. We got some chatter boxes in chat. It's quite quiet. I think we've had an extremely good stream today in terms of everything. And I was saying earlier on, the numbers wise, we got to 25 at one point consistently, or 20 to 25 consistently, which is amazing. I think it's amazing anyway. So thank you guys for your support. Hopefully we start tomorrow well as well. Exciting times. I do need to get some more stuff like, objection, sustained, and everything. But I tell you, it's annoying because of this left ear. You know how you get on a plane and it's buzzing after you come off a plane, it's buzzing and stuff. I've been like this for like nearly a month and a half now, so all I hear is echo. That's why I hate my own voice. I just hear an echo. But I've got congestion across here somewhere, the doctor said, but they haven't got I think I get it tomorrow or Thursday, the nasal pump. Hopefully get rid of it because it's a nightmare. So that's my life story anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I thought I'd share that. I don't have to say again, I don't think, but I'll say it. Obviously, if the result verdict comes back on the other trial, Zachariah one, I'll pause this one. It worked out all right, did it? When we went back and watched the open speeches because we could straight away we caught up because of lunch. Amazing. Technology is amazing, though. This is the time of night that I reflect and speak shit. So reflection time. Technology is amazing. But I do wonder how we used to do without technology. Like for you now, crime spies. Can you imagine what would your triplets do without their mobile and the TikTok and everything? Shannon, they'd be lost. Do you mean I still don't remember how I used to meet up with friends without a phone. It's just totally weird how it all changes now. I'm not saying for the worst, some bit for the worst maybe, but I'm not going to be an old man now and say, "Oh my God, turn for the worst, the good old days." Now, I mean, there were some good old things back in the day, but I'd rather be a child now than with all this technology. Levels of vitamin D. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know which ones the vitamin Ds are now, so is that a bad thing? I don't know anything about vitamins. All I know is when I have my nieces, they have the best time ever. Because I fill them up with chocolate, give them any soda they want, give them all the magazines, hype them up, watch any film, watch any program they want, and then I just go, oh, there you go, hand them back to my sister. It's amazing. All the way around it. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, there's pluses and minuses. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, again, I don't know what. I'm not a vitamin guy. I don't know what. I don't even know what vitamin A or B, C, D. I know one's for orange juice or something. I don't even want to know, Shannon. I don't want to even know what you got up to in the 80s. Let's keep that one away. Yeah, I can only imagine. No, I wouldn't give it. I mean, I enjoyed my well, in the zeros or whatever it is. Oh, right, okay. That shows how thick I am. Sorry, yeah. The sun, you're right. That is it. That's where the balance comes, you know. Um, so yeah. No, I don't think I would trade it, but there's certain things I would like. Do you know what I mean? Uh, I don't think youngsters nowadays, sometimes, especially people I know, they can't talk as they can't go up to people, they're more shy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you suddenly look back at the 80s. I mean, I like the music and stuff in the 80s, but what you actually did in the 80s, that's what I don't want to know. 80s, 90s, I can only imagine. And we won't go into it, especially if Chrissy was here as well, because I wouldn't want to know what that woman got into in the 80s. Um, you see, you see. Well, I've learned today, vitamin D. I did know that, but it's just I'm a bit slow. Call waited, yeah, I know. I can only imagine. Remember, well, not that I remember it, but the phone used to come out, this big case, and then a huge phone. Hello? It's how things have changed now. We didn't have true crime or anything back then, so we're ahead of times. Well, they are now. I just found out as well the Letitia Staunch one. I don't think it's going to be live streamed. I don't think it's going to be live streamed. That's going to be a bummer. And I'll wait 10 seconds because I know the delay. Oh well, that's you're gone way ahead of me now. Gone way ahead of me now. So the Letitia one, for jury selection, it's not on. They only allow one court reporter and one person with a camera or something, and it's all done through a Zoom or something like that. So you have to download it, and I haven't downloaded it. So there's no video like this for the jury selection. Now, whether they do or not for it, but apparently Colorado don't normally do it, they said. So let's see. Oh no. Oh, I mean, well, maybe they all are mental then, the Letitia's. So we'll keep an eye on it, but what I've read, I don't think it's looking good for it. Because some places are like that, aren't they? So. But we got it. And also I hope this is 2 weeks because I don't see how this goes over 2 weeks. I mean, come on. I think Erin said it. Well, just settle. Why are we having a trial for this? Just settle it. To me, I know she doesn't want to pay out or take the blame, but I mean, I'm sure there's middle ground somewhere. I'm sure of it. But this defense lawyer is a cocky motherfucker, and before he knows it, he could lose this trial for Gwyneth if he keeps acting that, because I cringe. I literally, I have to either mute it or hide behind a pillow because a cushion. I just don't call it pillow cushion. It just changed, so it's good until the fall. You can see from my look. What? What are we talking about, right? We were talking about, because I got to think in my mind what we were talking about like a minute ago. I was talking about the trial. So are you saying it just changed? It was good until the fall. Now I know you call fall one of your thingies, like winter or whatever, but it's not that. Do you mean the fall of Gwyneth and that guy? I can see Erin getting really pissed right now, going, "No, you numpty. This is what I mean." For whatever reason, it's always Erin. I don't know. Bingo. Bingo? It's a good game, bingo. I don't play it that often. I don't. I should play it more. It's good fun. House, duck. Is it quack quack? All the twos, quack quack, or something like that. I don't even know. But it is fun though. I've not played it for years and years. That's something we should play. Bingo. So yeah, I was ranting away there. Utah. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, fine. That's fine. He's a cocky motherfucker. I didn't know that you swear like that, Shannon. That's oof. No, Shannon, that bit I knew. I knew what you were referring to there. It was the Aaron one that I was confused about. Your one, I knew, but what you meant. You were either saying bingo for my rant or Aaron's statement, so I knew it was probably mine. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I need to make some videos on it. I'm trying to push the videos out, get subscribers and stuff. So um swear like I say that, yeah, swear as long as you want now on stream. Because someone said, was it Spider Girl said that you can swear as much as you want if you're not monetized. But as soon as you're monetized, you can't swear, otherwise you lose. So if you want to swear, swear now. Because if you're monetized, you're bloody not swearing then. But we got probably over a year to go until then, so we're all good. It might be 2 years even the right way going, but um, we shall see. Mm, It's interesting keeping an eye out on everything. It's so weird, this freaking echo. Um, I love America. I want to come. Do you know what my dream is? Let's talk about my dream right now. Let's talk some aims and stuff, yeah? So I'd love, right, if I can get over 100 regular um watchers of these trials. So every time I watch a trial, there's a minimum of 100 constantly watching. So it fluctuates between 100, 200, always watching. So I that's what my aim is by the end of the year. I'd love to have that constant. I'm known as a guy that streams trials. Every day there's a trial on, I'll stream it, things like that. And then my dream is then in the new year then to come out to America and actually watch some trials. And do some streams out there, meet you guys. I'd love to do that, but we're a long way away from that. It's a pipe dream, obviously, but I would love to do that. And people are leaving. As soon as I said my dreams, people have started to leave. Fucking hell, I'm a dream chaser. I think that's a reasonable goal to aim towards anyway. And tie it into some NFL games as well. That'd be quite good. Yeah, so but I need to get monetized first because if I'm gonna make this my job, I need to make a little bit of money out of it to make it worthwhile, obviously. So there's that. What are you saying now? Other people could. Oh, okay, it might be true because I watch Pat McAfee show and he curses all the time, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I wouldn't probably go there if I'm being honest. Probably where the sun is, or probably to Utah because most of the cases happen in Utah, I think, or that area anyway. Uh, I would love for YouTube though to show me who exactly is in here because I don't know because a lot of people don't speak, so you don't know if they're new people or if they're like Melissa is a good example. You never know if she's in here or not. She just pops up, But there's others here I haven't got a clue. We've had a few new people today. I said, right, I don't. That wasn't planned. That was not planned. But look who the fuck showed up. Melissa showed up, and she showed up before she'd have heard me saying that. Fuck that guy. Yeah, that's spooky, Melissa. That is spooky. Can read your mind. It's scary. Oh, bugger that. Yeah, I don't want any of that. I just wanted somewhere that's a direct flight. I just can't be bothered to change and stuff like that. I don't mind once I'm there to change, like fly into wherever and then spend a week or two somewhere and then fly out somewhere else. But we're talking about pipe dreams here, so we're still well away. Like, Mel, have you even seen my comments and then you showed up? Like, literally. What timing? Oh, I thought we were going back to the Anderson trial. That's just okay, cool. That's interesting. But when the NFL stuff on, it's just gonna be snow. I think when it comes to January, New Year's now, we'll all have to have our wishes of what we want, how we build it, and how we support each other. Dun. I think some people knew we'd been here because people have added me on Twitter. So I presume that they saw me on Twitter from here. Now I've lost my phone. How have I lost my phone? I've not moved. Oh, there it is. Prince Harry's jaw. I've not seen it. Let's have a look. Prince. You all love the Royals, didn't you? Americans love it. I can't see what's wrong with his jaw except for it's big. That's what you mean. Are we all royalists in this chat or something as well? Are we a Markle, Meghan Markle kind of fan club or something? I have zero views on them. I'm not a royalist, but even though William's the same age as me. There we are. But it was just the fact that I said there's people here that are normally here, but you never know if they're here, and they sneak in and out and just type like Melissa. And literally 2 seconds later, you just wrote, and I'm just like, that's just scary. That was just coincidental. I love the Tudor so much. That's why I went to London. Oh yeah, I mean, London, such a rip-off. London. I'm sure it's a great place for tourists, but I friggin' hate London. I would hate to live in London. I imagine visiting London would be great, but to live there and to go Heathrow and Gatwick, they're so far away from central London, and horrible place. I'm not a big fan of London. You have to be a real. Some people love it. My best friend actually lives in London. He loves it. I just can't do it. I can't cope with it. I can only cope with like 4 days max in London, and that's saying a lot. We took the train to Hampton Court. Oh, okay, yeah, all that's nice. I mean, the whole area, Buckingham Palace, everything like that. It's all lovely to see. And I imagine you guys would enjoy it. Yeah, I know. A lot of people think that way. Most people think that way. The UK hate it. Um, yeah, that's true. So many universities in London. Yeah, no, London itself is absolutely a rip-off. But if you can afford it, then it's great, but it's complete rip-off, for what you're paying for. Another place is Dublin. Again, Dublin, I should live there. I loved it, but everyone stays in Temple Bar. But that's not Ireland. That's just like, but that's where everyone goes, tourists. There's so much outside of that. And London's the same. I mean, there's so many beautiful places outside of London, but even traveling into London, it's so expensive, so you just got to weigh out the costs, really. But that's the thing, you see the top spots because you're in central London, so it's worth it, Fish and chips every day. Yeah, I mean, if you go to the right spot, fish and chips is. But then you've got all the other traditions, like, the mashed potato with faggots or mashed potatoes with cure and whatever you call it. There's loads of stuff that you can eat, and that's people don't tend to associate with the UK, with London. Stay across the street from. Okay, yeah. I mean, you're the posh one. You're going to the exact expensive places, you know. But you're an accountant, so that's fine. I'm sure you got some receipts back somehow. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, and this cool. I mean, there's a few of them. Yeah, people like Kate. I mean, Kate and William until they split up. They did split up for a short amount of time, but everyone has just been like just waiting for them to actually become king and queen. I mean, there's a lot of people in the UK that didn't want Charles to be king, wanted to go straight to um, to William, but obviously can't do that. But it'd be interesting. But it's split in the UK. Like in Wales, there's a lot of people who want independence, and Scotland's the same. Just I don't want anything to do with the royals. So it all depends who you speak to. Body language guy, I've never heard of him. Oh, I've actually heard of him, actually. Because Prince Harry's got they've all got, William said, very posh accent. Oh, don't. Princess of Wales, Diana, she was a godsend. She was amazing. I never met her, but I was in secondary school when she died, and it was such a hard. At the time, I was writing an essay on her, and I was finishing off when I heard that she'd just been killed in Paris. Everyone was heartbroken because she wasn't, without being rude, she wasn't one of them. She was down to earth, loved doing stuff that, didn't give a crap, just did stuff which annoyed everyone, the royal family. But yeah, Harry was well loved, but he's a joker. No one wanted him as king or anything like that, but they loved him because he was an absolute joker, and he's well liked by everyone. Does a lot of great work for charities and stuff. But then met Meghan. Like, I understand. I mean, look, whatever you think about her, she's a very attractive woman. For a man, I can understand why he wanted, initially to hook up with her, but I thought he'd get enough of her, by the end. But yeah, it was the same reaction everywhere, I think, in the world. It was genuinely, even when the Queen died, like there was like, but she was a grand old age, do you know what I mean? But there's not been a royal that's died that everyone's been like, oh my God, Diana, yeah, that was tough. That was tough. I think she was, for us in Wales, she was a good bridge, I think, because even though people in Wales, well, not people, some people in Wales hated or hate the royals, but everyone seemed to like her. So Look at us, like, having a chat about the Royals. Amazing. So we've gone from talking about boobs this morning to now talking about the Royals, Meghan Markle. So we've gone from one tit to another tit. That's fair. Oh, did you? Yeah. It's a lot of Americans actually came. Not, I'm not sure. Well, they're probably there for the funeral, but they actually came to, say send their best wishes when she was in court, and she was what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? I know what I'm trying to say in Welsh. The coffin, when the coffin was on display, a lot of Americans, like, it was strange because people were queuing for like 20 plus hours outside. This one woman they interviewed, she comes straight into Heathrow, caught a taxi, joined the queue straight away, and she'd been awake for like, 40 hours or something, just to say, you know, pay respects. I thought, that's why I'm like, Americans are mad for the Royals, but I respect it, we just don't see it here. We're so used to it, so I'm sure the same thing for you guys. I mean, I bet you there's things that you think are mad and just like, why do people like it? Where we are all like, whoa, this is amazing. Cheesecake Factory. I like the Cheesecake Factory. I love the fact that you can get a proper cheesecake at the end of the meal because I can never finish my meal. I just get a cheesecake takeaway. But I bet you guys are like Cheesecake Factory is a piece of shit. You know, that's the one thing I'm not sure is In and Out and stuff like that. So yeah, that's mental. Yeah, he's that's not a surprise. That's pretty shocking, but it's pretty normal. He was a guy. He was known as everyone wanted to be Prince Harry. So everyone knew that William was going to be the king. So he's always been prim and proper and very down the line about everything. Very dry when he speaks, and laughs a lot. And I like William, but Harry knew he was going to be king, so he didn't give a shit. He was just like, "Do you know what? I'm just going to get drunk and be the fun one." And then that all changed, which is a shame. You've probably seen the clips of him when in the Air Force and running in the army, sorry, and running when shots have been fired and stuff like that. That's the guy Harry was, but that's all changed now. He's changed. I've not seen the Netflix shows or anything like that. I just don't want to. I think that will piss me off to watch them together. But some people are not enjoying this chat, by the way, because they keep leaving. So I'm sorry, but we've got to entertain people or not. So, Melissa, is this your first day back in class? Or was yesterday your first day back? And how is New York? Uh, Oh yeah, look, I don't care if people are in and out. Look, I generally don't care. When I say that, I'm just honestly, the first day seems so long ago. When was it? Last Thursday. I've only done 4 streams last Thursday, and I think we topped out a 6, and 2 of them are my nieces. And we averaged I averaged 0 viewers for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I got 1 and 2, so things like that. And then on Friday, I think for the first time you came in Crime Spies, and then I think we got up to about 6 or whatever it was, or 8. And then no, we got up to 10. Sorry, we got up to 10. Then I think yesterday we got to 13 or something, and then, we were just building slowly, and then we got to 25 today. It's just having that kind of consistent people staying. Oh, he came back. He frightened me there. Keanu Reeves is back, or his voice, I should say.
So I don't see Tom.
So yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow from the get-go from 11, 12, 10 o'clock Eastern. Look at all that. Look at all the men. And who said earlier on about old men? Was that you, Erin? Friggin', I'm an old man now. Gwyneth Paltrow, she's so pretty. She's always really pretty.
Can you see her?
I'll let her know.
Okay, thanks. We ready for the jury then? They're on their way. Thank you.
We are. Can we just get back to Gwyneth, please, Judge?
We are. I think they're on their way. I told them when I walked past.
Okay, time to mute myself. Oh, I don't want that. If I refresh one page,
Humbling. He didn't come right out and say, yeah, I'm fine, I'm doing great. Is that your full answer?
True.
Okay, turn to one.
I forgot. I should have skipped ahead. I forgot that we delayed it a little bit. Oh, always welcome, Jackie. Chat. We got Shannon here, Crime Spies. She talks like for the whole of America, so it's good. You can join the chat anytime you want. And I made a mistake. It's 10 o'clock Eastern. We're
All
going
right,
live
thank
tomorrow.
you.
Sorry. Hope you enjoy it
Mr.
now.
Sykes, are you ready for redirect?
I am, Judge. Let me just.
It's a compliment, Shannon. It's a compliment. It genuinely is. You can keep me active.
We're shy a copy of the deposition, Judge, for which we apologize. I'm going to blame it on the fog. Okay. Mr. Ramon, I got just about 4 or 5 questions for you, briefly. When you looked over at the, you heard the scream, looked over at the collision, can you tell the jury where Terry's arms were when he went down?
Oh, they're by his side.
Not flung out like this.
No.
Okay. I'm going to have you turn to page 63 in your deposition about the helmet and read some clarifying information on that. I'm going to have Lawrence show you his on his computer, okay? And we're going to page 63, line 18, okay? Now, I'm going to read the question, and then I'm going to read the answer and ask if I read it correctly. Okay? 63 line 18. And was she wearing a helmet? Your answer, I don't believe she was wearing a helmet. I think she was wearing a hat, but a helmet didn't stand out. Was that your answer?
Correct.
Okay. That position was taken on November 12th, 2019. Correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 of 2019.
12th November, right? So
No,
3.5
November.
years after the collision.
Yes.
All right. Now, by the way, do you remember how long, stay there, Lawrence, if you would. You remember how long you were deposed that day?
7.5 hours.
Okay. Have you ever been deposed before?
No.
I'm pausing because the trial's back. No time to sleep. I would love this. I'm not sure if the results are in.
Okay, the jury started, well, they left for deliberation at about about 10 after 12, I think. And they had some food delivered, so they've been up there about 5 hours. They had a couple of notes they sent down, which were addressed by Judge Kirkman. And other than that, I don't think we've heard from them at all. And I propose at this time the default provision is to close the courthouse, well, at 5 o'clock, but the security's usually here till 5:30. So I propose to call the jury right now over the speakerphone and ask them, would they like to leave for the evening and come back tomorrow at 9, or would they prefer to deliberate for another 20 minutes? So, State?
Whatever the court feels is best.
Defense?
No problem with that, Judge.
Okay.
No worries, Jackie. See you later. Whatever. Gwyneth Paltrow ends.
Good afternoon. Can you put the speaker on for a minute?
This is.
On the lower right, the green light that says speaker. Oh, I didn't expect McCarthy, but it's a decision we need to make at this point. You need to make is whether you would like to deliberate for another 20 minutes or so, or would you prefer to come back tomorrow morning and begin again at that point at 9 o'clock? Or if you folks want to come in at a different time, I'll certainly listen to that. Want to talk it over and let me know?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Jackie. See you either later or tomorrow. I'm not sure what time it finishes. Could be another
If
couple
the
of
jury
hours.
is leaving, I'm going to ask everybody who's now in the courtroom to remain until all of the jurors have left. So if you, if that is their decision to leave, then you can leave right away, but once, if you don't leave within the next, before they get down here, then you'll have to stay here until we have gotten them all out.
Yeah, sorry for those that might be if the Gwyneth Paltrow one, but no worries, Jackie. It's easy for me. So you guys in the chat, that makes my life easier. Yeah, just wait here for a second. I don't want to jump back and forwards, see, so. I mean, it's not a hard question he's asked. Do you want to carry on for another 20 minutes or finish? The answer is let's just finish and start fresh tomorrow. Or if traffic is that bad, then yeah, let's do another 20 minutes. If it's that bad. I'd love them to come back and be like, oh, Joe, we'll come in about 11 tomorrow. Have a lie in. I'll be tempted for that though. But because obviously with the Alex Murdoch one,
They're
they
calling on
went
the back. That's all right.
went
They're
through the
calling the
night.
bailiff's phone. Oh, they're calling your number? Yeah.
I just want to know what time it starts tomorrow, then we'll click off.
They want to
Because it
come back
makes
tomorrow? Did they say what time? Okay. All right. Okay. Just tell them they can leave now, and use your rules. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account, and don't talk to anybody. Well, pardon me? Well, I wanted to remind them not to talk to other jurors. The defendant's not here, and I don't really want to give, I'm not allowed to give them additional instructions, but this is just behavior related. So if there is no objection, I'm just going to tell them they have to avoid the usual discussions. And also, even though they're in deliberation, they're not allowed to talk to another juror. Any objection to doing that without the defendant being here? All right, tell them to, ask them to come down, please. And bring their things.
just wait for this because I don't want to miss these bits. Obviously, it's not 100% confirmed it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning yet. There'll be probably another break in the Gwyneth Paltrow, so we'll catch up quite quickly on that one. I'm sure of it. It looks heavy. It must be comfy because you know they want comfort. Do you know what I mean? That's the one thing that you know as Juro, they got comfy chairs because I said the other day my tailbone was on fire. Hard chairs should be banned. Everyone should be comfortable. I couldn't sit in the Murdoch trial because it was all wooden benches. My arse would have been on fire, but my back would have been in bits. This is my like, exercise and sit down. I was in the gym today. Jesus, I worked out like you wouldn't believe. Gotta go for a walk tomorrow. Go gym again on Thursday. Oh, tomorrow I got my niece, so she'll keep me busy. In the closet. Exactly. Should I use it? I need to. People keep saying, "Oh, you need to decorate your back," but I'm like, you gotta remember, I'm a man. I don't think about stuff like that. Like, I don't like, and also I'm probably this probably clashes. But I don't think like that. I should maybe, but I don't. I got a green screen, but I just can't get it to work properly. And I'm so comfortable here on my sofa, so why would I change it? Another thing I like about I want to go to Dallas, Texas, because I love country music. Or Nashville as well. Love country music. I've not got anyone I really follow, but I just love the tone of it. They were. I remember in my last job, I had a staff member that was, had lower back pain. I said, "Why don't you try a ball chip?" She'd never heard of it, so I got her one. Oh no, actually, that's a lie. That's 2 jobs before.
The usual rules
It's
are in
great.
effect. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And don't have any discussions with anybody about the case, even members of your household, even fellow jurors. That's especially true because you're in deliberation now. And if for some reason you happen to have incidental contact with one or even all of the other jurors, you're not allowed to talk about the case. Discussions about the case can take place only when all of the jurors are there and in the jury room. So even if you both end up, or all end up at the bowling alley tonight, all 12 of you, you still can't talk about the case. Once you get here in the morning, if there's 11 of you, you can't talk about the case until the 12th one is there. So please observe those rules. And what time would you like to start in the morning? You could choose 8:30, 9, or 9:30, 10 o'clock if you want. How many want? 9? I didn't hear what you said. 9 is fine. It's the most frequent choice when I ask the jurors. Well, is that a problem for anybody?
Can you imagine?
See you tomorrow morning at 9. Enjoy the evening.
Right. Unless there's anything else that he's got, we'll go back to the Gwyneth Paltrow one now in a second. Gay as in happy.
Anything else?
Not from the state.
As soon as the bailiffs give you the signal, you're welcome to leave the.
Right, they've finished. There's nothing from state, nothing from that. Here we go.
First time, right?
Yes.
What a joy, right?
Yeah, it was a long day.
Okay. Now, Mr. Owens asked you about nodding okay.
I want you to turn to one, this is what he read, 107, 17 through 23. I'll read the whole thing.
So, Your Honor, form of impeachment, I think he needs to answer a question, and then if there's a contrary answer, then we go to the transcript.
Actually not. On redirect, he has a
Right
right
now,
to.
he's rehabilitating based on your impeachment,
Okay.
so I'll permit it.
Page 107, line 12. Mr. Owens' question was, he nodded yes, and your answer was yes. Question, Terry nodded yes to the question, are you okay? Your answer, yeah, he was trying to get around, and when he got up, he didn't really bring up and are you okay with him, because he wasn't okay. You could see that. I mean, if it wouldn't have been for the mountain host pulling him up, Terry never would have, never wanted to even get up. Is that your full answer?
True.
Okay. And let's go to 109, 17 through 24. Okay. And the question was, does that sound like your answer? He probably said he was okay. Your answer was, I don't know what context this is coming from. Terry wasn't talking. I mean, he wasn't. It was like we're having a conversation right now. He was mumbling. He didn't come right out and say, yeah, I'm fine, I'm doing great. Is that your full answer?
True.
Okay, turn to 110, 2 through 6. Okay, line 2. Do you agree that when asked, Terry said he was okay? Your answer was, he never said he was okay. Question, so no, that's a no? Yes. And then turn to 112, 2 through 12.
Your Honor, there wasn't even a question. So can I just read portions of the transcript I like? This is improper.
And I'd like to rehabilitate the witness and show the true context. I've got 2 more of these and I'm done.
I think you need to confirm. I mean, you didn't ask him a question on the last entry.
Oh, okay, well, I'll do it now. Okay. On page 112, do you see the question by Mr. Owens? He was nodding yes. You see that?
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I'm just asking if you see the question.
Yes, number 2.
Okay, yeah. And your answer was, yeah, he nodded, and then there was an interruption. And Mr. Owens said yes. And your answer was nodded yes as he's laying there not speaking because he can't talk. Question. And the reason I say that is people can nod no, nodding doesn't help us. Answer. When he nodded yes, he was nodding with just like a small movement, you know. He wasn't, I mean, he couldn't even talk. Is that your full answer?
True.
One more. 114, 4 through 7. Okay. Mr. Owens, so are you disputing that you said yes? He said he was okay. Answer, yes.
We got to back up because you just started. Did you dispute that you said it? We need to know what he's referencing.
Question, Mr. Owens.
Just a minute. There's an objection that it's, what's the objection that it's not a complete?
So he needs to go back to know what we're talking about. Do you dispute that you said it?
Look, you know.
You can recross him
He
on
quoted
that.
out of context. I'm quoting context.
Just a minute.
Okay. Question by Mr. Stephen Owens. So are you disputing that you said yes? He said he was okay. Answer, yes. That's your answer, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Mr. Owens?
I've heard of Twizzlers. What's Twizzlers? I have to Google it.
The term spread eagle, was that, you testified that Terry after the collision was spread eagle, did you not?
When he was laying on the ground.
Right, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, when he was laying on the ground, he was spread eagle.
Do you agree that Terry was out cold
for several minutes?
Yes.
Several is more than 2 minutes.
Well, 2 minutes.
Your Honor, this is beyond scope.
That's as much as I think I want to say, except we're trying to figure out where he was.
Well, I'll allow a little bit of it overruled if you're going to the scope of redirect.
He was asking about sort of his positioning. So that the entire time he was out cold, he was spread eagle on the mountain.
Yes.
And did you do anything for him?
No.
The helmet thing. Let's address it again.
I know what he meant now. Yes, Superman.
Sorry for the delay. Do you remember telling me that you thought it was odd she didn't have a helmet?
Your Honor, this is improper, sir, because we've already discussed that in these answers, so.
Overruled.
True? You thought it was odd? Like Gwyneth Paltrow doesn't have a helmet?
I don't recall that.
James, do you have a citation? I would have noticed a helmet. So no helmet, right?
I don't recall that.
Oh. All right. You want to go over?
I agree.
Do you know, did I ever say like what I just said? Do you deny that? What I just read?
I
Do you deny it?
If you look at the deposition, I let her said I wasn't sure exactly what she had on her, what she was wearing. It could have been a hat.
I would have noticed the helmet. So no,
What picture was it?
I'm just gonna. This is. I want him to say it, and then I'll
Ask the question.
I would have noticed the helmet. So no helmet, right? Yeah. Can I stop getting interrupted while I'm doing this, Your Honor?
When he refers to the deposition, he'll have to give you the page reference, but right now he's not referring to the deposition. Well, he may be reading from it, but he's not referring to it.
This is a statement that he made to me. Do you remember before your deposition you made a statement to me?
I don't recall.
Do you remember I came to your house with plaintiff's lawyers?
Yes,
and
you
we
did.
put a little dictaphone right in front of you and said, "Can we interview you?"
Yes, you did.
And did you testify truthfully in that interview?
Yes, I did.
And that interview was far before the deposition.
Yes.
Do you deny saying these words? I would have noticed the helmet.
I don't recall that conversation.
Do you deny saying that?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay, let's go to it then. James. So this is Exhibit 5 of the deposition. It's the interview. It's page 31.
Sure.
That's a good question. I actually don't know when this was. I never heard of it until today. Do you know about it?
All right. Can you, sir, read the question and answer? And James, the page number is?
31. And then you want to start at line 15?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it says, it says, can you go to 12?
No commentary, just read the words, please.
I says, I think she was wearing a hat, because a helmet, I would have noticed the helmet.
Okay, and the next 3 lines.
So no helmet, right? Yeah.
And then the
That's
next
a
2 lines.
yes.
I said that's a yes in your answer?
Yes.
All right, sir, did you tell the truth when I asked you that question 5 years ago?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. We're moving on. Sorry. 34, I think he said. Do you remember? You're going to have to stay there, I'm afraid. He said he was okay. Do you remember so testifying 5 years ago?
He never said he was okay.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you answer my question 5 years ago that he was okay? He said he was okay.
He never said he was okay. He could hardly stand up.
Okay.
He could hardly speak.
So you deny ever saying that?
Did you finish your answer?
No, we
So James?
about 2 minutes before the ski patrol came and came down, he could hardly he had a hard time knowing what his name was. I mean, it took him 4 or 5 seconds to even know what his name was, and he had no idea where he was even at.
Your Honor, my question was, do you deny saying it? This is a narrative. Okay.
So
you're taking this. You're taking this.
Hold on.
there's no question.
Oh, good. So
Thank
sorry.
you.
Sorry.
All right, let's dig it out. He said he was okay.
What line are you reading from, please?
I'm waiting for the question. Did you say that?
I don't see it here.
He probably said he was okay. Did you say that 5 years ago?
If I did, I probably didn't understand your question.
That wasn't my question. My question is, did you say that 5 years ago?
I think what you're doing is I think you're taking this stuff out of context. Because I never said he was okay.
Terry said, yes, I'm okay. Did you say that?
He never said he was okay.
Have you told me that 5 years ago?
Yeah, I think what you're doing is I think you're taking this stuff out of context.
Yes, he said he was okay. Do we need to look it up?
Yes.
Okay, James, could you get over there? Yes. It's from the interview, page 68. Okay, can you just read line 10? Read it aloud, please.
Yes, he said he was okay.
Yes, he said he was okay. All right. Did you tell me the truth 5 years ago with plaintiff's counsel present?
I think I don't think
Yes
I
or no,
understood
sir?
I don't think I understood your question because he was never okay. He could hardly stand.
Sir, here, listen to my question.
Okay.
Did you tell me the truth 5 years ago when you said, yes, he said he was okay? Yes or no?
I think you're taking this stuff out of context is what I think. Because he was never okay.
So all I can do is point to a statement you gave to both of us with the transcription recorder present and saying I'm telling the truth. That is all I can say. So that's my only question. Was that your answer 5 years ago?
I object. Answer the answer.
Overruled? Can you answer?
Just say yes or no.
Can you answer it with a yes or no question?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it's the same question I'm asking like 10 times, but I'm trying to get a clear yes or no. Yes, he, meaning Eric, or excuse me, Mr. Sanderson, said he was okay.
I'm not sure exactly what okay means. We're this.
Yes or no, sir?
I don't know exactly what we were talking about when he was okay.
Well, we can go back and look. This is page 69. So I know what the mountain host is going to say. He's going to say, I asked him, and he said, Terry said, yes, I'm okay. Yes. And then he skied away, meaning the mountain host. And I'm wondering, are you saying that's true or not true? Yeah, he was. Yes or no? Yes. He said he was okay. Did I correctly read that?
I didn't have the right, you said 69?
Top of 68.
But it's 68. Got it. Okay, we'll go back up.
Your Honor,
I apologize. So tell us where you're starting, which line?
yeah, I don't want to spend any more time on this. Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions? Okay.
No further questions.
All right. You're welcome to step down. Is this witness under subpoena? And may he testify again in the case?
He's not under subpoena, I don't.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
He may testify again? Okay.
In
So
there-
you're still under the exclusionary rule, meaning that you can't be in the courtroom other than when you testify. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may
That
call
was
your next
strange.
witness.
For Spider-Girl, I think you got it spot on, though. Didn't help himself at times either, so. But it's such a long time ago, 2016. It's 5 years ago.
Carlene Davidson, Your Honor.
Right, what did he say? Carl what?
Good afternoon, Ms. Davidson. If you could walk right up here to the clerk, she will, and then if you could raise your right hand, she will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Yeah.
And then walk right over here and have a seat. You can move that binder out of your way. Thank you. And then we just want to make sure that you speak toward the microphone when you speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your full name and tell the jury where you live?
Yes, Teresa Carlene Davidson, St. George, Utah.
Okay. And you go by Carlene, correct?
I do.
Tell the jury where you were born, where you grew up, what your education is.
Okay. I was born in Tachikawa, Japan. My father was a fighter pilot with the Air Force, and I moved all over the world during my first 18 years of life, and ended up in the Salt Lake Valley, where I worked for KSL for a few years, and then ended up at a dental lab as an accountant. And I have 2 awesome daughters and 7 beautiful granddaughters that I'm enjoying in St. George, Utah.
And there's an interesting thing about you. You graduated, at least almost, from Athens High School in Athens, Greece, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Almost graduated, yes.
What's that?
I had to come back for my senior year. Not a pleasant thing, senior year in California, but that was all
Talk
right.
about Athens, Greece, not Athens, Georgia, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
No, I have a very rich life. I've been very blessed.
And tell the jury about your training from standpoint of university or higher education? Where'd you go and when?
Higher education, I went to Brigham Young University for 1 year, and then after that kind of got my MRS, as they say, and ended up married and raising children.
All right. Yeah. And with respect to, excuse me, let's see here. If you could explain to the jury how you met Terry Sanderson.
Okay. I was single for a few years and.
So you had a divorce?
Yes,
You're
yes,
single,
divorced
okay.
from the girl's father, and then unfortunately had another marriage and ended up single again,
Okay.
and got onto a match site, and I happened to recognize a fellow that was in a picture that Terry was also in the picture, but I had an acquaintance there that knew him as well. So I contacted this acquaintance and asked him about this fellow and contacted Terry, and that's how we met.
Okay. And then about what year was that? 2014 sometime?
2014, yes, it would have been
Okay.
2014.
And how long was your relationship with him?
Terry and I dated.
Prior to the ski accident. Ski accident, by the way, was February 26th of 2016.
Correct, right. We dated for about, well, in a serious relationship for about 18 months prior to the accident, and then
Describe Terry during that 18 months.
he was a goer. I had a lot of trouble keeping up with him. He's about 5 years older than I am, and he was definitely had a lot of energy, a lot of joyful. He was just a fun, loving, wanted to play and have a good time in life. He was very energetic, very ambitious.
What are some of the activities you did during that time?
A lot of hiking, a lot of partying, to going to different events throughout the valley. We did some traveling the year of 2015. We went on a cruise. We went to Italy. We also later in the year of 2015, we went to, that was to Belize and Key West. So we like to travel quite a bit. But
Did you mention dancing?
dancing a lot, yes. Terry loved to dance.
Okay. Hiking. You mentioned hiking, didn't you?
A lot of hiking.
How about swimming?
Yes. Well, I wasn't the swimmer. He was. He has a pool in his home. One of those pools that have the equipment that moves the water, and he's probably swam 3 times a week.
Tell me, you mentioned overseas trips. What are some of the places you went with him overseas?
The Netherlands. We flew into Amsterdam. We went to, and then did a cruise out of Italy, and then came back and spent 3 weeks in Italy, pretty much. Right.
Where else did you go?
On the cruise, we went.
No. There's other countries.
Later we went to Belize and a lot of places in the U.S. Just little stops.
Did you go to Spain with him?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That was on the cruise when we were in Italy.
Mm-hmm. How about Far East, Japan, any of those places?
No.
Okay. How would you describe his personality in the, say, year and a half before the ski accident? How would you describe it?
Very joyful. Like I said, a lot of energy. He had a lot of events that he liked to go to. I remember his calendar when I was looking back on pictures and things. We were always involved in something. He liked to volunteer a lot. And
what do you mean by volunteer? What do you volunteer for?
Cystic fibrosis. I know he was a volunteer for different events, and he liked to go and be involved, meet people, meet and greet. He was a good mentor. He liked to mentor a lot of younger people, and was very good at that and enjoyed a lot of that. A lot of contact with different people.
Now, you were at the time living in St. George.
Yes.
Correct? And in a year, a calendar year, how many days did you spend up here with Terry versus down in St. George?
Most of the calendar was in Salt Lake at his home. We spent a lot of time in the Salt Lake area because that's where all the
more or less
events
than
were.
300 days, you think?
25 days a month.
Per month? Okay.
A
For
lot.
that whole time?
Yeah.
Period. Okay. Describe him in terms of kindness, gentleness, communicative, that kind of thing.
He was very good at communicating. He liked to do that. That's one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking and engaging in a lot of fun topics that we like to explore. Terry was an explorer of all information. He liked to, when we were traveling, he would always be reading up on something, always, looking into things and engaging other people in gathering information. He liked to do that, but he was a very joyful, happy person. In fact, I was looking back through some of my emails, or not emails, pictures, and he always had a smile on his face. He had a beautiful smile. He was just a happy person.
Was he kind?
Very kind.
Describe that to the jury.
How would you describe kindness? He engaged with people, and I guess the way his kindness showed through would be just his patience with talking with people about different aspects of their lives, and he just had a gentle nature. He was very easygoing that way, and liked people, my grandchildren, even the kindness that he had with opportunities that he had to explore and speak with them. And he just had a gentleness about him.
Did you ever have family get-togethers with his side of the family?
Yes.
Would you describe those for the jury, please?
One of the first times I remember going when his granddaughter graduated, and with the whole family, and his first wife was there. And I remember his daughter coming to me and she said, "Thank you so much for putting up with the family aspects of," it was the first time that he had been around his former wife for quite some time. And it worked out very well. How
did he treat her?
Enjoyable. Oh, fine. It was actually saying we had a great big family reunion, family dinner, family fun. It worked out very well.
Now, did he ever use alcohol, at least with you?
Sure.
Okay. And did you ever observe him to use alcohol to excess?
No. There would be once or twice that we might take a whole bottle of wine and enjoy it, but
okay.
No, not very often.
Okay. When you dated for about 18 months, or close to 2 years, were you exclusive?
Yes, as far as I knew.
What's that?
I say as far as I knew.
All right. Well, you were up here quite a bit. Right?
Yes.
Was this a love relationship? Were you heading toward marriage, or how would you describe that?
I wanted it. I wanted it long term, and I was looking forward to having a long term relationship with him. I adored him. He was a great guy. I was hoping that it would go long term.
So were you in love with him?
Absolutely.
Was he in love with you, in your opinion?
I thought so. Yes. Yes.
And at this point, he's about 70 or so, right?
That time, yes.
At the end of your relationship, just before the accident, February 26th of 2016, how would you describe Terry's activity level?
Just like I have, very, very busy. There wasn't much time that we didn't have some event that was going on. It's always involved. I had a hard time keeping up.
Okay. Did you ever, during the 18 months or so that you were dating him, up here 300 days a year, okay, did you ever notice him to be clumsy or accident prone, anything like that?
Not really, no. He seemed to. He was helping me move an estate from my parents. I had lost my mother right before I met Terry, and we did a lot of juggling of my assets from her estate, and he was very helpful with that. In fact, he helped move a lot of furniture and didn't damage too much. I remember he seemed to be pretty capable.
Were you ever aware that he had a problem in one of his eyes that he was not seeing? Were you aware of that?
Oh, absolutely.
Did it ever affect him in your anything you saw?
You know what was odd about that is I half the time didn't realize that he had a problem. I never knew which eye it was. I would have to ask, and no, for the most part, he covered it very well. I guess if there was an extreme problem, I wasn't aware of it. He drove, in fact, thinking about that with my mom's estate, we were moving. I had a home in Bountiful that I sold, and we were getting rid of a lot of the furniture and items in that home and moving things down to St. George. And he drove the big old truck, the 26-foot truck. I don't know that we've
Like a U-Haul thing?
Yeah.
Down to St. George?
Down to St. George from Salt Lake, and he didn't have a bit of trouble. So I'm not aware of the eye situation. Like I say, he covered it very well.
When you were up here, did he do the driving, or did you do the driving?
Oh, he did the driving.
You ever notice any problem with him driving? No. Any accidents, any bumping into people in the parking lot or other cars, nothing like that?
Not while I was with him, no.
Okay. Do you recall how would you characterize his health during those 18 months or so when you were before the accident?
Like I say, the hiking, the swimming, the dancing, he had a lot of energy. He seemed to be very healthy as far as I know.
Did he appear to have any chronic conditions that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I say, if there was anything there, I was not aware of it.
Did you ever complain of a headache problem?
Not extreme, not any more so than most of us do, and might get a headache in an afternoon and need to lie down for a minute, but no.
How about sleep apnea? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. What about depression? Did he ever complain about being depressed?
Not during that time, no.
What about...
He didn't have time.
Okay. What about complaining that he was losing energy? You ever hear that?
Not during that time, no.
Now, I'm talking about prior to the accident now.
Right.
You ever notice he was forgetting things prior to the accident?
Not that I noticed, no.
By the way, have you ever testified in court before? Is this the first time?
No, this is the first time.
First time, okay. It's fun, isn't it?
My hands are sweaty.
Okay. All right. Did you ever, you're not a skier, correct?
I used to ski.
Okay.
Years ago.
Did Terry ever talk about skiing with you prior to the...
Oh, he would have loved to have had me ski with him, but no, I have a knee that went out on me a few years back, and I don't ski anymore.
What was Terry's attitude towards skiing?
Towards skiing? Oh,
Yeah.
That was his livelihood in the wintertime. That was one of the reasons that the distance between St. George and Salt Lake got to be a problem, especially in the wintertime, because he did not want to leave to go to warm St. George where he could stay up here and ski.
How did you find out that there was a ski accident?
I was on my way back here from St. George the day that I think I was on the road, in fact, when he called and said, I have been in a ski accident and I'm injured, but I'll tell you more about it when we get home. I don't think he wanted to worry me. So I said, I'll talk about it later.
Did he ever give you the name of the person who hit him?
I don't think so. Not at that time.
All right.
No.
And that was the same day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I just met him at the house. Well, not met him there. I think I arrived there first. And then he came later in the probably early evening is when he finally got back.
Describe his condition to the jury, please.
He looked like a truck had hit him when I remember him walking in. He just was very disheveled, just looked bad. He didn't look like he felt very well at all. He was kind of wild hair, looked like he wasn't looking good. Ashen gray, his face, his coloring, everything. He just looked like he was injured.
How about his mental status?
He was, didn't want to talk much at that point. That's why I was kind of trying to get information from him of what had happened, but he was cranky. He was ornery. He just was tired and wanted to go to bed. In fact, that's basically what he did. I wanted to encourage him to go to the doctor because I was quite concerned by the way, well, especially when he said his ribs were broken. He knew his ribs were broken at that point, and then a concussion. I think they had determined the concussion there at the clinic. Slight concussion. No, maybe not. I don't know if that even happened. I just know he had really sore ribs and looked really banged up.
Did he talk about whether he lost consciousness or not?
He did say he lost consciousness. Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you how he was taken off the mountain?
He went in a toboggan, I know that.
Was he able to move around at all very well?
Not when he got home. No, he was a very sore Jose. He didn't move well at all. In fact, he went to bed when he got home, it might have been, like I say, early evening, 6:30, 7 o'clock, and he wasn't up for much after that. He just headed to bed.
Was he pale?
Very.
Did he complain about weakness?
Yeah, he.
If you don't recall.
Okay, yeah. You're just saying that time that I was taking care of the dog, and I know that.
Was he able to move around at all very well?
Not when he got home. No, he was a very sore Jose. He didn't move well at all. In fact, he went to bed when he got home, it might have been, like I say, early evening, 6:30, 7 o'clock, and he wasn't up for much after that. He just headed to bed.
Was he pale?
Very.
Did he complain about weakness?
Yeah, he. As I recall, we were quite active up until that time. But then again, I had been away for a while. I had been in St. I have a daughter that has a nursing degree, and I remember calling her and saying, "Kara, what do I need to watch for something? What do I do here?" And she kind of briefed me on watching, as a person that has a concussion, what to do. And so I kind of, kept that in my awareness through the evening, but then I insisted that we get him to the doctor the next day.
Okay, as I recall, you said that you had encouraged him to go even the day before.
Yes, but yeah, he just wouldn't have anything to do with. He wanted to go to bed. He was like, "No, I'm going to bed. I'm done. I don't feel good. I'm just going to bed."
And he complained about his ribs, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But did he complain about any head pain?
I'm sure he did, yes, because that's why I called my daughter. And, I knew that he had whatever it was, I guess there was a suspicion of a concussion at the time. I don't know if it had actually been diagnosed at the clinic. I'm not sure of that. But I know that there was a suspicion of it. And because he wasn't feeling well and complained of just he didn't look good. And that's when I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay, these might not be in a terribly organized fashion, these next questions, but I'm just trying to, again, be mindful of time. As I understand it, immediately after the relationship that you had with Mr. Sanderson, he moved on to a new relationship. Is that correct?
I hate to say it, but I kind of encouraged it at one point because I think my jealousy was a little bit there, and she had been with us through different concerts and hiking and doing things. And at one point I just thought, maybe you and Robin ought to try it out because you've got a lot in common. But that was my own little jealousy.
Okay. And you talked about the reasons for the ending of the relationship. Early on, you didn't think that it was related to the accident, correct?
I didn't know. I thought it was my doing just because I don't do real well in relationships.
No, I'm sorry to hear you say that. But in terms of your own understanding now, you mentioned that you have a new understanding, but is it fair to say that's speculation? You don't know what his actual reasons were. You haven't talked to him about those?
No.
And just to be clear,
Well, do you know, actually, and this is the sad part, is a few, probably, how many years has it been? 7 years. Probably within the last 4 years ago, maybe during the deposition time. No, that was 2 years ago. At some point, he contacted me again and said he was really sorry for what had happened and that he felt badly and tried to get us back together. But I've been in a new relationship and quite steady and doing well with it. So I'm good now.
I see. And in that conversation, did this accident come up at all?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
As I understand it, your understanding of his medical condition, his health following the accident, was primarily derived from those couple weeks after the accident. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay, yeah. So like you're up close, personal.
I took care of him for the first couple of weeks right after. I stayed there for about, I think, 2 weeks, close to 2 weeks.
Right, and so that up close, personal understanding of his medical condition is limited to those weeks. Is that correct?
That, and then the few months after that we were together. Yeah.
Correct. No, what I'm trying to
I'm
get
sorry.
to, no, it's okay. What I'm trying to get to is in your deposition, you made a distinction about the understanding you had at the time, and then those first few weeks, and that later you became, I think, focused on the relationship and not on his health, is I think how you put it. Does that sound fair?
Improper use of the deposition.
Sustained?
Okay, I apologize. I'm trying to just be quick. So,
Sure.
let's see. Would it be fair to say that your understanding of his health was limited after those few weeks because you didn't see him as frequently?
Oh, okay.
And I could get the deposition transcript out and bring it to you, and we could look at the
No, that's
actual,
all right.
if you don't recall.
Okay, yeah. You're just saying that time that I was taking care of him, that would be the limitation of my understanding what his health conditions were.
Yeah, that you had a good understanding for those few weeks, but then after that, you didn't have as good an understanding because you were focused on other things, and he had withdrawn.
Probably that's accurate.
Okay, that's what I'm
That's
thinking.
fair. That's fair.
Okay, I didn't
sure.
ask the question
No,
very well.
that's fair.
I'm glad that we got to that.
Sure.
Thank you. So you mentioned earlier, I believe, that he kind of became like an old man. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah. No,
So
definitely.
would it surprise you if he had told someone, maybe even a doctor, a number of weeks before the accident, that he'd gotten old all of a sudden?
Oh, before the accident even.
Yeah.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, but would that surprise you if he had said that?
Yes,
Okay.
it would, I guess, because as I recall, we were quite active up until that time. But then again, I had been away for a while. I had been in St. George for some time. I don't know. There again, that's why I'm trying to think. It's been so long.
Sure.
Because I was coming back when the accident had occurred. I was just coming back. So I had been away for a couple of weeks prior to that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Just in this same vein, would it be surprising to you if someone had said that he would, again, before the accident, routinely walk into walls?
Oh, that surprises me.
Or what about, you mentioned the vision issue, which you did have an understanding of, correct?
Absolutely.
So did you ever observe him asking someone standing on the right side of his vision to move so that he could see them better?
Oh, no.
Okay. Were you aware of any medical event, like a stroke-like event that might have impacted him and he would have had to get MRIs and that sort of thing for?
Prior to the accident, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
Don't remember.
If that's the truth, that's fine. And one of the reasons I ask it is that I'm wondering if you know whether that sort of thing was the reason that he retired from his profession.
Oh, That surprises me, no.
Well, I'm just asking if
Oh,
that's
no,
your
no,
knowledge.
no,
Okay.
not at all.
And then, did he ever talk about adjusting his skiing to one side of the slope so that he could avoid hitting people?
Never. Not in my knowledge, no.
Or what about just being picky about the days that he skied so that he could avoid bad lighting?
Oh, this is all new information. Never
Okay.
heard of it.
I'm not giving you information. I'm just asking if it would be something you would say or you
No.
would have seen in him. Okay.
No.
Okay, I believe I am done, but I'm going to look at one more thing to see if I need to ask it. It may have been covered. Oh, I wanted to be clear about this. During those weeks just after the accident, as I understand it, you were the only one with him during those weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you were the one caring for him
Yes.
communicating with him.
Yes.
And as you understand it, he was withdrawn from all other people during that time.
As far as I know, yes. I don't know as far as conversations with his on phone or emails or whatever, but yes, physically I was the only one there.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Arlene, I'm sure you can ask about hearing something about, okay, do you know, have you ever had a broken rib?
No.
Have you known people that have?
Yes.
They tell you it's pretty painful?
Very.
Yeah. So do you think a person with 4 broken ribs will tell someone they're okay?
But that's, okay.
Okay. Let me ask you, so Egan tried to box you in with the 2 weeks of medical care, but you were still coming up 25 days a month after the accident, weren't you?
Not as
while.
frequently, but yes, I was still spending a lot of time up there, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
I was still trying to maintain a relationship.
In the 3 months after the accident, how many days do you think you spent up here? Or
Well, I mean, there again, looking back through photos,
Yeah.
that's the only thing I can go
Yeah.
through. We still spent a lot of time together. In fact, I even encouraged him to come down to a birthday party with my granddaughters in Cedar City. And so I was, like I say, looking at photos. And another one, we went to his granddaughter's graduation in Washington in June of that year after the accident. But so yes, we spent a lot of time together still. Traveling and doing what we were trying to do, but it just, it was necessity travel, not enjoyment travel.
In the 6 months after the accident, do you think you had a pretty good idea of what kind of person you had changed into? What kind of problems he was having?
Yes, I saw a big difference.
Mr. Egan?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. Why don't you just have a seat? And I'm going to excuse the jury first. So we're going to go ahead and recess at this time, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Oh, I have to do this. I have to remind you of your obligation, not to, as much as you might be tempted, not to do any of your own investigation, not to review anything on the internet or anywhere else, not to communicate with anyone about the case, including your fellow jurors. And remember that the evidence will be coming in one piece at a time, and that you need to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence. So thank you for your attention today. You may step down. Thank you.
It's still there, so we'll wait for a bit.
May I mention that the quorum order item?
Sure.
So paragraph 4, at the end of court proceedings, spectators shall remain in the courtroom until the judge, the jury, and the parties have withdrawn. and the bailiff gives permission to leave, do you mind if we excuse our parties who have been here, our clients?
Not at all.
Okay, so you're free to go.
She's covering it. Oh, she's covering
Is there
it for
anything that the
cameras.
lawyers need to address right now?
Nothing to play this
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. It'd be nice to get our monitors working. Is that a possibility, or did we give up?
I guess that's up to you.
It sounds like we're giving up. Is that true?
We can try after this.
Okay. And then our witness.
As I mentioned before, there is a very large monitor in the courtroom next to us, and if it's not being, I think tomorrow it'll be used by the commissioner. Well, there is one for this room, so we have a large monitor that could be rolled in front of that screen and used. If you'd like
In
to.
addition to that screen?
Yeah, there's a large television monitor with an HDMI port on it.
And we put it where again? I'm sorry.
Well, you can put it where that screen is, so you could roll it back and forth as necessary.
I'd like, gentlemen, and Kristen, sorry. If they're offering a big screen, do we want it or do we don't want it?
Why don't we bring it in right now and you can take a look at it?
Okay, and then we just need the lead. I don't think we're abandoning it. We like that better.
Okay.
Okay, and then a witness lineup for tomorrow from the plaintiffs, please.
Mr. Sykes. I'm sorry, say again?
Witness lineup for tomorrow.
Wendell Gibby in the morning, and I think it's Sam Goldstein in the afternoon, isn't it? We gave him this list quite some time ago.
So this is the list they gave me, and Wendell Gibby, Sam Goldstein, both in the morning. Does that sound right?
No, not in the morning. Gibby in the morning and Goldstein in the afternoon. We have two other before and after witnesses we hope will be here on time. And we will fill in with them as we are able. Okay?
So daughter Shay.
Shay and Polly Gresham.
And then how about brother of son-in-law, Mark? Are those three planning to go tomorrow?
He's coming Friday.
He's coming Friday. Thank you for that. So it sounds like 4 witnesses tomorrow: Gibby, Goldstein, Shay, and Polly.
Depends on the length of how we go. We hope we'll have 4 witnesses tomorrow. One of them's flying in from Montana, and the other one Washington. So,
But no more than those 4.
well, if we have extra time, we told him this, and we've advised the court, we may call Gwyneth Paltrow. We don't want there to be dead time in the courtroom.
So there's a question why I'm asking, Your Honor, because what's the lineup? I don't want coyness. I wanted this.
Hey, there's no
week's-
coyness here.
Okay, so times.
I gave you this 3 weeks ago. You sat in my conference room. I showed you my trial plan.
Gibby, Goldstein, Shay, Polly.
And
And
a
ma-
week ago, we notified you that.
Can I just get a yes from that? Like those are the
Week ago,
4
we
plans?
We notified him that we could call Gwyneth Paltrow at any time if there was dead time.
So there's a chance you may call her tomorrow.
Possibly. We're planning on calling her Friday. That's our plan.
Okay.
So
But those 4, I mean, can we just get a yes?
5.
Possibly Gwyneth.
That's 5. Now,
I mean,
if we don't.
in all fairness, Mr. Owens, if he doesn't have a witness available, then he's eating up his trial time with dead time.
I get it, but like, when is Shay coming? When are you planning on her
We're
tomorrow?
hoping to have them tomorrow morning later, or tomorrow afternoon. Now, till 1.
Shay doesn't get until 1. Polly,
I think is coming in the morning, but I don't know for sure.
you don't know when your witness is coming tomorrow?
I'm not certain. We're hoping to have them tomorrow. That's our plan.
All right.
These people are out of town.
The
Messages with them. They
The
don't know.
pretrial, The pretrial order requires that one side disclose to the other who they're planning to call the next day. I guess it doesn't specify the order or the times. Just be prepared for those possible 5 witnesses.
Right, it's just like, we don't know when Polly's incoming. That seems odd.
Well, that's what we have right now. And counsel, I guess what I'm asking is that as soon as you know when a witness is arriving, that you let the other side know?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Believe me, if I had what did Shay tell you?
She said her flight doesn't get in until
1 o'clock.
and so she's going to try to come right up here after that and be available early-ish afternoon.
I expect you to.
First witness we're calling
Weather and all sorts of things.
Is Goldstein in the afternoon at 1:30. That's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
He only has 1 day.
All right. Anything else for this afternoon?
No.
Take care of that cough, Mr. Sykes.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Sykes
I
is
offered
just
him
a
a mint.
consequence.
You leave me up fine.
We're now.
I'm trying to cut back to a pack a day.
I'll give him this in the morning.
Thank you.
We're now adjourned. Thank you.
Both lawyers are sassy. They don't like each other. That's for sure. So to get that right, 9 o'clock tomorrow, Mountain Time. So that means 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock UK time. And that's 11 o'clock Eastern time. And 10 o'clock Central time. I think I got that right. So basically, I'm going to be live from 9 o'clock. Fuck. What time? The other trial, the one with 8 a.m. CST. Which one was that again? Yeah, right, yeah, 10 o'clock. No, but what about the Zachariah one? What are they in? Are they Eastern? Because they've been 9 o'clock every morning, haven't they? But is that Central? Not, so that they would be 9 o'clock Central then. Because Wisconsin. So the Wisconsin one, that's Central, isn't it? And they're coming back at 9 o'clock. So that means it's 2 o'clock then. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Because Central's 5 hours behind UK time. So fine. So it's 9 o'clock. Fine. So I will be streaming from around 9 o'clock, even though there'll be a little bit of dead time until 11 o'clock. So it'll be basically 2 hours of dead time, but I'll still be here because why not? So if anyone's around, there won't be much on the screen, but definitely I'll still be here at 9 o'clock just because I think it's important, just in case there is something. But I doubt there will be at that time anyway. But yeah, you're sorry, Chrissy. I'm telling you, I'm going to try and whack out a couple of videos now tonight as well. But it's like 11:20 in the evening. But I want to do like a review as well, just to stir up the pot, cause some controversy. To your world clock on your phone, Chicago's. Yeah, what's confused me is this 1 hour thing, because you're normally 6 hours behind, but now you're 5 hours behind because daylight savings or whatever you call it. So that's why I'm confused. And also, I don't know where the trials are and where Utah was. I didn't know that. So no, I'm not watching that. Bugger off. Don't know. I don't want to see that trial. No, wrong one. Pipiro, cheerio. Yes, thank you. Thanks as always for being in the chat, Shannon and everyone else. Thank you for your contributions. I think it was a great day. Really happy with today and how it went. Still got 80 here. We topped up with 25 people at one point today. And I think for a long time we were over 20, which amazing. I can't thank you enough for that. I said my dream is to get over 100 by Christmas consistently. You know, that'll be a dream come true. So thank you for your time and your efforts and everything. We've been streaming for over 9.5 hours. I shall be back at 9 o'clock Central. Yes, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern tomorrow morning. But I will be trying to get a couple of videos out tonight as well, or first thing in the morning. So there we are. On that note, I'd love to stick around and stuff, but there's no one saying anything in chat. So happy days. I'm going to stop recording and yeah, get straight on to a couple of videos. Thank you guys. Love you all. Take care. Remember to like the video if you haven't done so. Take care, guys. Have a good one. And see you tomorrow. Bosh.